Part 4 is finally here, rabbits. Like this video for more amazing updates. Chapter 105. When the figure of Jiang Ye appeared above the sacred land in the beginning, everyone was stunned. Almost no one can think of Jiang Ye actually appeared in this place. Witnessing that familiar voice appearing in front of On again, Zhang Taishu, Zhang Fengjiu, and others were collectively stunned. Their pupils immediately filled with tears, and their eyes seemed to be covered with a hazy mist, and their noses couldn't help but feel sore. Fifth brother is back. At this moment, Zhang Taishu and the others did not think about what kind of dawn and hope Jiang Ye would bring them back. Just learned that Jiang Ye was able to return safely from the long years There is no better news than this. What? Our holy son is back. Emperor Jiang is back, we are saved. This is the real great emperor. Didn't those great emperors say that as long as you enter the river of time, there is no hope of coming out? Keep your eyes open and take a good look. The so-called laws are only useful against ordinary great emperors, but our Jiangdi is not an ordinary great emperor. That's right, we have come all the way from the sacred land in the early days to know how many miracles Emperor Jiang has brought us. He is an existence born to break common sense and create miracles. Our great emperor is back. Now, everyone present was excited. The moment Jiang Ye appeared, it seemed that dawn and hope had come. All this waiting is not in vain. And, according to the words of those ancient great emperors, Jiang Ye was able to return from the long river of time. Doesn't this mean that even the ruthless great emperor and Wuxi great emperor are not as powerful as Jiang Ye? To know. Back then, he was just a ruthless great emperor, and he used his own power to suppress the 7 restricted areas of life. If only the ruthless great emperor was still here. So, these ancient great emperors did not dare to be arrogant at all. How far you have to shrink? Not to mention the cultivation base and the even stronger beginless great emperor. Rumors say, when you see the beginningless Tao, it becomes empty. It is conceivable. How powerful is the beginless great emperor's perception of the Dao? But now, the beginless great emperor and the ruthless great emperor failed to come back from the long river of time, but Jiang Ye managed to come back. Doesn't this mean that Jiang Ye's strength is even stronger than those 2 great emperors? Now, the expressions of these ancient great emperors suddenly became gloomy. They never expected that the figure of Jiang Ye actually appeared here. Is the information wrong? Jiang Ye didn't go to the long river of time at all. Impossible, even the ruthless great emperor and the beginless great emperor can't get out of the long river of time. Jiang Ye is just a new advanced grade great emperor. How can he successfully escape from the long river of time? It's very possible that the other party didn't actually enter the long river of time at all, but just hid during this time, deliberately causing the Yan clan to launch a dark turmoil. Take this opportunity to lure out the Hades, and then wipe them all out. That's right, the opponent's strength is at most just an ordinary great emperor. Even if he can reverse his second life, he can't reach the level of the beginless great emperor and the ruthless great emperor. Several ancient great emperors exchanged glances with each other, and their expressions immediately returned to normal. That's right, judging by common sense, if Jiang Ye enters the long river of time, even if he can come out, it is definitely not that simple. TB. Coincidentally, he even ran out to be the savior when the dark turmoil broke out among the Ming clan. A few ancient great emperors suddenly realized it. It is absolutely impossible for Jiang Ye to just come out of the long river of time to save the scene, but deliberately pretended to go in, but actually hid in the dark. And the Mingzu received this information, taking advantage of Jiang Ye's absence, they launched a dark turmoil. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Ye will be able to lure out the dark Hades and wipe them all out. This is a common method used by humans. So, Jiang Ye's strength should be just that of an ordinary great emperor, maybe a little bit stronger than an ordinary great emperor, but he hasn't reached the point where he is completely invincible. Thinking of this, The expressions of several ancient great emperors sank, and they began to run a killing formation, surrounding Jiang Chen, intending to kill him. "Ye, be careful," Jiang Taishu and others said later. After all, the opponent is several ancient great emperors. Even though Jiang Ye is already an advanced grade great emperor, they are opponents of the same level after all. Dealing with so many ancient great emperors at the same time, I'm afraid it will be in crisis. TB. This is the first time they have witnessed an imperial battle. This battle will definitely be extremely exciting. At this time, behind Jiang Ye suddenly appeared two Daoist figures again. Beginless Great Emperor and Ruthless Great Emperor. This moment, standing beside him are three Great Emperors. Ruthless Great Emperor. "You, how are you here?" "Wait, that other figure is actually the Great Emperor Wuxi. Aren't these two Great Emperors located in the River of Time at the same time? Why is it here?" The moment the ancient Great Emperors saw the appearance of the Ruthless Great Emperor and Wuxi Great Emperor, there was a huge distance in their hearts. They all came all the way from the ancient Ming period and experienced more than one dark turmoil. In the last dark turmoil, it was the Ruthless Great Emperor who suppressed the heroes all by himself. So far, these great emperors still remember the magnificent figure of that day, overwhelming the emperors, and guarding the peace of Baidu. Zato. This figure unexpectedly appeared here again. All the ancient great emperors suddenly felt chills down their spines, and the old sense of fear once again filled the air like a tide. The whole person is about to fall into the ice cave. The Ruthless Great Emperor just stood there, and the sense of oppression exuded made these ancient great emperors feel unable to breathe. Or, next to it, the great emperor standing there is holding an ancient clock. The ancient clock had extraordinary origins, and when I looked directly at it, I felt my brain was blank, as if all the Taoist rhymes I had learned all my life were forgotten in this instant. If it wasn't for them retaining the will of the great emperor and suddenly waking up, I'm afraid that the moment they saw the bell, their minds would have fallen deeply into it. At this moment, these ancient great emperors suddenly remembered a legend. Beginningless at first sight becomes empty. This sentence means that after seeing the beginless great emperor, the Tao and deeds that he has learned all his life seem to disappear into nothingness. The other party's attainment is too high, causing anyone to look directly at the Wuxi great emperor, just that Dao rhyme is already unbearable. Now, several ancient great emperors felt a burst of deep despair, permeating the air. Ruthless great emperor and beginless great emperor. Shouldn't they also be in the long river of time? Why did you appear here with Jiang Ye? What? Those two Daoist shadows turned out to be the beginless great emperor and the werewolf great emperor. After so many years, have they finally come out of the long river of time and returned to Baidu? Wait. According to these ancient great emperors, both the beginless great emperor and the ruthless great emperor should have escaped into the long river of time, but why did they appear here at the same time? Have you noticed that the Wuxi great emperor and the ruthless great emperor are standing behind Jiang Ye, and they are hidden behind him? It seems to be so. Could it be that even the Wuxi great emperor and the ruthless great emperor can't compare to Jiang Ye? Isn't that impossible? Nothing is impossible. Don't forget, didn't you say that Emperor Jiang entered the long river of time? Is there a possibility? In fact, Emperor Jiang really entered the long river of time. The purpose is to bring out both the beginless great emperor and the ruthless great emperor. If the Wuxi great emperor and the ruthless great emperor were really brought out by Emperor Jiang, it would be normal for the two great emperors to be headed by him. Yes, if this is the case, then Emperor Jiang should be regarded as the life-saving grace of the great Emperor Wuxi and the werewolf great emperor. At this moment, the eyes of Jiang Taishu and others looking at Jiang Ye are full of excitement. They never expected that Jiang Ye has reached a level that even they can't imagine. Beginless great emperor, ruthless great emperor. These two are one of Baidu's most legendary great emperors. Even ordinary great emperors will fight for their goals. In the past, it even ruled an era and was admired by thousands of people. Their legends are almost spread throughout the ancient world. 18. Now the Wuxi Great Emperor and the Ruthless Great Emperor are actually headed by Jiang Ye. This is something that Jiang Taisha couldn't even imagine in his dreams. It's just outrageous. But such a legendary thing seems to be gradually becoming a reality now, reflected in his pupils. Fifth brother, has he really become that strong? Zhang Fengjiu and the others couldn't help but take a deep breath. They already knew that with Jiang Ye's aptitude, it was impossible for them to see each other's back. It is enough to be a witness to the birth of the legend. 182. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ye's achievements can break Baidu's history. Even the great Emperor Wuxi and the great Emperor have to retreat 3 points. With such achievements, it has far broken the imagination limit of Zhang Fengjiu and others. At this time, a faint wave came from the barren tower. It turned out to be the saints of the ancient heaven court, who are about to awaken. Jiang Ye noticed the fluctuations coming from the barren tower, and let out a light snort. Since the return of destiny, the original power of this world has been continuously recovering, and even the ancient heaven court has shown signs of recovery. Now, the ancient saints seem to have recovered most of their strength, and they all sent out a strong wave, wanting to come out of this world again from the barren tower. Certainly. With the current recovery progress, the saints must not have fully recovered. Naturally, it is most reasonable to stay in the barren tower and come out after recuperating for a period of time. However, the saints have been sealed for such a long time, I don't know how long it has been since they came out to have a good time. It coincides with the period of darkness and turmoil, and Baidu is in a huge crisis. At this time, if you don't come out and shake your fists, you will always feel uncomfortable. Therefore, Jiang Ye sensed the wishes of the ancient heaven court saints, and did not force them to stay in the barren tower. Instead, follow their heart and let the saints of the ancient heaven court come out of the barren tower. Shhhhhhhh. In the sky, streaks of golden streamers flew to the sky, transforming into figures with colorful lips. Finally, after being sealed for several epochs, the saints of the ancient heaven court regained their own power and successfully survived for a lifetime. Ha ha ha, the old man is finally back. Sealed in Shenyuan, held back for 10,000 years, this is the first breath of fresh air. Tisk tisk, the dark and turbulent atmosphere is really familiar. My old grandson can't help but want to make a fuss. Humph, you poor monkey. You used to have the same temper when you were making troubles in the heavenly palace, but today, it hasn't changed at all. Hey, my old grandson hasn't eaten the medicine pill made by you old man for a long time. After my old grandson destroys this group of enemies, I will go to your stove to play. In an instant, the whole world is filled with the power of saint. Moreover, among these saint prestige, there are actually quite a few that have a good great emperor aura. This moment, when Zhang Taishu and others witnessed this scene, they all felt a little unbelievable. Oh my god, where did all these saints, even the great emperor, come from? If I'm not mistaken, it seems to have come out of the fifth brother's pagoda. That is to say, this group of great saints are all Yeter's troops. It now looks very likely that this is the case. Isn't this too exaggerated? But the gods and Buddhas of the heavens must obey the coldness of the machine. He went to the long river of time, I'm afraid he did something unimaginable. In this mighty holy prestige, the complexions of these ancient great emperors suddenly turned extremely pale. Even as the ancient great emperor, but surrounded by so many true great emperor wills, I can only feel that Own is insignificant. At this time, they have almost lost their ability to think, their minds are blank, and only one question is left lingering in their minds. How did so many saints pop up all of a sudden? At this moment, these ancient great emperors suddenly remembered a legend. Legend has it that the ancient great emperor created the ancient heaven court for the immortal emperor. Command all the heavenly emperors and jointly open up an unprecedented glorious era. But with the turmoil that followed, The ancient heaven court continued to decline in the battle against the gods. In the past, the glorious ancient heaven court was reduced to ruins, and the figures of the saints disappeared from this world. But no one knows where the saints went. Because in the boundless deep sky, no one has found traces of the saints, not even their corpses. The ancient heaven court seems to have completely disappeared overnight. Nobody knows where they went. But now it seems. In fact, the ancient heaven court has not disappeared, but is just waiting for an opportunity. One day, there will be a destiny person in this world who will re-establish the dilapidated ancient heaven court and lead the saints back to this world. And this person is Jiang Ye. They completely underestimated this new advanced great emperor. If the appearance of the beginless great emperor and the ruthless great emperor just made these ancient great emperors feel desperate. But if you work hard, you should still have a chance to find a chance. As the great emperor, he has extremely strong vitality, so he will not be killed so easily. But now, these ancient great emperors are completely flattened. They have brought over the most prosperous army of the great emperor in the ancient times. With their strength, how could it be possible to fight against the entire Tung Heaven Court? Every minute is the rhythm of being killed in seconds. Tat. Follow the saints in this world. The whole Baidu is filled with imperial prestige. The dark turmoil everywhere was calmed down in less than a day. Those ancient great emperors didn't have any ability to resist at all, and they were slapped one by the saints, and their souls were scattered. It is different from the previous dark turmoil. This time, the ancient emperor was really wiped out, and there is no possibility of reviving a lifetime. In a short period of time, the whole Baidu regained its former peace. The 7 forbidden areas of life were all sealed and retreated into the deep space. From now on they could no longer threaten Baidu. The 7 restricted areas of life will be completely reduced to history, only legends will remain, but there will be no traces of their existence. At this moment, Jiang Ye sensed his own 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly palace, completely connected with the ancient heaven court. My heavenly God, even so connected to the ancient heaven court. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly. At this time, he heard Bodhi's gentle voice. You successfully brought the saints back to life, and everyone will recognize you. In the future battle, we need to enter the long river of time again and fight against God. The great emperor must have your power. You are in charge of the ancient heaven court, which happens to be able to create the strongest 6 paths. Jiang Ye's heart moved, and he nodded immediately. Next second, he immediately opened the 12 life palace and merged with the ancient heaven court. At this time, the huge original power of the ancient heaven court was immediately integrated into the 6 realms created by Jiang Ye, bursting out with extreme power. Perfect 6 paths, cast into a scholar. Chapter 106. Finally, casting is complete. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. At this time, in the Palace of 12 Lives, the 6 paths of beauty are finally cast. He has killed hundreds of millions of Hades, stepped on countless blood, and there are endless ghosts in Shura Dao, so he can be called the most powerful Shura Dao in this world. The stronger the Shura Tao, the more powerful the Tenjin Tao is needed to balance it. Otherwise, if the cultivation of Shura Dao is too deep, and there is no strong enough God Dao to integrate, then it is easy to fall into Devil Dao, lose your clear mind, and end up in an irreversible end. Therefore, Jiang Ye has been suppressing 6 paths of reincarnation Tiangong. No indistinguishable Dao is performed. It has been preserved until now. Now, when Jiang Ye's Palace of 12 Lives merged with the heavenly divine Dao, the Emperor's power erupted is even more unimaginable. Fluctuations comparable to those of Heavenly Emperor continued to spread from Jiang Ye's body. And, this aura is getting stronger and stronger. Both the Wuxi Great Emperor and the Ruthless Great Emperor stayed on the horizon not far away, looking at Jiang Ye's figure together. I didn't expect that there would be someone in the world who could create such a perfect 6 paths of reincarnation. For a moment, the ruthless great emperor sighed. He has condensed the 6 realms of perfection. Even after death, he can be reborn in the 6 realms of On, truly immortal. In the eyes of the beginless great emperor, there was a look of admiration. For the first time, he saw an existence in this world that completely surpassed his own. Jiang Ye cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly skill of return to origin, which means that even if the opponent is killed, he can be revived instantly within the own 6 path system. Compared with the ordinary immortal body and immortal spirit, Jiang Ye not only has endless lifespan, but also almost an unkillable existence. Boom! At this moment, the ultimate imperial prestige came from Jiang Ye. Even the pinnacle of Heavenly Emperor, this imperial prestige, will change color for it. The 083 saints of the ancient heaven court have completed a round of raids on Baidu. At this time, they sensed the aura coming from Jiang Ye, and they all stopped by the side, their eyes full of emotion. I didn't expect that the ancient great emperor really had 2 brushes. The destiny he selected seems to be no less than he was back then. What era was that kid in the ancient times born? It was much easier to cultivate these cultivation techniques at that time than it is now. That's right, under the blockade of the Doomsday era, this destiny person was able to cultivate the old cultivation technique to this level, which can only be described as a miracle. Worthy of being able to pass the certification of the ancient great emperor, the selected destiny person really has 2 brushes. Even the godly Dao cast by the ancient great emperor in the past is not so perfect. Of course, this also has something to do with the times and opportunities, but the strength of destiny people cannot be denied. All the saints of the ancient heaven court looked at Jiang Ye with a look of approval. This scene, in the eyes of Zhang Taishu and the others, made them even more surprised. From the attitude of the saints in the ancient heaven court, they feel that they all have industrial-oriented meanings. The saints of the ancient heaven court used to be subordinates of the ancient great emperor. Desolate ancient great emperor, who is that? The most powerful existence in the ages. Until today, the legend of the great emperor is circulating in the ancient world. It is said that the emergence of this era and the formation of this world are inextricably linked to that great emperor. In a sense, it can be said that in this era, all races can embark on a path of cultivation, which has an inseparable relationship with that great emperor. There is no ancient great emperor. There would be no human race today. So, the former subordinate generals of the ancient great emperor seem to have all recognized Jiang Ye and listened to his words. Simply unimaginable. In just a few decades, Jiang Ye has grown to such a terrifying extent. Before, Zhang Taishu doubted whether Jiang Ye was the reincarnation of an ancient great emperor. But now, the ancient great emperor will be wiped out by Jiang Ye, and his strength is ranked among the previous great emperors, enough to be ranked in the top ranks. There is almost no great emperor who can match him. Then if it is really the reincarnation of the great emperor, it can only be the reincarnation of the ancient great emperor. Gui according to the meaning of the saints of heaven court. The ancient great emperor should not have death, and is still fighting with Shang. To be precise, Jiang Ye cannot be the reincarnation of the ancient great emperor, but his chosen successor. Combining this information, it is even less likely that Jiang Ye is the reincarnation of the ancient great emperor. There are very few reincarnations of the great emperor who can reach the pinnacle of the previous life after using the method of reincarnation to reverse their lives. It is even more impossible to surpass the peak. There is only one possibility. Jiang Ye's aptitude is indeed far beyond everyone's imagination, that's why he has reached this level. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ye's cultivation base has reached such a realm. Ye Fan stared at the other person's back, and couldn't help but let out a long breath. Obviously, he also didn't expect that his former opponent had grown to such a powerful level. The current Ye Fan has only reached Saint's realm, not even Saint King. Oh, the inheritance of the ancient great emperor, if I could sprint to the first place at that time, maybe I still have a chance. But not necessarily. After all, Jiang Ye's strength is indeed very strong, and his talent is far above mine. I practice quietly, and I will have the opportunity to reach the level of the great emperor in the future. I don't need to belittle myself, and it is not necessary to be more powerful than everyone to be the most perfect. For a moment in Ye Fan's heart, he felt that he should also become such a powerful person. But soon, he turned to give up this idea, and once again focused on own Taoism. In this world, there will always be people who are better than you. If you insist on being the strongest in everything, then sometimes you are making life difficult for yourself. Focusing on the own road is the most useful. Ye Fan's eyes quickly became firm, and he continued to pursue his own path. Master, is he actually this powerful? Ji Wu's eyes were full of fear. She never expected that she would become the patriarch of the Ji family all the way from Zhongzhou. But Jiang Ye has grown into the lord of the ancient heaven court. That is the existence second only to the great emperor of the ancient times, right? To know. This dark turmoil almost wiped out the entire Baidu. But in Jiang Ye's eyes, it seemed that this dark turmoil didn't even need much effort, it was completely settled. Master's origin is stronger than imagined. Ji Wu couldn't help but sighed in her heart. At first, she just thought that the other party might be the reincarnation of the great saint. But now, the great saint is no different from an ant in the eyes of the other party. No. Even the ancient great emperor seemed so vulnerable in Jiang Ye's eyes. Even without Jiang Ye's own action, the opponent has already been wiped out by the saints of the ancient heaven court. It's almost unimaginable. Have to say. To meet Jiang Ye in this life is really the greatest opportunity and blessing. Ji Wu thought secretly in her heart. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. My mind moved slightly. The panel of this life is presented in front of you again. Life template. Name, Jiang Ye. Age, 40. Identity, Destiny person. Realm, Heavenly Emperor. Cultivation technique, Swallow Heavenly Devil, Sacred Body Tai Secret Technique, Origin Technique, Original True Solution, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Heavenly Skill, Perfect, Immortal Sutra, Return to Origin. Supernatural Power, Void Art, True Dragon Seal, Tai Chi Holy Art, Star Shift, 5 Elements Divine Light, True Dragon Art, Samsara Boxing. Magic Treasures, Black Sword, Desolate Tower, Swallow Heavenly Devil Jar, Beginless Bell, Emperor Extermination Sword, Primordial Chaos Calabash, Ancient Bronze Coffin. Physique, Void God Body, SS, Desolate Ancient God Body, SSS. Bloodline, Desolate Ancient God Blood, SSS. Savvy, Infinite Deduction, SSS, Epiphany of the World of Mortals, SSS. Halo, Full Level Luck, SSS, Deo Shelter, SSS. Proof Value, 1282E. Current Rating, SS+. Entire panel. It just got more luxurious again. With the improvement of 6 Paths of Reincarnation Tiangong and Indestructible Sutra, Jiang Ye is now fully qualified to be Heavenly Emperor. After having the perfect 6 Paths of Reincarnation Tiangong, even without swallowing the elixir of immortality, Jiang Ye can achieve resurrection. That is, just like Hengchen Xian, now that Jiang Ye has entered the long river of time, he can come out with his own strength. Moreover, as long as the 9th life is reversed, it is enough to realize the transformation of the life level to the red dust fairy. It can be said, the perfect 6 Paths of Reincarnation Tiangong is the last piece of the puzzle. Don't look at Jiang Ye's cultivation base but just reached the Heavenly Emperor's realm. But with the perfect 6 Paths of Reincarnation Tiangong, it is only a matter of time before breakthrough to the world of mortals. With Jiang Ye's current strength, he is much stronger than the average Heavenly Emperor. Even coupled with the power of these immortal martial arts, even compared with the quasi-immortal emperor, it is not inferior. At this moment, Jiang Ye activates divine sense and sweeps away. If it is said that reaching the king realm, divine sense can already cover an ancient star. Number B. With Jiang Ye's current divine sense, it can cover almost half of the universe's deep space. There are still some remnants of the Hades that need to be eliminated. Jiang Ye's heart moved, and he said. At the same time, Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. His divine sense spanned thousands of miles and accurately locked the position of the Emperor of the Underworld. Cultivation base with quasi-immortal Emperor. It is the initiator of this dark turmoil. Checking with the pupil of luck, it is found that the Emperor of the Underworld still has a very close connection with the sky. It is conceivable that the Emperor Hades launched the dark turmoil this time to help God further complete the plan. God hastened to act, and will launch a dark turmoil at all costs. Obviously, the plan has come to an end. It must be resolved as soon as possible. Subsequently, Jiang Ye used divine sense to call the saints of the ancient heaven court, saying, "Everyone, this dark turmoil still needs to go deep into the deep space of the universe to make the final purge." All the saints of the ancient heaven court nodded one after another, turned into a stream of light, and escaped into the deep space of the universe. Next, Jiang Ye returned to the sacred land in the beginning, with a light tap of his fingertips. Zhang Taisha's strength suddenly broke through to Saint King. Zhang Fengjia's strength suddenly broke through to the Great Saint. The strength of Zhang Mengchuan, Zhang Huia, and Zhang Zhuozhu suddenly broke through to Saint. Zhang Taishu and the others sensed the changes in their bodies, and they all felt overwhelmed. Very pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect that Jiang Ye could transform their own strength with just casual hints. To know. This is a leap from saint to Saint King, and even to minister. Even if it consumes a huge amount of divine resources. It's hard to do all of this. But just a little casually by Jiang Ye, own cultivation base broke through a realm directly. It's unimaginable. Easy to do. Jiang Ye smiled slightly. With his current level, he has reached the realm that turns decay into magic. Even if it is an ordinary great emperor, after Jiang Ye's enlightenment, it will be of great benefit. Not to mention just Saint King's realm. Do it all. Jiang Ye took the ancient bronze coffin, boarded the ancient road of stars again, and set foot in Shenzhen. Then, start the final cleaning of this dungeon. Universe deep space. As the saints of the ancient heaven court strike, the Hades everywhere will be strangled soon. When the Protoss, demon realm, and other ancient races saw this scene, they couldn't help expressing emotion. Emperor Jiang's power is beyond our imagination. That's right, the dark turmoil that was enough to cover the entire deep space of the universe was resolved so quickly. The Emperor of the Underworld didn't even dare to come out after hearing a whiff of the wind. He hid directly in the deepest part of the deep space like a tortoise. Ha ha ha, when I was fighting on the front of the 10,000 races some time ago, the Underworld Emperor was like a god of war, invincible, as if he was invincible. I didn't expect to be reduced to a war so quickly. UBD. He probably didn't expect Jiangdi's strength to be so terrifying. He brought the Wuxi Great Emperor and the ruthless Great Emperor back from the long river of time. I'm afraid it's not God or their opponent. With a little underworld emperor, at most he is just a member of the heaven, and there is no comparison with the heaven at all. That's right, Emperor Jiang can defeat even the heavens. What kind of a small character is the Emperor of the Underworld? It's a pity, this dark character is hiding, and I don't know when it will launch a dark turmoil again. Yet, it would be very annoying if the Emperor of the Underworld couldn't be completely killed by him. During this period of time, the ancient tribes almost regarded Jiang Ye as a hero. In the territories of the 10,000 races, there are monuments of Jiang Ye built to praise the great emperor of the new advance grade, who quelled the greatest dark turmoil in the ages and brought peace to the 10,000 races. At the same time, this monument is as famous as the Wuxi Great Emperor, the ruthless great emperor, etc., which indicates that this great emperor also has good accomplishments at the level of cultivation base, which is enough to be called a peak powerhouse. On this day, the deep space of the universe, the most hidden corner, the figure of Hades' emperor appeared in the gap. In these universes, there are always such gaps that can hide in. It just so happens that the Hades have a semi-incorporeal form, hiding in these corners. Just like cockroaches, it is difficult to find. It only needs a small corner to fall into a deep sleep, and then it has a living space of 1.1. After the great emperor of this era disappears. Out again. Another hero. But at this moment, a light laughter echoed in the cold gap in the deep space. Tisk tisk, I never thought that as a great emperor, I would like this kind of life that is no different from a cockroach. Hades turned his head suddenly and found a young man standing deep in the deep space of the universe. There is no energy fluctuation on his body, but he is just quietly fighting here, as if his figure blends into the entire deep space, faintly exuding a strong sense of oppression. Underworld Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, "You are Emperor Jiang." "Yes, it seems that you still have some brains." Jiang Ye smiled slightly. "Humph, it's just a little heavenly emperor, do you really think you're invincible? Before the real god, you have nothing." Hades' emperor wanted to say a few words of ridicule. However, in the void, the meaty sword came through the sky, instantly killing all the vitality of the emperor of the underworld. Underworld emperor's pupils shrank slightly, and an unbelievable color bloomed in his eyes, saying, "You, how could you be so strong?" However, before the words were finished, the vitality in the underworld emperor's body was completely destroyed by the meaty sword. There is no chance to reverse the life again. Before he died, he could not have imagined that he would die so quickly. Not even the slightest ability to resist. In the eyes of Hades' emperor, his cultivation base has reached the realm of the quasi-heavenly emperor. Anyway, he should be able to compete with Jiang Ye twice. But the reality is, Jiang Ye's strength is far beyond his imagination, daily moves are enough. After all, the cultivation base of the immortal emperor is just a gift from the gods, not something he really obtained. It seems that Jiang Ye's cultivation base has not yet reached the realm of the quasi-immortal emperor, but the level of cultivation and understanding has actually reached the quasi-immortal emperor. It's not a problem to kill Hades directly in seconds. Chapter 107. In the void. The aura of Hades is fading little by little. At this time, his figure was only a dry bone, floating in the deep space of the universe in a disastrous defeat. 2. In this dry bone, there is a breath of heavenly emperor. If it can be absorbed into the body, it still has huge benefits. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly. Next second, the majestic energy contained in Hades' emperor's body was immediately absorbed by him. Boom! In Jiang Ye's palace of 12 lives, there was a loud noise. This majestic energy, even a square of heaven and earth can hardly bear it. I need the 12-life palace opened up by the advance grade to the third great emperor to be able to carry this power. Jiang Ye's eyes moved slightly, and he said in his heart. Although Hades' emperor's strength is not as powerful as imagined. However, this is because the original power of the underworld emperor is a gift from the gods, and he holds power that does not belong to him. Therefore, it is not so easy to release. It can only display about 45% of its power at most. Naturally, the fate of being instantly killed by Jiang Ye. But this source of power is actually extremely majestic. If it can be absorbed into the body, it will be of great benefit to the growth of Jiang Ye's cultivation base. With Jiang Ye's mind moving slightly, he immediately devoured this breath into the 12 life palaces. At this time, Jiang Ye's 12 lives began to swell wildly. The whole world has collapsed. The secret realm burst open. At the same time, the aura on Jiang Ye's body began to wither at an extremely fast speed, as if he lost all vitality overnight. At this time, the 6 paths of reincarnation Tiangong has started to work automatically. A miracle seems to have happened. The vitality of Jiang Ye's body has once again returned to its original vitality. And the level of life is pushed to the limit, and a force beyond the previous life erupts. At that moment, his great emperors will become even stronger, sweeping across the entire deep space of the universe, and all the nearby desolate stars were destroyed by this will. Fortunately, the place where Jiang Ye is located is the deepest part of the universe, and there are almost no lives covered by thousands of races here. If not, this astonishing imperial prestige, just covered by the aftermath, would be enough to cause most of the 10,000 races to lose their HOMES-15, and be instantly killed under this imperial prestige. Now, I'm 3 days old. Jiang Ye's eyes moved slightly. Now, the 12-life palace was recast in a short period of time, and the space boundary was expanded several times, which can carry more 5 stars. Now, Jiang Ye's strength is stronger than before. If it's him now, you don't even need to appear in front of the Emperor of the Underworld, relying on your own will, you can cross thousands of miles and kill the Emperor of the Underworld. Although Hades seems to have the strength of a quasi-immortal emperor, his real power of will has not even reached the threshold of a heavenly emperor. But now Jiang Ye is not inferior to the level of quasi-immortal emperor just relying on the power of will, and he is only the 3rd great emperor, with 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly skill, and even more terrifying potential. At this time, with a slight movement of Jiang Ye's thoughts, he returned to Baidu. At this moment, for him, crossing billions of stars seems to be just a matter of thought. The saints of the ancient heaven court have also completed the sweeping of the remnants of the Hades. Everyone returned to Baidu, revisited their hometown, enjoyed the scenery here, and talked together. At this time, the figure of Jiang Ye appeared here. Immediately attracted everyone's attention. The eyes of the saints of the ancient heaven court fell on Jiang Ye's body, and their minds moved. This kid's strength has become stronger again. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, the oppressive force brought by it is enough to compare with that of the ancient great emperor. Although he is only the 3rd great emperor, he has the real quasi-immortal emperor's strength and is already one of the top powerhouses in this ancient world. Sigh, I didn't expect that this old man, who had nearly lost the idea of reversing his life, was able to re-witness the rise of this prosperous age under the leadership of a newly rising great emperor. It's really touching. Tai's Hanglejun raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes fell on the Do War Saint Ape, and he said with a smile. Great Saint, didn't you say that you must find a good opponent to fight heartily after you leave the level? Now that there is such a good opponent here, why is it silent? Fighting War Saint Ape trembled all over, and cursed angrily, You old man, you are thinking about how to frame my grandson all day long. What he practiced is the law left by the ancient great emperor in the past, and my grandson was suppressed like that back then. Yes, how is it possible to be suppressed again now? However, my old grandson can't compete with the inheritance of Huangwu, but it's an easy thing to beat you, a bad old man. Do you want to try it? Tai's Hanglejun repeatedly waved his hands and said, Great Saint, I'm sorry, my old man's health is not good, so I'd better leave it to you young people to deal with such bloody fighting. The saints of the ancient heaven court couldn't help laughing when they saw this familiar picture again. There was a cheerfulness in the air. At this time, everyone's brows suddenly moved. They sensed the original power of this world, and it was exhausted again. The figure of Bodhi appeared in front of Jiang Ye, saying, Jiang Ye, the battle between the ancient great emperor and God is probably coming to an end. Judging from the current form, God should have the upper hand and is continuously absorbing the power of the source. Although the ancient great emperor can continue to support it, it should have reached its limit now. When will we continue to step on the long river of time and stop all this? At this moment, the eyes of all the saints of the ancient heaven court fell on Jiang Ye. 20. Jiang Ye was the first person to restore the ancient heaven court. What he said has a guiding effect on all the saints of the ancient heaven court present. After all, the saints of the ancient heaven court all followed the great emperor in the past. No matter how high the morals of everyone present here are, in the eyes of each other back then, they were nothing more than relationships between colleagues. It is difficult to really play the role of commanding the audience. But Jiang Ye is different. Not only is he the descendant of the ancient great emperor, he now has a very high cultivation base, but he also truly helped the ancient heaven court saints live their lives. Therefore, everyone here will start with Jiang Ye. Every next step of decision-making needs him to lead. Jiang Ye's eyes looked in the direction of the long river of time. If you act steadily. So. Undoubtedly, waiting for him to slowly revive the ninth world and become the red dust immortal of the ninth great emperor will be the most sure of the next battle. But that's not the case. There is a time limit for the competition between the ancient great emperor and God. If you wait until God absorbs all the original power in this world, even the ninth great emperor is still not the opposite. Even the red dust fairy can't compare with God. He will really replace the original will of this piece of heavenly Dao and become the real master. At that time, no one will be the opponent of God. FFLX. Using the follow-up time to improve own power may not shorten the gap with God, but it may be even more unfavorable to oneself. Although Jiang Ye is only the third great emperor now, his strength is far more than that. Moreover, with the help of the ancient heaven court saints, it may not be worse than the gods. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, then said, "We are now stepping into the ages at once. Final battle. The long river of time, at the entrance. Now." Jiang Ye led the figures of the saints of the ancient heaven court to appear here. When they reached the door, a dark torrent gushed out from the entrance of the long river of time, and the bursts of breath made people feel instinctively uneasy. Bodhi frowned and said, "Judging from the breath of the long river of time, the situation here is already quite bad, and we must go in as soon as possible." "That's right." Jiang Ye nodded in approval. "This battle. It will also be the final battle leading to the SSS class. What you are facing is the most powerful boss god. SHHHHHHH. Streams of light turned into afterimages, escaping into the long river of time, preparing to end this final battle. At this moment, the figures of Jiang Ye and others came to the long river of time again. Do War Saint looked around, frowned and said, "This ghostly place doesn't even have a correct direction, and it's full of chaotic time and space. If my old grandson came here alone, I'm afraid I'd get lost." The ruthless great emperor and the beginless great emperor couldn't help but frown slightly. Although it wasn't the first time for them to come to the long river of time, they clearly felt that the time and space here were more chaotic than before. It is very possible, God used some means to strengthen the control of Sui Yongchanghe. Therefore, a line of defense has been laid here to prevent other people from exploring the long river of time. It is equivalent to laying down a protective barrier for him to display the next plan. It is even more difficult for other people to go deep into the long river of time and find where the real body of God is. Last time, even Jiang Ye and others successfully defeated God and regained part of the original power. But this is just a battle with the clone of God. Now, God has sensed the coming of the sense of crisis, and has accelerated the progress of the plan in advance, and it is likely to pay a certain price to strengthen the control over the long river of time. In this way, if Jiang Ye and others enter the long river of time and continue to drag it back, then I'm afraid the situation will be even more unfavorable. Jiang Ye chose to lead the crowd and enter as early as possible, which can be said to be a wise choice. Buzz buzz. At this moment, waves of waves came from the barren tower in Jiang Ye's body. Fiatate. Emperor Slayer Sword, Heavenly Emperor Cauldron, Primordial Chaos Calabash. At this moment, the immortal martial arts left by the ancient great emperor erupted with a miraculous aura. Jiang Ye's heart moved, and he felt that these immortal martial arts seemed to be connected with the existence of a certain figure in the long river of time. He immediately realized that this should be the ancient great emperor who sensed the revival of the ancient heaven court, so he specially attracted Jiang Ye. With the help of Jiang Ye, everyone is equivalent to having a direction to point the way forward. Jiang Ye laughed, I think, I already know where the ancient great emperor is. Bodhi nodded and said, that's right, when the ancient great emperor left these immortal martial arts, he must have thought of all this. Do War Saint Ape smiled and said, hee, because he was about to get lost all the time, I didn't expect that guy from Huanggu to have a good trick, so he doesn't have to be like a headless chicken now. Tais Hanglejun raised his eyebrows and said, Great Saint, you don't think that the great emperor of Huanggu is you? Fighting War Saint Ape said, you'd better reorganize the language. Subsequently, the Barren Tower and the Heavenly Emperor immediately turned into a streamer, leading the way ahead. Jiang Ye and others followed immediately. As the years go by, the river gets deeper and deeper. Everyone perceives that this space is full of the breath of time and decay, and everything is corrupt. Witnessing this scene, Bodhi shook his head and said, God has absorbed all the original power, then all the living things in this world will wither, even if he becomes heavenly Dao, what he grasps is only a broken world, what's the point? Everyone was silent about this. However, Jiang Ye knew even more in his heart that according to the rules of the reincarnation world, if this scene really happened, the end of the world would probably happen. Even if God replaces the original heavenly Dao, there is a high probability that this place will be judged as an abnormal point, thus facing the doomsday. If the whole world collapses, then even becoming heavenly Dao doesn't seem to make any sense. It will even collapse together. God has lived for too long to reach this level. Once there is a goal to go beyond, it can only replace the original heavenly Dao. It's like being completely bewildered. Therefore, reasoning with God is completely useless. Only by destroying with strength can you get the SSS grade score of this dungeon. Finally, the long river of time has reached the deepest point. At this moment, a breath of time and decay suddenly devoured everyone. Careful. Bodhi narrowed his eyes and said slowly. The decaying realm covered the entire venue, as if it wanted to suck out the breath of life of all the saints present. A huge wave of 200 aura suddenly burst out from Jiang Ye's body. Boom! The endless laws of the Dao, condensed in that punch, it seems that the whole world will fall into samsara. 6 paths of reincarnation punch. The years ruled by God withered and collided with samsara, and the void suddenly burst inch by inch. Those years encountered samsara, constantly tossing and frantically switching between life and death. At this time, the ancient sages made their moves one after another, rushing towards the sky. Humph, it's a bit of a skill. God's face turned slightly cold. He didn't expect that the ultimate move he had prepared would be so easily resolved. Withered by the years, it was originally the ultimate dead air. If this move can cover the bodies of the ancient heaven court saints, it will be enough to instantly evacuate the breath of life in their bodies. Thereby grow yourself. Infinitely expand your own advantages. But Jiang Ye's 6 paths of reincarnation punch seems to have a strong restraint effect on the attack on the tower. The ultimate death energy is transformed into vitality. Using the most natural means, the god's offensive was resolved, thus making this attack completely fall short. Hee. As expected of the destiny people cultivated by the ancient great emperor. However, if you want to fight against me with such means, it is simply wishful thinking. God's eyes froze slightly, and he used even more terrifying methods. An extreme wave of time decay covered the entire audience, and in a single thought, the surrounding void was reduced to chaos. However, Jiang Ye unleashed the Palace of 12 Lives, and immediately unfolded a realm like the minor world. That huge life palace seems to contain a world, containing all existences in it. The golden spring of life surged crazily in the sea of bitterness, and the torrent of life breath collided with the chaos. The sound that erupted, carried through the universe through the ages. The entire river of time began to oscillate violently. At the same time, the ruthless Great Emperor, Wuxi Great Emperor, Do War Saint Ape, Queen Mother of the West and other powerful people poured spiritual qi into Jiang Ye's magic treasures one after another. The heavenly emperor cauldron erupted with a radiant divine source, turning it into 1,000 miles of flames, burning all the withering breath of the years. God took a few steps back, feeling the pressure brought by the saints of the ancient heaven court, and his expression sank slightly. He never expected that he would use his original power to first suppress the ancient great emperor, and then fight with his true self, using the thunder method at the beginning, intending to kill everyone in the first place. However, Jiang Ye's tricks at every step were actually resolved by Jiang Ye, and the opponent could suppress him in turn. Gradually fell into a disadvantage. And for God, this battle is also extremely dangerous. His true God came out to fight the ancient heaven court saints, then the deity's suppression of the ancient great emperor will become weaker and weaker. God found a loophole so that he could suppress the ancient great emperor, but it was only on par with the two. If the ancient great emperor is completely revived, so God will be completely at a disadvantage, and even the hope of a comeback will be hard to see. At this moment, God used the majestic original power to infuse himself. More extreme power erupted from him. Chapter 108. Now, all the saints in the ancient heaven court sensed a violent aura, pouring down like a mountain torrent and tsunami, pressing on everyone, as if to make everyone unable to breathe. They sensed the current God, and a more terrifying force erupted from them, as if it wanted to swallow the whole world. Everyone's expressions changed involuntarily. God is probably burning the original power in the body. If he does this, isn't he afraid of being backlashed? Looking at it now, God should know that if it continues to drag on, the situation will become more and more unfavorable, so he chose to fight to the death. We must get through this most difficult time. All the saints of the ancient heaven court sensed the aura burning in the body of God, and they all sensed the enemy in front of them, and their strength became incomparably terrifying. To know the original power of the world cannot be burned casually, and it is far from being able to carry it by ordinary creatures. That is consuming heavenly Tao's original power. If you forcefully use this power, you will receive heavenly Tao's backlash. Naturally there will be great side effects. But now, God realized that his situation was extremely unfavorable, and it turned out to be forcibly burning the original power of the world. The sense of oppression has surpassed the level of a mortal emperor. Even if all the saints of the ancient heaven court join hands, it is difficult to fight against a powerhouse of this level. Give me all to die. The cold voice of God echoed in this void. He has counted 10,000 years and has never encountered a crisis like today. However, perhaps there is only an opponent like Jiang Ye who can force himself to burn his original power. It is unimaginable that it took only a few decades for Jiang Ye to develop to the point where he can threaten own. For the ancient immortal emperor, they have a lifespan of tens of 10,000 years and have survived countless ages, which is almost equivalent to immortality. Even the beginless great emperor and the ruthless great emperor, to the ancient immortal emperor, are no different from little dolls. Jiang Ye was born just a few decades old. In the eyes of God, it is like a newborn baby in the eyes of mortals. But it is precisely this kind of baby who repeatedly broke the own plan and brought unprecedented crises. God feels that this son must not be left behind. Even at the cost of burning the original power, at all costs, I want to destroy Jiang Ye as quickly as possible. Be careful, the current strength of God is very terrifying. If you fight head-on, it may be difficult to block his attack. Bodhi frowned slightly, and immediately sent the message to everyone with his spiritual thoughts. The figure of Jiang Ye appeared right in front of the saints in the ancient heaven court, and he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, you inject your strength into me, use formation, and hold back the attack of the gods." Taishang Lejun was a little worried. Is it possible to do this? God has already burned the power of the original source. His power is very important. I am afraid it will be difficult for us to deal with. Jiang Ye smiled and said, don't worry, with my means, with the means of cutting off the era, it shouldn't be a problem to block this strike of God. Jiang Ye runs original true explanation. He used infinite deduction to infer the method of truncating the square from the original true explanation inherited by the ancient great emperor. These methods have almost reached the same level as controlling the original power. Therefore, even if God uses the power of the original source, as long as Jiang Ye uses the means of cutting off the eternal power to cut off the power of the original source, the attack can still be perfectly resolved. The saints of the ancient heaven court nodded, and immediately poured the power of the law into Jiang Ye's body. The aura on Jiang Ye's body soared again. Having received the power infused by the saints of the ancient heaven court, the current breath of life in his body is already comparable to that of an immortal emperor. Even compared with God, it is not inferior at all. Jiang Ye runs original true explanation and uses the method of cutting off the square tongue. At this moment, the surrounding time and space seem to have stopped, and the flow of all things has stagnated accordingly. The saints of the ancient heaven court were shocked when they sensed these methods, and couldn't help but exclaimed in their hearts. It turned out to be a means to cut off the ages. Oh my God, how long has it been since I saw such means? The last time I saw the method of truncating the eternal age, it seems to be from the ancient great emperor. This is too scary. The eyes of the Wuxi great emperor and the ruthless great emperor couldn't help showing shock. They never expected that they would use the method of cutting off the ages to resolve this strike of God. Boom! In the void, a terrifying sound erupted. The boundless power of the source, cast out from the hands of the gods, turned into a wave of chaos. If the chaos is as heavy as tens of billions of ancient stars, every particle of the chaos breath is extremely thick. Even if it touches a trace, even if it has the body of the great saint, it will explode instantly. Such a huge chaos is coming like a tsunami, even the heavenly emperor will feel desperate for it. However, halfway through the chaos, it was cut off by special means. All chaos seems to have fallen into Samsara, cut off to other epochs, unable to threaten the Jiang Ye division. Ha ha ha, it worked. Seeing this scene, the saints of the ancient heaven court immediately became excited. To know. This is an attack erupted by God burning the power of the world's origin. Comparable to the most powerful blow in the ancient world. Even the ancient heaven court saints at their peak, without the leadership of the ancient great emperor, even if they joined forces, it would be difficult to resist such a terrifying attack. But at this moment, it was successfully resolved by Jiang Ye. This means that no matter what means God uses again, it will be difficult to threaten Jiang Ye. This son's talent is too heaven-defying. What kind of successor did the ancient great emperor find? Even the means that the gods have used can successfully resist, which has almost reached the invincible realm. The original true solution. I never thought that in this era, there are still people who can deconstruct the inheritance left by the ancient times to such a realm. That's right. It's not just deconstruction, but also a successful and perfect integration. If it's in the same realm situation, even if the deity Huanggu used these methods himself, he might not be able to do better than Jiang. This kid's talent is really more heaven-defying than imagined. The eyes of the ancient heaven court saints looking at Jiang Ye were already full of shock. As the strong survivors in ancient times, they have witnessed countless years of turmoil, and even followed the former peak powerhouse. His eyesight is as high as climbing to the sky. Even an eternal genius like the beginless great emperor can hardly catch their eyes. But now, the saints of the ancient heaven court have witnessed Jiang Ye's methods with their own eyes, and feel admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Because these methods are released with the same cultivation base realm, even if the ancient great emperor came in person, it may not be able to do better. It can almost be said to be the highest level of understanding in the entire ancient times. The saints of the ancient heaven court only recognize the truly strong. Since Jiang Ye is about to reach the height of the ancient great emperor, So, naturally, it can be recognized by all the saints present at the ancient heaven court. God's expression gradually became more gloomy. Even his most powerful moves are completely useless against Jiang Ye now. Moreover, by burning the power of the source, he forcibly released moves that exceeded his own capacity. Now, the breath seemed even weaker. Moreover, the ancient great emperor is getting rid of the own seal, and is about to get rid of the suppression. If the battle here continues, the consequences may be unimaginable. At this moment, God suddenly sent out a cold smile and said, "In that case, let's take this world and fall into the decay of time together." In the next second, God actually began to burn all the origins of the world, bursting out with extremely terrifying power. The faces of the ancient heaven court saints suddenly changed. Oops! Is God crazy? He actually chose to burn all the origins of the world. He did this, he was looking for death. Even if we can escape this attack, if God uses up all the power of the world, the consequences will be unimaginable. That's right, even if you can escape this attack, if the power of the source is completely exhausted in the future, this world will completely end. God, what does this mean? If he does this, he wants to die. Don't you understand? God has an obsession with the original power of the world. If you can't get it, you will choose to destroy it together. So, the only thing we can do is stop this from happening. But now God burns all the original power in an instant. With our strength, we can't suppress it at all. In the eyes of the ancient heaven court saints, there is a sense of unwillingness. Although Jiang Ye was able to use the method of the original true solution to prevent the attack from going up the tower. But it is almost impossible to stop the other party. This is the calendar area that exploded at the cost of burning the origin of the entire world. Even ordinary immortal emperors can hardly stop this. The limit that Jiang Ye can reach with all his strength is probably the same immortal emperor level as God. But it is difficult to exert power beyond the immortal emperor level. Seeing this scene is about to happen. At this time, a burst of long laughter suddenly echoed in this empty house. This trip to Great Saint has already been returned to origin. If you can't go, then you can't go. The laughter of the war saint ape echoes in the depths of this long river of time. He turned into a pure original breath, broke into the depths of the long river of time, and merged with the ancient great emperor. In the depths of the long river of time, the fluctuations of that terrifying aura became even more violent. The aura of the ancient great emperor became stronger and stronger, as if he wanted to break the shackles of the seal and reappear in rivers and lakes. Seeing this scene, the eyes of all the ancient heaven court saints here are slightly brightened. That's right. Our ancient great emperor is still there. If the ancient great emperor can be revived, there must be a way to stop all of this. Burn yourself and revive the ancient great emperor? As expected of Sun Great Saint, you can think of such a way. Old man, everything about me was bestowed by the ancient great emperor, or it's all arranged by fate. Since it came from where, let's go from there. Hey, without the inheritance left by the ancients, I am afraid that I will not be able to survive the whole life. I am afraid that this time the emperor of the underworld will lead the dark turmoil, even the ancient earth will hardly escape this calamity. Hehe, I've lived long enough, now it's time to go back and have a look. All the saints in the ancient heaven court showed relieved smiles, and then they turned into streams of light, forming a long river of brilliance, and rushed towards the depths of the long river of time, rushing madly. Beautiful thinking. God's expression suddenly became gloomy. Although, his current strength has become unstoppable. But if the terror in the depths is allowed to exist and revive, everything will change. He immediately intercepted a chaos, interrupting the long river of time and space, so as to stop everything. But at this moment, Jiang Ye sacrificed an ancient bronze coffin to protect the heroic souls of the ancient heaven court saints, and gathered in the ancient heavenly emperor. The ancient bronze coffin has extraordinary origins, even if it withstands the attacks of time, it is not damaged at all, and it is stronger than the barren tower. This is. God's expression changed slightly, he seemed to see the origin of the ancient bronze coffin. However, God's gaze became even colder, as if realizing the extraordinariness of the ancient bronze coffin, he quickly used all the cultivation base to suppress the ancient bronze coffin, and then cut off the ancient heaven court. Source of strength. But unexpectedly, Jiang Ye's figure stood in front of him. His 12 Fate Palace instantly opened, transforming into a world, block it with all his strength. Heavenly Emperor Ding, Primordial Chaos Calabash, Black Sword. All the celestial martial arts, at this moment, erupted with extreme imperial prestige, wanting to stop all of this. Go through me first. The figure of Jiang Ye resounded faintly. Even if it costs the entire 12 lives palace, stop all of this. Of course, with the strength of God, Jiang Ye's palace of 12 fate can be broken. If the palace of fate is completely destroyed, all Dao foundations collapse. So, Jiang Ye's cultivation base will be abolished, and his vitality will be completely exhausted. However, he practiced the return to origin 6 paths of reincarnation Tiangong to the extreme, even death can be resurrected. FFLX. This price is not unbearable. Just to be on the safe side. During this period, Jiang Ye also opened the Reincarnation Mall and spent 2 million reincarnation points to exchange for the elixir of immortality. Basically, it is equivalent to holding 2 death-free gold medals. At this price, block God's means and escort the recovery of the ancient great emperor. Buzz buzz. Finally, in the depths of the long river of time, an ultimate breath is being born. That breath seems to transcend everything. When he appears, the entire heavens and universe seem to have completely stopped. Boom! At this moment, the heavens have broken free from Jiang Ye's minor world. His expression suddenly changed. Perceived the deepest breath of the long river of time, finally recovered. Humph! I, good Li Zhao, have already used all the power of the world's original power, and you, Huanggu, can't stop me now. God sneered confidently. BT. His smile was completely frozen on his face. At the moment when the ancient great emperor was revived, he even cast a seal at the cost of everything. What he interrupted was the long river of time in God's body. This moment, the law of karma has been completely reversed. God felt the connection between himself and the power of the source, and he retreated rapidly. In the hands of the ancient great emperor. No. How can it be? God's face suddenly changed. He never expected that the ancient great emperor would be so decisive, also at the cost of his life. At this moment, the aura in God's body was quickly sealed, and he had lost control of the original power. Fennel fennel. In a burst of willing roars, the figure of God and the ancient great emperor disappeared into the depths at the end of the long river of time. Throughout the long river of time, it became silent again. But now, the figures of the ancient great emperor and God have disappeared. Together with the saints of the ancient heaven court. All disappeared in the depths of the long river of time. It seems that this battle is just a big dream. The figure of Jiang Ye slowly appeared in the void. He ran 6 paths of reincarnation Tiangong and was reincarnated. But now, due to the complete destruction of the Ming Palace, Jiang Ye is still an ordinary person for the time being. Only by controlling the natal black sword can he barely suspend in mid-air. The strength in the body disappeared completely, and he had to start training from the beginning to reach the level of the great emperor again. But just then, a golden torrent suddenly gathered around Jiang Ye's body. This is the power of origin. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly. The ancient great emperor successfully snatched back the original power from the hands of the gods. Now, give it to karma with a gift. Mastering this source of power is equivalent to mastering the entire world. Chapter 109. Is this the original power left to me by the ancient great emperor? Jiang Ye said softly. Now, possess this source of power. Jiang Ye can easily possess huge and incomparable power. With the help of this power, he can instantly recover all his cultivation experience. Next second, Jiang Ye absorbed this source of power. Moment. The perfect Spirit Sea secret realm has been developed. The Dao Palace secret realm has been cultivated to the extreme. 4 extreme realm secret realm Hualong secret realm returned to origin. Then, all the way from Sendai first stage day, sprint to 6th stage day, until it evolves into Quasi-Emperor. Sacred Body Mahayana, 6 paths of reincarnation. In just a very short period of time, Jiang Ye returned to the cultivation base of the 4th Great Emperor again, and his Taoism is extremely high. Now, in his eyes, a divine light burst out, looking dazzling. Restored all cultivation base auras. Now, in the depths of the long river of time, there is only Jiang Ye alone. All the saints of the ancient heaven court belonged to the ancient great emperor, and they gave all their strength to lift the final seal for him. In addition, the ruthless great emperor and Wuxi great emperor directly chose to escape into the long river of time in order to avoid this attack. With their strength, it is no longer possible to interfere with this level of battle. Even if it is affected by the slightest aftermath, it is possible to fall into a situation of eternal doom. So, jumping directly into the long river of time is the best result for the beginless great emperor and the ruthless great emperor. Jiang Ye's heart moved slightly. He sensed that in the depths of the long river of time, the aura of the ancient great emperor has not disappeared. Instead, he chose to be sealed in the same place as God. Therefore, this story does not end completely. I need to return the original power to the original world first. Subsequently, cultivate to become the 9th great emperor, and truly become a fairy of the world. In this way, I will gain strength comparable to immortal emperor, and then, once again entering the long river of time, I will be able to revive the ancient great emperor. Jiang Ye's expression changed, and he felt that he still had the opportunity to turn around. In addition, the ruthless great emperor and the beginless great emperor must be found again. If nothing else, after the ruthless great emperor and the beginless great emperor enter the long river of time, they should be resurrected in the form of reincarnation. For the time being, there is no need to stop the long river of time. Jiang Ye's thoughts moved slightly, then fell into the long river of time and immediately exited. After leaving the long river of time, the familiar feeling came again. The surrounding time and space stopped suddenly, and time was lost rapidly again. But this time, Jiang Ye has the perfect 6 paths of reincarnation Tiangong, directly resisting the 480-year-old river. Afterwards, he reversed his first life again and became the 5th great emperor. Returned to the original time and space again. Jiang Ye's heart moved slightly. Next second, this source of power is instantly returned to this world. The breath of withering years has finally disappeared. At the same time, this majestic source of power was re-injected into the entire ancient world, as if it had regained its previous vitality. The total amount of spiritual qi in the entire ancient world is more than 100 times more magnificent than at the beginning of the first chapter. And, with the continuous recovery, the total amount of spiritual qi is still getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, this source of power is fed back to Jiang Ye, making the spiritual qi in him constantly getting stronger and stronger. With my current strength, I should be able to draw with God. Of course, on the premise that God does not burn the power of the world. Perceiving his own strength, Jiang Ye smiled slightly, feeling very satisfied with it. At this moment, when the total amount of spiritual qi in this world recovers, Fairy Road reopened. Even practitioners who do not have ancient god body can now walk the path of Mahayana sacred body. The increase in the total amount of life breath is because this world brings more possibilities. In ancient times, the fairy road that had been cut off has now been revived and become able to practice. This moment, in the entire ancient world, all the saint-level powerhouses felt that this breath was returning. Excitement immediately appeared on their faces. Did you feel it? It seems that this ancient world is quietly changing. That power seems to have returned. The road to immortality has opened, and immortality is no longer a luxury. What exactly is going on? The saints in the entire ancient world have sensed that this universe has changed in the dark. Driving the whole world, it is developing towards a good trend. Past. Reaching saints' realm, already able to perceive the laws of heaven and earth. In their eyes, the fairy road in this world is blocked, and everything is like a piece of dry bone, making it difficult to set foot on the legendary fairy road. After being sanctified, every step of breakthrough is almost done in heaven defying, it is as difficult as reaching the sky. But now, the situation seems to be completely different. Even an ordinary saint feels that it seems easier for him to break through to the next realm. When the original power returns, the laws of this world have become easier to perceive. All caps have been raised. Therefore, reaching the realm of the previous level of breakthrough will naturally become a more labor-saving thing. Baidu. In the beginning, the sacred land. At this moment, Jiang Ye and others also sensed this change in the ancient world. Father, have you noticed that the breath of law today seems a little different? After Jiang Ye left the customs, he immediately found Jiang Ye, Jiang Fengjiu, and others. The family got together again to discuss matters related to cultivation. Jiang Ye said, "That's right, the original power of this ancient world is returning, and the road to immortality is opening. In the future, even if you don't need to go through the ancient road of trials, or compete for the destiny. With the power of the practitioner himself, he can break through to the great emperor realm. In the near future, we may usher in a prosperous age of the great emperor." As soon as this statement came out, the expressions of Jiang Fengjiu and the others suddenly became agitated. The prosperity of the great emperor everywhere. What an unprecedented era it will be. Jiang Zhuozhu scratched his head and said, "Father, why did our world suddenly become like this? Didn't we say that the years were withering a while ago, and now it's about to usher in a prosperous world again?" Jiang Mengchuan knocked Jiang Zhuozhu on the head, shook his head and said, "You Elmhead, you still can't figure it out. That is naturally our fifth younger brother, who defeated God in the long river of time and snatched back the original power. So, when the original source returns, the previous fairy road will naturally open." Ah! Jiang Mengchuan was extremely surprised, as if he had just suddenly realized it. He looked very surprised. It turned out to be the fifth brother again. Otherwise, what do you think? Jiang Fengjiu, Jiang Ye, Jiang Mengchuan, and Jiang Ye all shook their heads. Although the fifth brother has helped everyone improve their cultivation base, Jiang Zhuozhu's elm head still doesn't seem to have changed at all. Now, Jiang Ye began to travel mountains, rivers, and seas. With the pupil of luck, he looked for traces of the beginningless great emperor and the ruthless great emperor. 10 years later, Jiang Ye found a little girl beside a stream. This little girl has shown extraordinary aptitude since she was a child. She has a void divine body, her eyes are a little cold, and although her face is still immature, she looks a little unhuman. Jiang Ye used the wheel of fortune to see that the little girl's identity was actually the reincarnation of the former ruthless great emperor. He injected the memory of his previous life into the other party, and retrieved the heavenly devil jar from the long river of time, and handed it to the werewolf. After the ruthless man's memory recovered, he began to practice with Jiang Ye, and soon broke through to Saint's realm. It is only a matter of time for the qualifications of the werewolf to set foot on the great emperor cultivation base again. Another 3 years. Jiang Ye found the reincarnation of the beginless great emperor in a country called Qin. It can only be said that the great emperor of no beginning is worthy of being the great emperor of no beginning, but he became the king of a country at only 15 years old. Also swept the surrounding 6 countries. after helping the other party regain their memory. The cultivation speed of the beginless Great Emperor is even faster, but after a while, he has returned to the realm of the Great Saint and started to sprint for the Quasi-Emperor. Successfully retrieved the reincarnations of the two Great Emperors. Jiang Ye began to travel around the world. Now, he didn't use the fastest speed and directly entered the world. If you want to become a real mortal fairy, you must set foot in this mortal world and comprehend all kinds of human worlds. Only after deducing return to origin can we truly cut off the world of mortals and become a fairy of mortals. Therefore, in the last few lives of Jiang Ye, he was not in a hurry to progress in the strategy. Instead, he traveled the entire ancient world. Not only Baidu. There are also Ziwei, ancient earth, Protoss, demon realm. Almost all the territories of the 10,000 races, every landscape in this world, including the restricted areas where ordinary people cannot set foot. Jiang Ye went on a tour. Naturally, fat, through all the longevity, the group ushered in the end of the day. In this period of time, Ji Wuyu, Ye Fan, Zhang Taishu, Zhang Fenjiu and other acquaintances all proved to be emperors one after another, possessing endless longevity. Ushered in the era of the Great Emperor everywhere. 6 Great Emperor. 7 Great Emperor. 8 Great Emperor. 9 Great Emperor. Finally, after countless years, Jiang Ye has naturally become the 9th Great Emperor. His life has been sublimated to the extreme. Next second, an endless energy burst out from Jiang Ye's body, as if it had the same lifespan as the entire world. Sea of bitterness has been completely cultivated. Now, the spring of life in the body can be cultivated into the same original breath, and it can continue to grow. Is this the red dust fairy? Jiang Ye muttered to himself. Turn out to be. After arriving at the realm of the red dust fairy, he was able to condense the original power in his body. Compared with ordinary mortals. With this, Jiang Ye became enlightened, and the moment he crossed the world of mortals, he has become the supreme immortal emperor. At this time, several prompts popped up in front of him. Congratulations on becoming a red dust immortal, and unlocking the highest achievement in the ancient world, stepping on the peak, eternal and eternal. Evaluation, SS plus SSS. Proof value plus 1000 E. Finally an SSS rating. Jiang Ye said silently in his heart. At this time, a special reminder suddenly popped up in front of him. Deduction, you have the opportunity to open the perfect strategy for this life. In any world, there is a chance to trigger the perfect strategy, only once. If you choose to set foot on perfection, you will accept the task until you reach perfection before you can return to the original world and get additional perfect rewards. Stepping into perfection. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly. I chose to accept. He didn't expect. In addition to the SSS rating, there is even a perfect rating on top of it. Vaguely, Jiang Ye seemed to know how to complete this perfect evaluation. Without further ado, he set foot on the long river of time again. At this moment, the long river of time that the ancient great emperor sealed God to the deepest part is buried here forever. If you don't reach the immortal emperor's realm, you can't intervene in the battle between the two. At this moment, Jiang Ye sacrificed to the deepest part of the long river of time. Take a deep breath. Then, use a source of power to untie the seal. Boom! A violent sound echoed here. The figures of Shang and Huanggu Great Emperor appeared in 2 places at the same time. Damn it! You're here again! God's eyes were full of gloom. Although he is not dead yet. However, being suppressed by the ancient Great Emperor for such a long time is like crazy. The original power on his body has almost been exhausted. However, the state of the ancient Great Emperor was also not very good. He consumed almost all of his power to suppress the gods. When the seal was released, the breath of life seemed a little weak. Leave this battle to me. Jiang Ye laughed. Extinguishing Emperor Sword, directly out. No. Impossible. God's pupils shrank slightly. But at the moment when the sword was cut out, he sensed a death crisis, and it was inevitable. God desperately wants to escape. However, having reached Jiang Ye's current level, with God's current state, it is impossible to be his opponent at all. With the Emperor extinguishing sword completely cut out. No. Accompanied by a burst of mourning, the source of life in the heavens was completely removed. The immortal Emperor still ushered in the day of destruction. Is it finally over? Jiang Ye took a long breath and said lightly in his heart. At this time, the aura of the ancient great emperor is constantly weakening. Jiang Ye turned his head suddenly, looked at the ancient great emperor, and said, "Your body." The ancient great emperor smiled and said, "After living for such a long time, the rest of the time should be given to you young people." Jiang Ye said, "You have already cultivated immortal emperor, you can gather the original power in your body and reverse life, shouldn't it be a problem?" The ancient great emperor nodded, but sighed, and said, "However, I hope they can survive and witness the future." Hear, hear. Jiang Ye suddenly understood. It turned out that the ancient great emperor didn't want the saints of the ancient heaven court to pour all their power into him and die like this. He wants to use the last strength of his life to resurrect the saints of the ancient heaven court, which is equivalent to returning these powers to them. But if this is done, the ancient heavenly emperor will completely disappear in this world. The ancient great emperor's eyes fell on Jiang Ye, and he smiled and said, "Although you and I have never met, the ancient heaven court was revived because of you. In the future, if heaven court is in your hands, it will definitely be brilliant again. I have lived long enough in this life, and it is the best thing to be able to entrust the future to you young people." The figure of the ancient great emperor turned into streamers of light. Every streamer is the soul of the ancient saints. These souls scattered to the deep space of the ancient world, reincarnated, and one day, they will return to the ancient heaven court again. Jiang Ye sighed. Did not expect. The ancient great emperor actually chose this path. At this moment, a prompt popped up in front of Jiang Ye. Start the perfect mission. Mission, world line without tragedy. Description, resurrect the ancient great emperor and create an extremely perfect world. Tip, use the reincarnation mall to exchange for the ancient heart, and the ancient heavenly emperor will be reincarnated again. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly. Original. The ancient great emperor sacrificed himself in exchange for the reincarnation of the saints of the ancient heaven court. His soul will not be reincarnated, and will disappear forever into the deep space of the universe, never to return. But now, as long as he exchanged the ancient heart, everything could be reversed? Jiang Ye suddenly realized that since the jar of heavenly devil and the clock without a beginning that had drifted down the river of time could be exchanged by himself, so it is not a problem to exchange the lost heart of the ancient great emperor. Thinking of this, Jiang Ye's heart moved slightly, and he opened the reincarnation mall. Would you like to spend 15 million reincarnation points to exchange for the ancient heart? Chapter 110. This price, isn't it too expensive? Jiang Ye was taken aback when he saw that desolate heart needed 15 million reincarnation points. Looking at the entire ancient world, this should be the most expensive item. Up to 1,000 to 5 million reincarnation points. If it is a normal reincarnation, it is impossible to afford such a high fee. Even if it was Jiang Ye who swept a large number of proof points all the way, he reached the SSS level evaluation. So far, all the reincarnation points on his body add up to only 18 million reincarnation points. This is the only way to be able to exchange for desolate ancient heart. If it is another reincarnation, facing this high reincarnation point, I am afraid that I can only stare blankly, and I will not be able to take it out at all. Even for Jiang Ye now. Such a huge reincarnation point is almost equivalent to the entire family. If you really want to exchange it, you can't help but feel a little pain. Let's choose to exchange. Jiang Ye took a deep breath and made a decision out of his heart. After all, it is a perfect strategy above the SSS level. If it is an ordinary dungeon, the highest level reaches the SSS level, which is almost the upper limit of the dungeon score. There are only a very small number of copies, and there is a probability to trigger the perfect strategy. Now, this opportunity is now in front of Jiang Ye. He had to think about whether this would be his only chance in this life to step into the perfect strategy. If you miss this village, you may not have a store in the future. Jiang Ye gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and directly spent 15 million reincarnation points in exchange for Heart of Desolation. Immediately, a reminder popped up in front of. You spent 1500 reincarnation points and successfully exchanged for the Ancient Heart. Do you want to use the Ancient Heart? Enter the perfect strategy line, and find the reincarnation of the ancient great emperor. Yes. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly, and he quickly made a decision. Since it is necessary to achieve perfection, it is naturally impossible without paying a price. If it is based on the original heavenly Dao law of the ancient world. When the ancient great emperor chose to sacrifice himself to resurrect the saints of the ancient heaven court, then, he cannot be resurrected again. Jiang Ye owns the reincarnation mall and holds all the possibilities. With the power of Reincarnation Tower. This power from the outside world can reverse miracles and create a world line leading to perfection. Of course, since it is necessary to rely on the power of the outside world, it is naturally impossible to do so without paying any price. Any gift of fate must be paid with chips of the same price. And consuming 15 million reincarnation points to exchange for a perfect strategy that is likely to be 1 or 2 chances in this life may not be a bad deal. Although the current 15 million reincarnation points can be said to be very high for Jiang Ye. But wait until you enter a more advanced copy later. Maybe, 15 million reincarnation points per day is not a high price. Reincarnation points can never be earned, and, as the level of the copy increases, there will be more and more. 2. The perfect strategy is likely to be just a few opportunities. Therefore, spending 15 million reincarnation points to exchange for such a one-time opportunity is not a loss-making business. My mind moved slightly. A golden heart appeared in Jiang Ye's hand. Afterwards, this heart turned into a ray of light, and flew to the deep space of the universe far away. It just has to go through a few epochs again. The ancient great emperor will return again. Jiang Ye murmured in his heart. After 100 years, the reincarnations of the saints of the ancient heaven court appeared one after another in the world. Becoming immortal emperor, Jiang Ye can easily cover the entire divine sense to the entire ancient world. Therefore, he soon found the saints of the ancient heaven court. But, in order to make the recovery speed of the saints faster, and better adapt to the memory of the previous life, based on the experience of each saint's previous life, Jiang Ye made a journey of catastrophe. After passing these tests, they can quickly find the path they want to take, quickly recover their strength, and adapt to this force. Become the fairy queen of the red dust. Jiang Ye's experience is extraordinary, and he can almost see the path that saint needs to take at a glance, and the hardships created are more targeted. With the potential and character of the saints, they will soon be able to pass these tests and find the corresponding path. The speed is even faster. In a sense, it feels like the me now is more similar to the heavenly Dao God. Jiang Ye's heart moved slightly, and he couldn't help laughing. It's like weaving the fate of all beings. This feeling is a bit strange. 1,000 years later, most of the saints of the ancient heaven court practiced return to origin. Although the strength has not yet returned to its peak state, it has become a saint. At this time, the saints began in the heaven court. At the same time, through this fate, Jiang Ye discovered that using this law can promote the growth of the original power in the body. Although he has become an immortal emperor, his morality is still growing as a minister. Helping the saints of the ancient heaven court restore their past memories, and getting them back on the path they took, seems to be of greater help to my way. Jiang Ye noticed that the original power in the body was more pure and thorough than at the beginning, as if it was closer to the source of the Dao, and he couldn't help but secretly said in his heart. One day, if the original power of On is as strong as that of the ancient world, so, is it through another more correct way to walk on the path of God? Original. God wants to forcibly destroy the original source of the world and absorb it, so that he can replace the original heavenly Dao and become the new heavenly Dao. But the route Jiang Ye took was to cultivate himself to heavenly Dao at the same level. If the original power in his body can one day be cultivated to a level even larger than the original ancient world, does that mean that his own will can replace the original heavenly Dao will? In this way, to reach the level beyond the immortal emperor and become a heavenly Dao level powerhouse? Jiang Ye's heart suddenly seemed to become excited, as if he had found the correct path to the perfect strategy. The ancient heart is not just as simple as resurrecting the ancient great emperor and casting a perfect world line. It seems to guide myself to find a correct path to a higher level. The method he found is better than God, and it can logically replace the original heavenly Dao without destroying the original system. Isn't this beyond the level of the ancient great emperor and God? With this, realize the perfect strategy in this world. Thinking of this, Jiang Ye not only started to weave the path of the saints of the ancient heaven court, but also began to secretly try to influence the fate of all beings. But everything he does will not destroy the balance, but will naturally promote the development of everything according to the original heavenly Dao law. 5,000 years later, Jiang Ye has arranged the way of saints' enlightenment among all races. Each path, without repetition, is different. By constantly comparing, Jiang Ye's Dao heart has become more and more transparent, and his perception of the Dao is getting closer to the essence. When he tried to arrange these paths, it was like experiencing a new life in person, and he was watching all this from the perspective of a bystander. The experience feels more different. All kinds of experiences were precipitated by Jiang Ye and became part of his strength. The original power in the body keeps growing. With my current original strength, it seems to have reached a level that is close to this piece of heavenly Dao, 1/10. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. He continued to move towards this path, constantly deducing and simulating. After 10,000 years, Baidu, Ziwei, Ancient Earth, Protoss, Demon Realm. The entire deep space of the universe is almost left with Jiang Ye's handwriting. He has now reached a natural level for the Dao, and with a wave of his hand, the Dao rhyme is endless. The various paths to holiness, as well as thousands of laws of life, are almost all summed up by Jiang Ye. Even, these lives are no longer completely disordered, with ups and downs in the torrent of fate. Instead, it follows objective laws. These laws are closely related to the surrounding natural environment, complex interpersonal relationships, each person's personality, temperament, and final birth choices. As long as you master these laws, it seems that you will become more handy and even controllable when weaving your destiny. As Jiang Ye researches and understands this in depth, his morality is getting higher and higher. Now, only one thought is needed to simulate the great saint's road to holiness, the experience of these 1,000 years, various turning points, and changes in the trough, and match it with the current background, system, and corresponding conditions of the ancient world. Deducing. Form a complete system. At this point, Jiang Ye feels that he has his own cultivation base, and it has become higher than before. If it is said that 5,000 years ago, the original power in his body was equivalent to 1/10 of heavenly Dao. Now, this ratio has reached half. The road to becoming a real heavenly Dao has already gone halfway. During this period, all the saints of the ancient heaven court have completed their final journey. They even surpassed their previous lives and became heavenly emperors. And Ye Fan, Ji Wu, Jiang Taishu and other acquaintances have already realized the ninth life of reverse life and become immortal mortals. Although they are mortals, the path they walked is different from that of Jiang Ye. Unable to reach immortal emperor tier. For ordinary cultivators, reaching the red dust immortal is the highest realm. If you want to become immortal emperor, if the original path is not good, you will not be able to sprint to this realm. If you choose to rebuild, you will face even greater risks, and you may not even be able to reach the peak level of the past. Certainly. This is also thanks to Heavenly Dao, which broke the previous situation of withering in the past years, and reopened the road to immortality. Aspiring to become the great emperor is no longer a difficult task. At this time, the saints of the ancient heaven court recalled the memories of their previous lives, and returned to the heaven court one after another. This former dilapidated and deserted heaven court. Now, once again the excitement of the past was restored. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect to see your grandson monkey again. I hope you don't make trouble in the heavenly palace anymore. Tais Hanglajun frowned, just returned to the ancient heaven court, saw the familiar Do War Saint ape, couldn't help triggering the previous bloodline, and started teasing again. Do War Saint raised his eyebrows and said, "You old man has been reincarnated once, why is your mouth still so annoying? Why can't you talk less, practice a few more medicine pills, and let my old grandson have a mouth addiction?" Bodhi smiled slightly, and said, "The great saint set foot on Ling Xiao in the past, thinking that the farewell meant that we would never see each other again. Unexpectedly, the great emperor of Huanggu was willing to sacrifice himself in exchange for us to return to this way." Hearing this sentence, the ancient heaven court saints present here are all deeply moved. Yet, it's just like a dream. The ancient great emperor really made me feel emotional. I didn't expect to be able to follow such a great emperor in this life, it's really 1,000 deaths. It's a pity that after that farewell, I can no longer see the great emperor. Speaking of which, even though the saints of the ancient heaven court lived for countless epochs, they couldn't help but burst into tears. Such a great emperor, I don't know if there is any hope to meet again in this life. At this time, Jiang Ye opened his eyes and shot Tian Dao Zhenba. He smiled slightly and said, "Everyone, who said that we can't see the ancient great emperor again?" As soon as this remark came out, the saints of the ancient heaven court suddenly felt puzzled. Bodhi opened the mouth and said, "However, the ancient great emperor sacrificed all his origins in exchange for our resurrection. In a sense, he has deviated from the 6 realms, so he cannot be accepted by the 6 realms. Samsara. Nature cannot be reincarnated. In this way, it should be impossible for the ancient great emperor to come back, so how can we see him again?" Jiang Ye smiled and said, "No, Emperor Yin has already returned. When the saints of the ancient heaven court return, it is time for the reincarnation of the ancient great emperor." His mind moved slightly, and a picture was projected immediately. It is the reincarnated ancient great emperor. The saints of the ancient heaven court were very familiar with the former immortal emperor, even if it was just a reincarnation, but at the first sight, they recognized him immediately. Suddenly became surprised and happy. "Great emperor, really that great emperor? Huang, this guy is really not dead, it's beyond my expectation. It's nothing short of a miracle." However, although the saints of the ancient heaven court said it was a miracle, they looked at Jiang Ye with shock. With their level of becoming great emperors, it is natural to see that Jiang Ye's current cultivation base has exceeded everyone's imagination. Reach almost the same level as Heavenly Dao. Perhaps it is precisely because Jiang Ye has reached a level that others can't imagine, so he can help the ancient great emperor to achieve reincarnation again. Immediately, the ancient heaven court looked at Jiang Ye, not only full of respect, but also grateful. With Jiang Ye's arrangement, the saints of the ancient heaven court immediately turned into the ancient great emperor to pass the various tests on the road, and went to help the ancient great emperor to restore the former peak cultivation base. with the help of the saints of the ancient heaven court. The ancient great emperor rose like a comet as if he had mastered the template of the Protagonist. Soon, after 18 years, the ancient great emperor successfully broke through to the quasi-emperor's realm. This speed is enough to surpass the world forever. Finally, the memory of the ancient great emperor has been revived. Back to heaven court again. All acquaintances gather together. A perfect world is finally created. In fact, after reaching half of the progress of heavenly Dao, Jiang Ye felt that his own cultivation path slowed down. With the power of origin, after reaching half of heavenly Dao's level, every step of cultivation seems extremely difficult. It seems that there is some huge threshold that hinders the road to customs clearance. However, after witnessing the rise of the ancient great emperor, Jiang Ye's Dao heart seemed to break through this shackle, and began to improve rapidly. As soon as his eyes moved, his heart sank instantly, and he began to refine and absorb this perception and experience. At the same time, the original power in the body is also constantly growing. 2/3. 4 out of 5. 9 out of 10. 100%. Finally, Jiang Ye's original power has reached the same level as heavenly Dao here. Even, this progress is still increasing continuously, gradually surpassing the original heavenly Dao. So that's how it is. Although I created the recovery route for the saints in the ancient heaven court, I still lack the most critical one. The cultivation process of the ancient great emperor is closer to myself. So, cooperating with the saints of the ancient heaven court, weaving the route for the ancient great emperor to become the immortal emperor again, is equivalent to rebuilding my own road. Just like the breakthrough Sendai secret realm, Spirit Sea needs to be rebuilt. Only by repeatedly polishing the path we have traveled before can we achieve the strongest. Jiang Ye understood all the roots of the perfect strategy, so he couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of Jiang Ye. Congratulations on becoming the new heavenly Dao. Successfully complete the perfect strategy. Yi. Chapter 111. At this time, Jiang Ye's consciousness is connected to this world. At this moment, the entire heavenly Dao was under the control of Jiang Ye, and the original heavenly Dao's will was replaced naturally. Very simple. Since the original power in Jiang Ye's body can surpass the original heavenly Dao in this world, it will naturally be able to cover it perfectly. At this level, Jiang Ye only needs a slight movement of his mind to see what happened in any corner of the ancient world, in any time and space. His gaze can penetrate the past, present and future, see what happened before the long river of time, and even see the future where everything comes to an end. Even if it is the fate of all living beings, and the direction of all subsequent fates. At this moment, in front of Jiang, he can see everything. If it is an ordinary mortal fairy, even an immortal emperor, if he receives such a huge amount of knowledge, he will inevitably be affected by it and fall out of control. But precisely because of Jiang Ye's practice, he has reached the most perfect realm. Therefore, no matter what the result is, for him himself, there will no longer be any wavering. Dao heart is firm and tenacious to an unimaginable realm. Talt asterisk. To reach the perfect realm. Replaces the original heavenly Dao. Obtaining this is the highest honor for the reincarnated. You have obtained the perfect strategy. Would you like to quit the copy? This option can be reserved for 1 year. After 1 year, it will automatically return to the original world. Exit. Jiang Ye smiled slightly. This time, he did not choose to stay like Trisolaran. After becoming heavenly Dao, Jiang Ye has set his sights beyond the past, present, and future. From the beginning of ancient times to the end, everything that will happen here has entered Jiang's mind. Since we can see the future, there is no need to stay here any longer. 310 moved slightly. Next second, Jiang Ye's consciousness plummeted rapidly. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar tower of reincarnation appeared in front of On again. At the same time, a reminder popped up in front of him. Unlocking the perfect strategy reward for you. Imperial College. At this time, suddenly, an unprecedented light curtain erupted from the Reincarnation Tower. That majestic energy turned into a sharp sword and pierced through the sky immediately. The high-level officials of all the schools were alarmed by it. This Reincarnation Tower built under the ground burst out energy in an instant, reaching the level of hundreds of millions of ethers. Even if it is separated by a 1,000-meter deep underground rock formation. This energy gathered together, still passed through the clouds, and pierced to the nine heavens dome. A burst of sirens soon came from the Imperial Capital Academy. Warn! Unexplainable energy has appeared in the underground rock formation. We must send someone immediately to check the situation. The source of this energy is unknown, even the SSS-level Reincarnation Tower cannot release such terrifying energy. It is very likely that there is an abnormal phenomenon. Should Long Wuvai be dispatched to investigate? This news was immediately transmitted to the phone of Xiaolong Wu, the highest level of Long Wuvai. His expression suddenly became solemn. Because Xiaolong Wu knows better than others. This time happened to be the time when Jiang came out of the dungeon. Could it be? Is it all about Jiang Ye? Xiaolong Wu was shocked, and many possibilities emerged in his mind. Could it be that this kid? What big surprise did you bring yourself? However, according to the energy detected by the energy detection station, even the universal divine light released by the SSS level evaluation does not have such terrifying fluctuations. In addition to the thick mantle layer, the 1,000-meter deep underground rock formation is also equipped with many isolation formations to prevent the energy fluctuations inside from leaking out. But at this time, the fluctuations released by the Tower of Reincarnation are more than 100 times higher than the highest SSS rating detected in the past. It subverted the situation that has occurred in the history of Reincarnation Tower. So, regarding the anomaly of Reincarnation Tower, whether Jiang Ye made it or not, there are doubts. The most important thing is that if something abnormal happens, Jiang Ye, who is about to come out, is likely to be in danger too. Thinking of this, Xiaolong Wu's expression suddenly became solemn, and said, I will go there in person to check the situation. Everyone in Long Wuvai couldn't help being slightly shocked. They all know that Xiaolong Wu's strength is extremely terrifying, and he is one of the top powerhouses among the current reincarnations. Usually don't do it yourself. This time, Xiaolong Wu actually chose to go there himself, and immediately made everyone feel that something big was about to happen. I don't know what's going on with this light curtain. That's right, the energy contained in it is too huge. I heard that the island country next door, as well as the eagle country and free country far beyond the ocean, can observe this energy. However, this energy doesn't seem to have a very strong lethality, otherwise the entire Imperial Capital Academy will be overturned by this energy. I don't know what's going on. Hope everything is going well. The influence brought by this light curtain is only just beginning. Now, everyone in the Dragon Country raised their heads, and they could see this light curtain rising from the sky above the Imperial Capital Academy. Immediately, the pedestrians on the street stopped one after another, the vehicles all slowed down, the sound of horns sounded everywhere on the road, and the passengers on the flying boat all gathered to the windows, picked up their cameras, and took shocking pictures. These photos have just been released on the internet, and immediately caused heated discussions, and almost the entire Dragon Kingdom is discussing related matters. My God, what the hell is this light curtain? It seems to have emerged from the underground of the Imperial Capital Academy. According to the legend, there seems to be a reincarnation tower hidden there. The students of the Imperial Capital Academy can pass through the Reincarnation Tower to carry out strategies. The information secrecy is almost invincible. Could it be that there is an SSS-level universal light in that tower? No, even the SSS-level universal divine light can be sealed with the secrecy of the Imperial Academy. Didn't you see universal divine light before? It doesn't seem to look like this, and it doesn't have such terrifying energy. Then what exactly is this beam? If someone knew, they wouldn't be here now, but they would be in the Imperial Capital Academy. It is estimated that only the high-level officials of the institution can grasp the core secrets. Imperial College. Underground Reincarnation Tower. The rewards for this perfect evaluation popped up in front of Jiang Ye continuously. Congratulations on clearing the third world perfect score in the ancient world. Opening the settlement page for you. Third world, ancient world. In this instance of the ancient world, you have accumulatively obtained 2500 certification points. Score, Perfect Raiders. Inheriting the Aura Day of Shelter, SSS. Get million spiritual chi empowerment, S+. Unlock ability 6 paths of reincarnation fist, SS. Unlock world props heavenly emperor tripod, S. Unlock world props desolate tower, S+. Unlock world props bronze coffin, SS. Unlock the spiritual treasure of the heavens primordial chaos calabash, S. Reward SSS level item card reward double card. One-time use card can double the reward. You have obtained the perfect strategy, and you have obtained the perfect level reward the gate of the world, ancient world. You have lifted the abnormal point of the world and obtained a world-class reward Shura 6 paths, SSS. Your comprehensive evaluation reaches SSS level or above to reward world-class props ancient heaven court, $SS. Test. You have obtained the limited challenge qualification of 9 worlds to become a god, do you accept it? Now. A variety of reminders popped up in front of Jiang Ye. Etc. 9th Ascension God Limit Challenge Qualification. What's this? Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly. Subsequently, the explanation about the rules of 9 generations of godhood immediately popped up in front of Jiang Ye. To put it simply, becoming a god in the 9th world is to challenge the 9th world with an SSS rating. The task reward will automatically lead to the reward route of becoming a god. After passing the 9th world perfectly, then, gather all these rewards. You can become a real god. Jiang Ye's mind twitched slightly, and he immediately understood what the 9 generations of god was all about. To put it bluntly, this is a reward-inducing route. Once the 9 worlds become a god is activated. So, leapfrog challenge cards and dungeon selection cards will not be available. The Reincarnation Tower will put Jiang Ye in the dungeon that he has to go through in the sequence of becoming a god. As long as the SSS level evaluation of these dungeons is achieved, then, by gathering the power rewards obtained by the 9th world, one can naturally reach the realm of the god of reincarnation. After all, reincarnators have various abilities, even if they have experienced several lives. If all the skills cannot be combined, the achievements they can achieve are still quite limited. But if it is changed to 9 worlds become a god, then it will maximize efficiency and combine all the rewards and skills obtained. In this way, reach the realm of God. Accept. Jiang Ye smiled and quickly chose to accept. To know. In the current world of reincarnators, no one has been able to truly reach the realm of God. In front of him, since there is this direct opportunity in front of Jiang Ye, of course he accepts it directly. There is no need to hesitate. The requirements for becoming a god for 9 lifetimes are extremely high. It is necessary for each of the next 6 lives to reach the SSS level evaluation in order to reach the realm of God. If any one life fails, even if the score is half an S, the 9th life Shendo will fail. However, the failure to become a god in the 9th life has nothing to do with the final score of the reincarnated person. Those who can pass are not those who can pass. It's just an extra limit challenge sequence. Even if it fails, there will be no loss to myself. If the challenge is successful. So, Jiang Ye's efficiency will be countless times faster than other reincarnations. You only need to complete the next 6 lives to reach the realm of the gods. After selecting accept. In front of my eyes, a new panel immediately popped up. Limited mission 9 generations to become a god. Condition, SS. S-rated world, 3/9. Reward, Realm of God. Remarks, for the speed pass route of the perfect person, only those who have reached the perfect reincarnated person are eligible to start this challenge. It turns out that only reincarnations who have passed the perfect strategy can have the qualifications to open the limited challenge of becoming a god for 9 generations. From this point of view, this is a reward for top reincarnators from Reincarnation Tower, and it is also a very challenging test. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. If you choose to take the route of 9 worlds become gods, it means that the leapfrog challenge card and the world selection card cannot be used. Reincarnation Tower will automatically match itself with the strategy route of 9 worlds become a god. It's hard to imagine. It is very likely that every dungeon in the future will face a test that may be even greater than that of the ancient world. After all, if one wants to reach 9 worlds of godhood, it is naturally not a path that ordinary reincarnations can take. However, Jiang Ye now possesses the 3 protagonist auras of full-level luck, infinite deduction, and day of shelter. Moreover, he now has a huge reincarnation point, which can be used at any time to deal with subsequent dungeons. I have a failure exemption card in my hand, which can offset the death risk caused by a failure. Take a gamble. Challenge the route of 9 worlds become gods. If he really succeeds, not only can he become the only god in the world of reincarnators, but he can also unlock the speed pass route. It is estimated that no one can be faster than On. Subsequently, Jiang Ye set his sights on On's other rewards. Millions of spiritual qi empowerment. This is much more powerful than martial arts true qi. Just manipulating such a huge spiritual qi is enough to make me an S-end level master in the reincarnation world. True qi, spiritual qi, magic, fighting qi. For energy like this, the grade has the highest gold content. It is much higher than the gold content of abilities, skills, props, and weapons. Almost whatever level the energy is, then the strength of the reincarnated person can correspond to the corresponding level. Jiang Ye now has the S-end level spiritual qi empowerment. So, his strength can reach the level of S-end reincarnator. Reincarnators who have reached this level, looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, already belong to the ranks of the strong, and only 1% of them can reach the strength above S+. At the same time, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Punch is an SS level ability with even more terrifying explosive power. With 1,000,000 spiritual qi empowerment, if Jiang Ye releases the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist now, it is enough to pose a fatal threat to even SS level powerhouses. The level of the ability can increase the upper limit of the destructive power of the reincarnated, allowing them to have enough means to kill enemies with a higher level than themselves. Of course, as to whether you can successfully defeat your opponent, it also depends on the abilities you possess comprehensively, the choice of battle, and the abilities between each other, whether there is a restraint relationship. The more types of ability attributes the reincarnation has, and the different abilities can be combined, the higher the upper limit will be. There is no perfect job, all abilities must be coordinated, and while making up for all shortcomings, maximize the advantages to reach the level of invincibility. If you want to be the reincarnation of the realm of God, you must be perfect in all aspects. Not only do you need to clear a large number of dungeons and acquire many different types of skills, but the reincarnation itself has strong fighting qualities and abilities. It also takes a little bit of luck to get the corresponding ability. It can be said, the limit challenge of becoming a god in the 9th world is completely enough to offset the gap of luck. As long as you have the strength and complete the 9th world challenge with the highest standard, you will be qualified to become a god. Reincarnation Tower will open up a path that does not require luck but only depends on strength for the truly powerful challenger war practitioner. Primordial Chaos Calabash has become my heavenly treasure, which can be summoned to use in the real world. With a slight movement of Jiang Ye's mind, Calabash was held in his hand immediately. Only need to use calabash. After injecting huge spiritual chi, the opponent can be sucked into calabash and refined with real fire. Basically, reincarnators below S end rank will die if they enter primordial chaos calabash. Even if it cannot be absorbed into the calabash, it can still bring a powerful control effect to the opponent, weakening at least 20% of its mobility, and the stronger its own strength, the more control it can bring to the opponent. The effect will be stronger. In addition, primordial chaos calabash can also be used as a storage tool to store various weapons, money, and precious items in it, which is more useful than interspatial ring. It can be said to be excellent value for money. As for world props, they cannot be summoned into reality, but they can be used in own world space. Consuming the power of the source can project the world props. The ceiling is still pretty high. My mind moved slightly. Jiang Ye enters own world space. Chapter 112. My mind moved slightly. Jiang Ye's mind has already arrived at his divine domain space. At this time, in the space of God's domain, there are several more items. It is the Heavenly Emperor tripod, barren tower, and ancient bronze coffin. It is almost exactly the same as the inherited immortal martial arts that I obtained in the ancient world. I didn't expect that after obtaining the perfect strategy, these immortal martial arts would become world props and be presented to my God's domain space. Jiang Ye smiled slightly. At this time, God's domain space, after these few world props, Jiang Ye's total source power has now risen to as much as 5,000. It should also be because the world props have a good history of civilization. Therefore, as long as one obtains one world item, it will be of great benefit to the improvement of the total source power. Although the world props can only be used in the God's domain space, it doesn't mean that they don't have any help in reality. When necessary, the power of the world can be consumed to project the world props. The more source power, the longer the projection time. In the real world, the effects projected by the world props are extremely powerful. It can be called the top-level spiritual treasure of the heavens, and may even be more powerful than the Black Sword. So, as long as I have enough world power in the future. These world props can be summoned and used almost infinitely in reality, which means that the world props have also been upgraded to heavenly treasures. Jiang Ye couldn't help but smile slightly. In any case, the upper limit of world props is still very high. In the future, there will be a chance to summon the barren tower, Heavenly Emperor tripod and ancient bronze coffin in real battles. Jiang Ye noticed that the ancient bronze coffin is actually an SS-level world item. Even higher than Heavenly Emperor Ding and barren tower. It seems. The origin of this ancient bronze coffin is indeed not that simple. In the final decisive battle against God, the ancient bronze coffin also successfully resisted the pressure of the heavenly Dao level, escorted the will of the saints, and injected it into the body of the ancient great emperor. This is the final counterattack. Therefore, the level and background of the ancient bronze coffin are probably even more terrifying than imagined. Jiang Ye thought for a while, and suddenly remembered that after he became heavenly Dao in the ancient world, he didn't seem to be able to see the origin of the ancient bronze coffin. It seems that this ancient bronze coffin has been here for 18 years since ancient times. And what kind of fate the ancient bronze coffin will have in the future is even more impossible to figure out. It is so chaotic that even heavenly Dao can hardly notice the existence of this level. Could it be that the ancient bronze coffin actually came from a higher world? Jiang Ye's mind moved secretly, thinking of this possibility. After all, the reincarnation worlds are not completely independent. Although the different dimensional spaces are separated by the crystal wall system. But some special energies can penetrate into other worlds and pose a threat. For example, the world of evil gods has invaded many other worlds, and even the world of reincarnation has traces of invasion by the world of evil gods, which has brought huge disasters and turmoil, and is a force that may destroy the world. Even in the reincarnated world, they will attach great importance to the gods. Certainly. From the current perspective, the ancient bronze coffin has nothing to do with the world of evil gods. But the origin always feels not so simple. Jiang Ye has a vague feeling that the ancient world may not end that easily, and there is still a karma, which involves the reality of the reincarnated world and the future of own. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the side. Jiang Ye, you are back. Zero's figure appeared in front of Jiang Ye again, her eyes moved slightly, as if she had noticed some changes, and said, I seem to feel that you disappeared suddenly for a while, as if you went somewhere. This feeling is like arriving in another world, and I can't feel the connection with you at all. However, when you come back, it seems to give me a different feeling. Yet, did you go to another world? Jiang Ye smiled and said, Yes, I entered the Reincarnation Tower before, just like I came to your world before, and went to another world. How about it? Zero's eyes brightened, she had also heard about the setting of reincarnation before. You can travel to different worlds. It sounds envious. It's a pity. Jiang Ye can only transfer Zero to the space of own God's domain. Strictly speaking, Zero is not considered a person in the reincarnation world, so naturally he cannot enter other worlds. Think about it. Zero couldn't help but feel a little pity. Sometimes, she is really envious of the reincarnation, who can travel to different worlds and see different scenery. TB. You can also experience different kinds of life. Jiang Ye can perform so well in the three-body world, so he will definitely not be too bad when he goes to other worlds. Wait, I seem to have obtained the World Gate reward after passing the perfect strategy. Suddenly, Jiang Ye seemed to think of something, and his mind moved slightly. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of him. Do you want to place the Gate of the World, Ancient World, in your God's domain space? Jiang Ye's mind moved, and he immediately chose yes. Next second, in front of them, a void and profound gate appeared in front of the two of them. It's like being able to travel to another world. Jiang Ye immediately sensed that from the opposite side of this door, there was an aura of antiquity rushing towards his face. This breath is so familiar. Could it be that the opposite is the ancient world? After getting the reward of the perfect strategy, can you open a door to the world and teleport to the anchor point of the world? Jiang Ye's gaze moved slightly, and he immediately analyzed the function of the world gate. At this moment, Zero's curious eyes fell on the door, curiously said, Yeah, is this the gate you created? It seems that there is an energy mirage in it that I can't understand. It's like not belonging to this world. Why do I feel that this door seems to lead to another world? Jiang Ye took a deep look at Ling, and had to say, this girl with infinite deduction has extraordinary savvy, and she can catch the truth of things so quickly. To a certain extent, even Ye Fan's enlightenment of the world is not as powerful as Zero's infinite deduction. It can be called the strongest comprehension in the reincarnated world. During the use of the ancient world, Jiang Ye has both of these SSS level savvy. But I can obviously feel that infinite deduction is easier to use than epiphany. After all, Zero's savvy is at the level of the protagonist's halo, and although the epiphany of Hongchen is also at the SSS level, Ye Fan's real aura is deduce shelter, and savvy is only one part of it. Naturally it is a level behind Chang's savvy. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, and now he is not sure whether he can inherit the original heavenly Dao through this ancient door. Moreover, the ancient world is more threatening. If you only have a mortal body, if you enter it, you may encounter danger. It's better to go in by yourself first, confirm the situation inside, and then decide whether to take it in or not. Thinking of this, Jiang Ye turned his head to look at Ling, and said, You wait for me here first, I will come as soon as I go. Zero nodded obediently, completely obeying Jiang Ye's arrangement. With a thought, Jiang Ye entered the gate of this world. He felt his own body, as if he had traveled through countless light years, and his consciousness was sinking towards a certain place. Afterwards, Jiang Ye felt the majestic original power is returning. And his consciousness is connected to this piece of heavenly Dao. I'm back. Jiang Ye was extremely surprised. Did not expect. After leaving the ancient world this time, he was able to return again. At this time, Ye Fan, the saints of the ancient heaven court, Zhang Taishu and others seemed to perceive some situations, and sent consciousness towards Jiang Ye one after another. Ye, why do you seem to be back? Yet, it seems that for a while, I can't perceive your existence. I thought you just disappeared. I didn't expect to come back. Jiang Ye's mind moved, and he immediately perceived the entire ancient world with his spiritual sense. He suddenly discovered. Although I have been away for a few thousand years, the overall pattern has not changed much. It is the same as the future predicted by myself as Heavenly Dao. Ye Fan, Zhang Taishu and others, since they have become immortals in the world of mortals, they can live forever and live forever in the world. Could it be that? The gate of the world, the ancient world connected to it, is it a save file saved by me after the perfect strategy? Even if I'm away for a while, because I became Heavenly Dao, I've already seen the future. So, no matter whether it appears in any time and space, there will be no big problem. Jiang Ye thought of this, and then he kind of understood the setting of the gate of the world. Now that the archive can be saved, Jiang Ye can return here at any time, and he is still the invincible Heavenly Dao class. Even, you can use the gate of the world to accomplish many things. You don't have to worry. As Heavenly Dao, I sometimes fall into a deep sleep to keep myself in balance and not lose control. Jiang Ye responded to the questions of Ye Fan and others with will. At this time, the doubts in everyone's hearts were instantly resolved. After all, Jiang Ye has become Heavenly Dao, so the way of existence must be different. Thinking of this, everyone still thinks that Hongchen Fairy is a little more chic, and Heavenly Dao has to bear too much, and for the sake of balance, he has to fall into a deep sleep. It seems that the fairy of the world is more relaxed. Many realms who were about to reach Immortal Emperor immediately gave up their idea of becoming Heavenly Dao. Since being a Heavenly Dao is so uncomfortable, of course it is not as cool as being a mortal fairy. I don't know what God thinks. If you don't do Immortal Emperor, you have to die and drag the entire Heavenly Dao to be buried together. I don't know what will happen now. Soon, Jiang Ye's will disappeared again. However, everyone now has no doubts in their hearts. After receiving Jiang Ye's explanation, they all understood that Heavenly Dao is not so easy to be. But, as long as Jiang Ye doesn't disappear and can wake up to respond from time to time, all acquaintances are quite satisfied. Return from the ancient world. Jiang Ye opened his eyes and returned to the familiar God's domain space again. He looked at Zero, smiled slightly, and said, "It's safe inside, come with me." Zero was overjoyed and hurriedly followed. She knew that since it was what Jiang Ye said, then of course there is no problem. Moreover, judging from the attitude of the other party, it may be to show yourself something different. Through the gates of the world. With Heavenly Dao consciousness, Jiang Ye sheltered the existence of Zero and took her to tour the entire ancient world. From Baidu, to Ziwei, to Wanzhou. There's even an ancient earth. Yet, is this the other world you went to? Ling's face was full of surprises, she never expected that Jiang Ye would come to such a colorful world. Compared with the three-body world, the ancient world is simply too big, and there are all kinds of supernatural powers. There are many races, and the strong reach the pinnacle. This magnificent world, as well as the deep and boundless deep space, together form a huge and magnificent world, which is impressive. Yet, can you still take me to other worlds, such as returning to the Tri-Solaran world? Zero's mind moved and asked. For the time being, I can only go back and forth to this world. If I have a chance in the future, I may be able to travel to other worlds. Jiang Ye said. Is that so? Zero immediately realized that not all worlds could travel back and forth casually. It is likely that some very harsh conditions must be met. 2. It's a different world after all. Jiang Ye was able to bring himself back. It should be already a very great means in the reincarnation world he belongs to. And being able to travel back and forth between the two worlds is a supernatural power level method. Even in the reincarnation world, there are probably only a very small number of people who have unlocked such a function. Zero realizes that Jiang Ye should be a very powerful character in the reincarnation world, right? 173. 0. Are you interested in creating a similar world in our world? Jiang Ye paused and asked. Ling was taken aback for a moment, and then said, I also think about it, but the current source power of this world doesn't seem to be enough to carry such a huge world. Moreover, these lives give me the feeling that they are stronger than ordinary natural evolution. To create such a world in our world, it seems that the current conditions are not enough. Nice. Even learn to use some professional terms. Jiang Ye admired secretly in his heart. Zero is indeed a genius who created the world. It hasn't been long, and even the setting of source power and attributes has been mastered. Moreover, it is different to discover the problem of creating the same world at a glance, and to understand the origin of different worlds. Really? It is a wise choice to create Zero in the own world. Zero's infinite deduction is almost equivalent to the ability of thousands of gold fingers. It is equivalent to own, with an extra plug-in level of assistance. At this time, Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat, and he remembered that he still had one world-class reward that he hadn't used. Seeds of the World Tree. Originally, he planned to use it immediately, but because he soon entered the strategy of the third world, so didn't use this world-class item so quickly. Now, in the God's domain space, Blue Star's life has gradually multiplied. With a heart move, Jiang Ye planted the seeds of the World Tree. A huge Tongtian tree was suddenly uprooted and grew as huge as the sky overnight. The World Tree contains a majestic source of life, and it seems to have the possibility of giving birth to all life. As long as the corresponding energy is injected into the World Tree, it can be quickly transformed into the power of this world. This tree contains such a majestic power of life, even stronger in the ancient world. Zero's mouth opened slightly. At this moment, Jiang Ye gave her the authority to manage this world, so she can naturally feel the extraordinariness of the World Tree. At this time, with a heart move, Jiang Ye injected spiritual qi into the minister of the World Tree. Next second, the World Tree infused with spiritual qi returns billions of times of spiritual qi, filling the entire space immediately. Jiang Ye's divine realm, spiritual qi is even higher than the ancient world. At the same time, the value of source power on the panel is skyrocketing. Open the world panel again, and the above attributes have undergone tremendous changes compared with the first time. Divine space. Grade, world class. Range, 300 million O. Attributes, martial arts true qi, science fiction matter, ancient true qi. Effects, conversion plus 35%, all-round amplification plus 25%, recovery plus 15%, spiritual qi amplification plus 20%. 20,000/20,000. Chapter 113. At this time, great changes have taken place in Jiang Ye's God's domain space. The entire attribute has increased a lot compared to before. With my current growth rate, with the help of 1,000,000 spiritual qi, plus 6 paths of reincarnation punch. Even if it's an SS level powerhouse, it's enough to fight. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. At this time, the World Tree is born with all spirits. Countless races appeared on the blue star. Life suddenly became active. The original evolutionary evolution, at this moment, is due to the injection of the source of spiritual qi, plus the huge source of life brought by the World Tree. On this continent, everything is evolving rapidly. Even a centipede can grow up to a meter long. As for huge creatures such as mammoths and dinosaurs, there is nothing more to say. Gradually, Jiang Ye's God's domain space has the feeling brought by the ancient era of the ancient world, the Great Desolation. It feels like our world has become different. Zero stared at all this with admiration. Etc. It seems that after possessing this massive amount of life breath, it becomes possible to create an ecological environment similar to the ancient world. Zero took the initiative and said, "Yeah, I plan to go to observe the ecology of the ancient world, and when I come back, I will start to transform the space of God's domain." Good. Jiang Ye nodded quickly with a smile. All it takes is a thought. He will be able to give Zero the corresponding authority to go to the ancient world. Anyway, after Jiang Ye became the heavenly Dao of the ancient world, he could directly grant the country the right to explore freely. Even Ye Fan, Zhang Taishu and other strong mortals can't perceive the existence of Zero unless she wants to expose it voluntarily. To put it simply, now Zero use of heavenly Dao permission can open God's perspective and become an observer. All the world structures of the ancient world will be analyzed by Zero, and become part of the knowledge of creating the world, which will be used to create the space of own God's domain. Jiang Ye also has to deal with the reality, as well as the raiders of the Reincarnation Tower, and if he spends all his time building the God's domain space, he will be a bit too busy. Moreover, Ling's talent in this aspect is obviously higher than his own. FFLX. Leaving things like this to Zero will lead to better results. Correct. There are two other world items that are not used. Shura 6 Paths, Ancient Heaven Court. With Jiang Ye's thoughts moving slightly, two reminders popped up in front of him again. Whether to place Shura 6 Paths in your divine space. Do you want to place the Ancient Heaven Court in your God domain space? Jiang Ye immediately chose yes. Next second. On the top of this world, there is an extra piece of Heaven Court. However, one after another spirit seems to be connected to the creatures in this realm. Regardless of any living beings, they will return to the 6 realms after death. In between, repeat Samsara. When these two mythical items are injected into Jiang Ye's world, in the next second, his original power surged another 20,000 points, becoming even stronger. Divine Space. Grade, World Class. Range, 300 million O. Attributes, Martial Arts True Qi, Science Fiction Matter, Ancient True Qi. Effects, Conversion plus 40%, All-Round Amplification plus 30%, Recovery plus 15%, Spiritual Qi Amplification plus 20%, Divine Power plus 10. 40,000/40,000. You actually have divine power. When Jiang Ye saw this panel, he couldn't help but feel a little bit surprised. At this time, there is an additional attribute called divine power in the panel. Seems to be a more transcendent force than spiritual qi. No. To be precise, divine power is above any attribute, it seems to be a more original power. At this time, this divine power is stored in the Heaven Court, and only the corresponding deity can obtain the divine power. Jiang Ye calmed down, perceived this power, and constantly analyzed any possibility of divine power with infinite deduction. Not long after, the usage of divine power automatically appeared in his mind, and his eyes lit up slightly. I see. Actually, divine power is an attribute power that is closer to the original power, and only gods can use it. In the future, when civilization is condensed in my world, and divine power is condensed by transcending one's own will, then you can confer a god position in Heaven Court. It's like saying, creating civilization in the space of God's domain can improve the integrity of the world. But if a myth is bred, then the original power of the entire God's domain space will rapidly improve people. However, we need to wait until later to cultivate civilization, and it will take a period of development before we can create gods. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. With the addition of these two world-class items, the source power reached 40,000 points. It can be said that the harvest is big enough. Left over. Just have to wait for Zero to set up here. There is almost no problem in creating a more powerful ancient world around the world tree. About this gate to the world. For the time being, Jiang Ye has no intention to let other people in the ancient world know that there is an outer world. With the current development of the ancient world, it is still very stable. As Heavenly Dao, I can benefit from this world. If the Aborigines in the ancient world discover the existence of the outer world, it may cause unnecessary turmoil. At that time, it will be even more troublesome to come up with something unique again. Obtain the gate of the world, connecting the space of the gods and the ancient world. In a sense, Jiang Ye has two worlds now. After all, in the ancient world, he is Heavenly Dao. Naturally, I don't want to see any problems in this world. It's almost time to return. Jiang Ye estimated the time, and now the Reincarnation Tower has passed for a while. There seemed to be some movements coming from outside. And own divine sense entered the space of God's domain, built it, and then passed through the gate of the world again, and returned to the ancient world. Before I knew it, 2 days had passed. Feeling a bit hungry. Can't wait to eat something good. After getting up, Jiang Ye walked out of the light curtain. At this time, Xia Longwu and others dispatched Longwu Vai, who had already stopped at the door. The soaring light curtain gradually disappeared. The time Jiang Ye entered should be 2 days ago, right? Xia Longwu said seriously. That's right. The relevant personnel took out the tablet computer and opened the information recorded on it. It has been 2 days since Jiang Ye entered the Reincarnation Tower last time, but he still hasn't returned. There will be no surprises, will there? But that energy is just huge, not destructive. Besides, Jiang Ye has a failure immunity card on his body, so it should be impossible for him to get out. Unless, is there a possibility of that? When Jiang Ye had a failed immunity card, he entered the Reincarnation Tower, but he got off to a bad start and lost the doctor. Then, unconvinced, he entered the Reincarnation Tower again, but he never came out again. You man, will you die if you say something auspicious? Maybe he just has some other business, so I will replay it in the Reincarnation Tower. After all, the inner space of Reincarnation Tower is also an independent world. After entering, others cannot disturb it. Generally speaking, if 2 people enter the Reincarnation Tower at the same time, they will not go to the same space. Instead, they will be separated separately, making choices for the next reincarnation world. If you just stay in the Reincarnation Tower, it will be a perfect space for meditation. However, if the Reincarnation Tower detects that the reincarnated person has not chosen to descend to any world within a week, it will be automatically kicked out. And fell into a 1-week cooldown period. Certainly not a failure. However, it is impossible to stay in the Reincarnation Tower meditation every day. Wait a little longer. Xia Longwu made a decision in a deep voice. At this time, in the light curtain, a Daoist figure suddenly stepped out. It is Jiang Ye. The moment I saw this Daoist shadow, the countless people around them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Longwu's serious expression couldn't help but relax at this time, and he said with a smile, "You boy, why did you stay inside for so long before you came out?" Jiang Ye scratched his head, chuckled, and said, "I can't help it, there are a lot of rewards. I was counting inside, and I forgot the time." This. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Turtle. What level of rating did this get? Counting the rewards, can you count the time of the day? This is too exaggerated. Xia Longwu's expression moved slightly, and then he said, "The movement made by the Reincarnation Tower before, if there is no accident, it should have something to do with you, right?" Movement. Jiang Ye revealed a puzzled look. What movement? Xiaolongwu immediately gave a rough description of the energy that erupted from the Reincarnation Tower. Next to it, a senior professor from the Imperial Capital Institute found out the relevant video and presented it to everyone to watch from multiple angles. Is it such a big deal? Jiang Ye himself was a little confused. He stayed inside the Reincarnation Tower for a whole day before coming out. As for what's going on here, I really don't know. Did you get an SSS rating in it? But it seems that the SSS grade score, the anomaly caused last time, is not so exaggerated. A professor asked suspiciously. Now it seems. It is very likely that Jiang Ye was inside the Reincarnation Tower again, accomplishing some feat. Therefore, such a vision will arise. Well, it should be considered an SSS grade. Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment, thinking about how to describe this matter in his mind. Calculate. What does this mean? Everyone was confused. It counts as an SSS level evaluation, so it is, or is it not? Is there any SS and evaluation? Or is it another X rating? Everyone was a little confused, CO authoring the evaluation that appeared before, that is from E level to SSS level. But what exactly is the SSS level evaluation mentioned by Jiang Ye? At this moment, Jiang Ye showed a shy smile and said, it belongs to the category of SSS level, but the evaluation is a little higher than SSS level. In terms of Tower of Rebirth, it should be the perfect strategy. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Wait, what the hell is the perfect strategy? Stuff? It's like I've never heard of it. Xiaolongwu's mind moved, he suddenly became excited, and said. That is to say, you have unlocked a rating that is even more advanced than the SSS rating. And this evaluation, reaching the perfect strategy, is that what it means? Jiang Ye nodded and said with a smile, yes, that's almost the case, and the rewards should be richer. Therefore, the abnormal phenomenon caused may be a little higher than the general SSS level evaluation. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Everyone present was completely numb. You call that a little bit taller? You know, this astonishing light curtain flies directly beyond the sky, even the free country and the eagle country far away from the ocean can see this beam of light. This influence almost permeates the entire world. TB. The most important is, Jiang Ye is still under the protection of the underground of the Imperial Capital Academy, this kind of light power that erupts. The actual scene is likely to be even more shocking. Good boy. You really can surprise us. Xiaolongwu couldn't help showing a shocking expression, took a deep breath, and looked at Jiang Ye with completely different eyes. You know, the current SSS level evaluation is already the most advanced evaluation in the entire reincarnation world. But what I didn't expect was, Jiang Ye has now broken the upper limit of SSS ratings. Refreshed the cognition of the entire reincarnation world. Turn out to be above the SSS level, there is actually a perfect strategy. This is enough to be recorded in the textbook, telling the world that the SSS rating is not the highest rating. There is also the legendary perfect strategy, for the first time with a new term, like thunder. However, regarding the perfect strategy, everyone still has many doubts in their hearts. Jiang Ye, can you reveal some information about perfect raters? These contents can be determined by yourself. If there are unnecessary places, there is no need to say more. The information provided will be converted into merit points. The more information you have, the richer your reward will be. Xiaolongwu paused, then spoke. After all, everyone's copy of the raters will definitely have their own set. Therefore, if you want to exchange intelligence information, you must give corresponding merit points. Whether it is the Imperial Capital Academy or Longwuvai, whether they are willing to provide information about the strategy is open and free. If you are willing to provide it, then provide it. According to the value of the information given, the meritorious value is presented as a reward. But if you don't want to, you won't force it. Jiang Ye thought for a while, then nodded. I can tell you some hidden information, acquired, of the ancient world, and the way to the perfect strategy. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Xiaolong and the others lit up. That's the kind of information they need. If more information about the ancient world can be known and provided to other reincarnators, then the strength of the reincarnators in the entire Dragon Kingdom can be improved. Of course, Jiang Ye will conceal the matter of the protagonist's halo, focus on explaining some information about the ancient world, and reveal the intelligence that triggers the perfect strategy. As for things related to their own interests, they will naturally not disclose them. After all, the information about the ancient world in Jiang Ye's hands was more or less obtained through the Dragon Kingdom. You can't take advantage of the country, but don't make any contribution. Bore. Long Yuvai didn't want this information for nothing, and the merit points given must have exceeded his own imagination. After all, this is the first perfect guide in human history, and the information provided is extremely valuable. B. Jiang Ye roughly described how he went from Baidu Zhongzhou all the way to the Land of Destiny, and obtained the inheritance of the ancient world. Then, the 7 forbidden areas of life, the mysterious ancient road in the starry sky, the ancient earth, the realm of the gods, the Ming clan. All the experts here have also been to the ancient world, or have done a lot of research on related materials. However, when they heard for the first time that this world hides such a vast deep space and has a relationship with this special area of the ancient earth, they felt even more desolate. Already, the most interesting thing is the land of destination. To be able to obtain the inheritance of the ancient great emperor. It seems that the SSS rating is inextricably linked to the inheritance of the great emperor. However, it is not as easy as imagined to obtain the inheritance of the ancient great emperor. It is necessary to obtain the first throne in Zhongzhou within a limited time. The eyes of everyone looking at Jiang Ye were filled with shock. Unbelievable! How did the opponent reach such a high realm at such a fast speed? And then, when the long river of time and God's setting were announced, Shi Ren. The experts here are collectively moved. Chapter 114. There is still a long river of time. Connecting the past, present and future, and balancing it with heavenly Dao, is a most unique place. Our current database of the entire Dragon Kingdom, the exploration of the ancient world, has not reached such a deep level. Yes, just knowing that there is such a setting as the ancient earth has shocked us very much. You must know that the ancient earth is of extraordinary significance in the study of all reincarnation worlds. Even in our reincarnation world, many of them evolved from the ancient earth. The expressions of all the experts are extremely solemn, and they are extremely concerned about the ancient earth. Likewise, Jiang Ye is actually aware of this. Whether it is the Zhongguo continent, the three-body world, or the ancient world, the pictures are more or less related to the earth. And, the history of the reincarnated world also started from a certain node on the earth, when monsters invaded and the Tower of Reincarnation was born. Prior to this, there were dynasties such as the Great Qin, Great Ming, and Great Tang, which were highly similar to the Zhongguo continent. Secondly, after the emergence of the Reincarnation Tower in modern times, the technological civilization during this period has similarities with the golden age of the three-body world. As for the ancient earth in the ancient world, it is even more complicated. It is actually related to the ancient heaven court saints and the ancient great emperor, although a puzzle has been solved. Combine multiple worlds, including the Tower of Rebirth world. Everywhere you can find more or less the shadow of the earth. Many experts speculate. Could the earth be the origin of the world of reincarnation, or is it the end point? After all, the origin of the Reincarnation Tower and the truth behind the emergence of various abilities in this world are still covered with thick mysteries, which have never been solved. Expert research has once again returned to the ancient world. What they didn't expect was It turns out that in addition to the Great Emperor, the ancient world also has the meaning of the red dust immortal, and even the immortal emperor. The Dragon Kingdom database, the information about the ancient world, has been refreshed. The highest level is not Great Emperor, but Immortal Emperor. Other reincarnators, up to the Quasi-Emperor's realm, couldn't go any further. Even the Quasi-Emperor can only explore part of the starry sky at most. But if you don't get the ancient bronze coffin and you can't open the ancient starry sky road, then the scope of exploration is quite limited. Not to mention that beyond the deep space, there are thousands of races, as well as the legendary ancient trial road. Various settings are revealed. A huge and vast fairy world is presented in the eyes of all experts, and 387 makes them feel extremely shocked. I didn't expect the ancient world to contain such a huge secret. It really shocked me. Yet, God is still the immortal emperor, and wants to truncate the era, so as to become heavenly Deo. But since the road to immortality has been cut off, it seems that there is no way to lead to the SSS level evaluation no matter what. At this time, the experts have already discovered this contradiction, and they are all puzzled. Since the road to immortality was interrupted by a powerhouse of the level of God. So, how did Jiang Ye break through the shackles, reach the SSS rating and even become the legendary perfect strategy? Immediately afterwards, Jiang Ye roughly recounted the process of himself from the ancient earth, resurrecting the saints of the ancient heaven court, opening up more immortal martial arts inheritance in the barren tower, and then going to the long river of time to save the great emperor and the great emperor. He exchanged the infinite clock from the mall, locked the positions of the two great emperors, helped them out of trouble, and joined forces to deal with the enemy, forcibly snatching the original power from the clone of God. Through the elixir of immortality, he successfully and safely sent this source of power back to the corresponding time and space. From now on, the fairy road has begun. I also took advantage of the trend to become the second great emperor, and my power became stronger. Although Jiang Ye said it very simply. However, when the experts present heard this story, they couldn't help but feel chills down their backs and tense up. They could feel how dangerous the battles in the long river of time would be. You know, the opponent is God, the final boss standing at the peak of immortal emperor. When the road to immortality is blocked, it is not too dangerous to fight against such existences with the cultivation base of the great emperor of the first life. But Jiang Ye succeeded in defeating God, cut off the era, and snatched back the corresponding original power. After the road to immortality begins. So, it shouldn't be a problem to become a red dust fairy and reach the SSS rating. However, how did Jiang Ye achieve the perfect evaluation? Everyone feels that the things inside are probably not that simple. Really? When Jiang Ye talked about the dark turmoil in the future, and God's plan began to speed up, the hearts of the experts are tight again. They realized that if God speeds up the plan, it is very likely that the transformation of the entire source of power will be completely ended before Jiang Ye becomes the ninth great emperor and transforms into a fairy. If at that time, God is in charge of everything, it will completely obliterate all existence. If Jiang Ye fails to reverse the ninth life before this, he will be killed by God. Still unable to complete the SSS level evaluation. So, bikef. Even if this is achieved, the road to becoming a fairy has been snatched back from the hands of God in an inconceivable way. But the SSS rating is still not stable enough. Immediately afterwards, after Jiang Ye discovered the abnormality, he led the saints of the ancient heaven court to the deepest part of the long river of time with the fastest speed, and started a decisive battle with God. When the saints of the ancient heaven court paid the price of their lives to awaken the ancient great emperor from the depths, all the experts couldn't help but gasp. It turns out that the ancient earth contained such a deep function, and it was directly bound to the last line. No matter what, God is an enemy that the reincarnated cannot deal with. But the perfect strategy is not impossible, leaving the only way. The power of the saints in the ancient heaven court comes from the ancient great emperor. Therefore, after they choose to sacrifice collectively, they can awaken the ancient great emperor in the depths and successfully suppress the gods. As a result, the SSS class has been completely stabilized, with the ancient great emperor suppressing the gods. The source of the dark turmoil has completely calmed down. Therefore, Jiang Ye can pass through the 9th samsara smoothly and transform into a mortal fairy. Thus, SSS level evaluation is completely stable. All the experts were shocked. Although what Jiang Ye said was very simple, from the beginning to the present. If any step is missed, then the reincarnation will miss the SSS rating. It is indeed the most difficult ancient world. This difficulty, even if you know the standard answer, the experts can't help but call it abnormal. It is simply beyond the reach of normal people. But what makes them even more unbelievable is that Jiang Ye's rating is not SSS level is higher than this perfect strategy. So, how to achieve the perfect step in the end? Then, Jiang Ye went to the long river of time again, and with the power of a mortal emperor, beheaded Shangta. The ancient great emperor chose to sacrifice himself and revived the saints of the ancient heaven court. At this time, unlocked the special task of the perfect strategy. This path can only be unlocked by purchasing the desolate ancient heart, an item worth 15 million reincarnation points. The experts present were almost dumbfounded. Even for reincarnators at their level, it seems that they can't come up with so many reincarnation points. This is Jiang Ye's third life. He actually earned so many reincarnation points? When everyone heard this, they felt like their own breath would stop. What kind of heaven-defying wealth is this? Even if others reincarnate with 10 or 20 samsara, they may not be able to accumulate such terrifying reincarnation points. However, Jiang Ye roughly announced the obtained reincarnation points, and everyone felt relieved. After all, the ancient world is an extremely difficult dungeon, and Jiang Ye used the leapfrog challenge card to get even more rewards. After accumulating, one copy can have so many reincarnation points if it reaches the SSS level evaluation. However, the final SSS level evaluation only rewards tens of millions of reincarnation points. It means that the reincarnation points obtained by Jiang Ye need to be used in an orderly manner, and cannot be used all at once. Otherwise, there will be number 5 million reincarnation points left behind, plus the 10 million reincarnation points that the SSS rating will instantly skyrocket. Then you will be dumbfounded when you see the perfect strategy. Obviously it is almost in front of your eyes, but you can't get it in the end. Careful planning and reasonable use of reincarnation points are also part of a perfect strategy. Xiaolongyu's eyes moved, and he muttered to himself. Tut! The aspects involved in a perfect strategy are not just clearing a certain copy, and solving the final bosses as simple as that. It is also necessary to rationalize the use of resources. At last, this 15 million value is like some kind of assessment for candidates. Only 5 million can be reserved as the unlocking key to open the final road. The bar is ridiculously high. Original. The experts here have fantasies about whether there is a chance to conquer the ancient world after obtaining the information. But now, they feel that even if they get this standard answer, it is impossible to repeat it. Horrible. Totally out of reach. In extreme cases, getting SS and evaluation is enough to blow 3 generations. Not to mention it is a perfect strategy above the SSS rating. Subsequently, after unlocking the desolate ancient heart and finding everyone's reincarnation, experts have found that things are not that simple. Above the immortal emperor, there is actually a setting of the original power. That is to say, it's not enough just to create a perfect world line and everyone is safe. You need to achieve perfection yourself and reach the heavenly Dao realm, so that you can get the final perfect strategy. Oh my god, what kind of brain circuit is used to design this dungeon? It's too scary. I can't imagine how to complete the perfect strategy, it's too heaven-defying. Hearing this, all the experts here can't help cursing. Spending 15 million reincarnation points. This is not the final result? Need to reach the realm of heavenly Dao, and complete the path pursued by God. Is this considered perfection? In this perfect strategy, even the boss must be completely crushed, and if a way to surpass the final boss is found, it will be considered a success? How did Jiang Ye do it? But when Jiang Ye said that he helped each of the ancient heaven court saints design their resuscitated fates, so as to sensing Dao and keep getting stronger, everyone present couldn't help but fell into silence. Did not expect. The karma relationship between Jiang Ye and the saints of the ancient heaven court is once again the gateway to SS. The key to S-rank evaluation. Because of helping them walk the road again, with this experience, the Dao heart becomes more transparent, close to the source, close to the heavenly Dao realm. Going down this path, half of the original power will be transformed, which is equivalent to half of heavenly Dao. But when the expert heard that the progress was stuck in the second half, he couldn't help but feel another click in his heart. Shouldn't there be some key point hidden in this? Finally, when the reincarnation of the ancient great emperor came, Jiang Ye helped the great emperor to resurrect successfully. It is equivalent to going through the own road again. At the same time, the last half of the original power instantly broke through the shackles of the bottleneck and realized return to origin. Call. Hearing this, the experts present took a long breath, their faces already soaked in sweat. The whole process. Jiang Ye's narration is simple and unpretentious, just going through it briefly. But just from all kinds of experiences, as well as the trials and difficulties they have to face, they have already felt how terrifying the difficulty of this world is to obtain a perfect strategy. If it is an ordinary reincarnation world. So, to set foot on the top of the world and become a peak powerhouse basically locks in the SSS rating. But the ancient world is completely different. Becoming the most powerful great emperor in everyone's mind is just the beginning. The further back the road, the more difficult it is. And knowing the difficulties involved, knowing how this road is taken, and clearing the direction, everyone present here has no confidence in being able to reproduce this road perfectly like Jiang Ye. Come down. This is too difficult, beyond imagination, every detail step, even if there is a slight mistake, it seems that it will fall short, and in the end it will be farther and farther away from the perfect strategy. It is even more necessary to compete with opponents of the same level as God, a fighter of wits. Only when the corresponding realm is reached within a limited time, this road will open. Fight against humans, demons, and heaven. Finally, it is necessary to cultivate the power of the original source to complete the final transformation of the state of mind, so as to cross from immortal emperor to heavenly Dao. This period of life is simply magnificent and indescribable. I really don't believe in Dharma phase. There is a reincarnation process that can be so great. That's right, even some writers whose occupation is sequence 1, the stories they weave are not so exciting. This is by no means a realm that can be achieved by making up stories. Reality is still more wonderful than fiction. Jiang Ye, you are definitely the most powerful genius since ancient times. Maybe you can set foot on the top of the reincarnation world, break history again, and set foot in the legendary realm of God. The eyes of everyone present looking at Jiang Ye are completely different. Before, in the minds of experts, although Jiang Ye was able to win 2 SSS ratings in a row, after all, he only has 2 lifetimes of experience, and he is still a talented boy who needs to learn and improve. But now, judging from the experience of this dungeon, Jiang Ye already has extremely mature experience, and in many respects, the talent he has shown has almost crushed all the experts here. It is a genius that is hard to see in all ages. In the minds of many experts, Jiang Ye has already placed Jiang Ye in the same position as himself, no, even in a realm higher than himself. To be able to accomplish such a feat can only be described as incredible. Jiang Ye smiled slightly, this time, he did not give in to these compliments. The perfect strategy has been achieved, and such a realm has been achieved. If you still choose to be modest, it will make people feel too hypocritical and not sincere enough. As long as one's own strength is sufficient to bear this position, there is no need to be humble. Use enough self-confidence to set foot on this road, complete the transcendence and you're done. Very wonderful. Xiaolongwu couldn't help applauding from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Ye, the information you brought us is extremely valuable. Although this perfect way, even if future generations know the details, they may not be able to reproduce it like you. But in any case, we can get a standard answer, and it can be used as a reference for other worlds, which is a very important indicator. This contribution, placed in Longwu Vai, is no less than a key achievement in an important battle. Jiang Ye, may I ask you, are you interested in joining Longwu Vai to get better resource support? With your strength, I feel that you are completely qualified for the position of Longjengui. As soon as this remark came out, everyone present was shocked. You know, Longwu Vai is the highest district in the Dragon Kingdom. Ordinary reincarnators can't get in if they squeeze their heads. But Xiaolongwu sent out the invitation himself? Chapter 115. True Dragon Warrior General. Jiang Ye's age, it seems that he is not even an adult. It doesn't take long to become a reincarnator. Is it too early for him to join Longwu Vai at such a young age? All the professors present at Imperial Capital Academy were extremely surprised to know. Now Jiang Ye hasn't even officially enrolled yet. Why did you suddenly become Longwu Vai? To know. Even some outstanding students of Imperial Capital Academy may not be able to join Longwu Vai if they are not capable enough. Generally speaking, according to Longwu Vai's request, there must be 7 grades above A first level. However, if you can reach the S level, it will be counted as 2A and level scores. SS level counts 3 times, SSS level counts 4 times. Although Jiang Ye has only entered 3 dungeons, but adding up his 3 SSS grades, that's already 12 A and grades. Totally exceeded the 7 A and grades required. Not to mention, one of the SSS level evaluations is still the perfect strategy to refresh the current cognition of the reincarnation world. Even if it is the accumulated achievements of other reincarnators in more than 10 lifetimes, they may not be able to have 7A and grade evaluations. After all, an A and grade evaluation can already be said to be a very advanced evaluation. Most people may be lucky enough to get only 1 A and rating in their lifetime. A small number of people can get an A and grade evaluation every year, and such people are already quite rare among the reincarnated people. No matter where you go, such a person will be called a big boss. Although there is a distance from a true genius, it is enough to surpass most ordinary people and win the admiration of everyone. And such a condition, for Longwu Vai, just reached the threshold of initiation. In the follow-up, a series of rigorous audits are required to establish the qualifications for entry. However, Jiang Ye has 3 consecutive SSS ratings, and the gold content is directly full. In addition, Xiaolongwu personally issued an invitation. Even the formal review steps can be omitted, and you can directly join Longwu Vai. However, if you join Longwu Vai now, you can only report as a reserve member for the time being. The real Longwu Vai still needs to go through the actual combat ability test and the inspection of various ability test indicators to determine the qualifications to join the Longwu Vai. But if you choose to join Longwu Vai, even if you are a reserve member, you can still enjoy the authority of a full member. Xiaolongwu paused, then looked at Jiang Ye and explained. A full member of Longwu Vai has many benefits, including merit point discount exchange. A treasury even bigger than the Imperial Academy. More information support about reincarnation world. Massive resource support. And, you can enjoy a salary of 2 million yuan every month, which is definitely the most valuable salary package in the entire Dragon Kingdom. It is basically capitalists who can make a stable annual income of tens of millions. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to earn tens of millions of dollars a year from their salary. Unless it is in the reincarnation world, some good equipment is revealed and sold at the auction house for a sky-high price. But this is equivalent to exchanging part of one's own strength. Strictly speaking, it is completely incomparable with salary. After all, salaries can be obtained by fishing, but exchanging items requires paying the same amount of bargaining chips. Certainly not at the same level. Jiang Ye thought for a moment, then chose to agree. In fact, compared with Long Wuwei's welfare, he is more concerned about the information with deeper authority. Although Jiang Ye has only reached the third world now. But after starting the mission of 9 worlds to become a god, then every world he matches next will be different from the regular level. More reincarnation world information is needed to ensure that the following information has a relatively high degree of consistency. Gain access to deeper knowledge. And the current Jiang Ye is just a reserve player. Compared with other professions, Long Wuwei needs more training to cultivate abilities for actual combat in reality. Cooperate with teammates to form a powerful combat team. In order to fight against the reincarnated world, the invasion of the outside world that may appear at any time, or the invasion of the Devil's Cave and other battles. Jiang Ye weighed the pros and cons and chose to follow the path of Long Wuwei. Now that he has accepted the test of becoming a god for 9 generations, in reality he is just becoming a Long Wuwei. This difficulty is nothing compared to it. Moreover, becoming a Long Wuwei can obtain more information resources, which will be of greater help to the follow-up 9 generations of God. Xiaolong Wu took the initiative to invite Jiang Ye at present, not because he wanted him to join the army immediately and kill the enemy on the battlefield, but because of the cultivation of genius. Compared with the Imperial Academy, Long Wuwei has more contacts with real guys, and the speed of improvement is also the fastest. With Jiang Ye's current progress, even with the support of the Imperial Capital Academy, it can't keep up with his current progress. On the contrary, if he joins Long Wuwei and accepts higher intensity training, the speed of improvement may exceed his own imagination. Good. Xiaolong Wu looked at Jiang Ye with eyes full of appreciation. If it is an ordinary reincarnation who has already joined the Imperial Capital Academy, it is very likely that Long Wuwei's invitation will be rejected. After all, having the resources of the Imperial Capital Academy is good enough, and you don't need to bear too many responsibilities. If you have to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, you will face danger. Even some geniuses, due to the pressure they give, will reluctantly agree, but it may not be from the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Ye feels different. He agreed, as if it was just a trivial matter, and he didn't put in one's eyes the difficulties and trials facing Long Wuwei at all. Tate. After all, Jiang Ye has already successfully won even the most incredible perfect strategy. Number B%. Long Wuwei's tests are just child's play to him. On the contrary, more resources can be obtained, so that own strength can become stronger quickly. These benefits, of course, are chosen to accept. Although Jiang Ye's tone was very light, what he felt was the will of a strong man. Be firm and calm. Xiaolong Wu has read countless people, and has his own judgment on various types of geniuses. But what Jiang Ye gave him was the way of peak powerhouse. The same as the strong. Xiaolong Wu understands this state of mind better. He had a premonition in his heart, with Jiang Ye's current potential, sooner or later he would become an existence beyond own. Become the real peak powerhouse of Longguo. Soon. Written materials related to Jiang Ye's application for the qualification of Long Wuwei have all been submitted. The days return to the calm of the past. Jiang Ye has obtained the admission qualification of Imperial College and has his own independent dormitory. The construction style of these buildings adopts fantasy-like majestic ancient buildings on the outside, but inside there are various advanced mechanized equipment and intelligent systems to connect the whole library. Whether it is to obtain information or view courses, it is very convenient. However, due to Jiang Ye's particularity, the school has not arranged courses for Jiang Ye for the time being. He could go to Longwuvai's preparation center at any time. If he arranges courses, then there is no need. Maybe you are still doing research at the Imperial Academy today, and tomorrow you will pack your bags and head for a more distant journey. However, out of the importance attached to Jiang Ye by the Imperial Capital Academy, all mobile courses are open to him, including various materials in the academy. As long as Jiang Ye logs into his own account, he can obtain the permission to view these materials. Of course, more confidential information can only be viewed after application. Jiang Ye was not in a hurry to check that part of the high authority intelligence information. In the reincarnation world, there is an extremely huge database, and even memorizing all the knowledge is a very difficult thing. He first put his main energy on the intelligence materials given by the Imperial Capital Academy, and those open materials were downloaded into the file package in a unified way, so that he could check it slowly later and increase his own intelligence information capabilities. This time, thanks to the information about the reincarnated world in the early stage, the ancient world was able to seize the opportunity and cultivate faster than Yefan, thus obtaining the qualification of the Land of Destiny. The open information of the Imperial Capital Academy alone is almost tens of thousands of times larger than the content studied in middle school. Fortunately, Jiang Ye now has the aura of the protagonist of infinite deduction, plus the learning ability of the three-body world. It is almost a photographic memory to record all the information, and can also synchronously integrate the information in the mind, record, analyze, make a summary, and store it as its own database. Even, with the ability of infinite deduction, Jiang Ye can automatically simulate himself going to other reincarnation worlds in his mind, how to conduct strategies, how to further refine the selection, and obtain SSS-level strategy information more efficiently with the speed to find the Sun of Fortune. Jiang Ye has benefited a lot from the open information provided by Imperial College. As for the hidden information, it's not time to apply yet. When I become a Longwuvai in the future, I don't think there is any need to apply. With Jiang Ye's own authority, he can already view most of the hidden information. At this time, Jiang Ye's mind suddenly moved. Perceived in the space of God's domain, Zero's consciousness seemed to be calling himself. There must be something. Jiang Ye put down the documents in his hand and closed his eyes. As his thoughts sank slightly. When I opened my eyes again, the scene in front of me has been switched to the God's domain space. However, compared with the beginning, the God's domain space presented in front of Jiang Ye has undergone tremendous changes. The sky full of stars, hanging everywhere, looks very gorgeous. But to his surprise, many planets have already given birth to all kinds of life. The appearance of these beings looks very extraordinary, as if they have come to the world of elves. There are moon rabbits swallowing clouds, fire-breathing lizards, and apes sitting cross-legged on stones and practicing true qi. Although these lives do not have the form of human beings, they have already given birth to intelligence no less than that of human beings. Thousands of races stand. It seems that the Great Desolation period in the initial period of the ancient world has been transferred to the space of God's domain. At this moment, the figure of Zero appeared in front of Jiang Ye. With a smile on his face, he said, "Yet, I transferred the laws of life of all races in the ancient world to this space of God's domain. Originally, I thought that all races would fight because of different races. But after seeing the ancient world, I found that all races can still coexist. And the more races there are, the easier it is to reproduce an era of unprecedented prosperity. So, I modified the laws of life spiritual qi, from the original three-body materialization of science fiction, into a survival evolution based on spiritual qi, and different races were born. And the earth is the home of human beings. As the ancestor of all spirits, human beings possess the most powerful wisdom." At this moment, Jiang Ye swept across the entire God's domain space with divine sense, and immediately felt a breath of vitality from here. The source power of the panel in God's domain has risen to as much as 60,000. And this rising trend continues to accelerate. Means zero is in the correct direction. With the way of thousands of races inhabiting various places, the civilization of the entire God's domain space can be promoted and progressed. The rudimentary form of the ancient God's world seems to be presented in front of you, mysterious and magnificent. My mind moved slightly. Jiang Ye opened the attribute panel of God's domain space. Divine space. Grade, world class. Range, 300 million O. Attributes, martial arts true chi, science fiction matter, ancient true chi. Effects, conversion plus 40%, all-round amplification plus 30%, recovery plus 15%, spiritual chi amplification plus 30%, divine power plus 10. 60,000/60,000. In. The spiritual chi boost has been enhanced again. Jiang Ye sensed the millions of spiritual chi empowerment in his body and became stronger than before. Now, relying on spiritual chi alone, he won't be too bad against any SS-level powerhouse. Although I haven't had the experience of fighting in the reincarnation world. However, Jiang Ye's actual combat experience has already reached a terrifying level. The use of any power system has reached the point of proficiency. Jiang Ye couldn't help expressing emotion, saying, "Zero, you did a good job." After being appreciated, Zero smiled and was very satisfied with all this. Of course, if Jiang Ye likes it, then he will be more motivated to do it. Zero, in the world of Trisolaran, do you remember the myths about the earth before? Jiang Ye suddenly remembered this question. Today, when discussing with the experts present, the topic of ancient Earth civilization was also discussed. He found that the three worlds he entered seemed to have civilizations from the ancient Earth. However, there are also some worlds where there is no civilization related to the Earth. During the three-body world strategy, Jiang Ye was busy inquiring about scientific and technological knowledge, subconsciously ignoring myths and legends. So, thinking of this, I asked Zero more. Zero thought for a while, as if he was trying to recall that period of history, and then said, "When the dean took me in as a child, he seemed to have told the story of Monkey Son, which is somewhat similar to fighting the ape of War Saint. So, when I saw the ancient world, I didn't feel too much strangeness, but felt very fresh. But later I started to study the subject of life. The dean's health became worse and worse, and he rarely told me related stories." Here. Jiang Ye is almost certain. The three-body world, in its golden age, was also closely related to Earth civilization. Among them, mythological systems such as Sun Monkey and Heaven Court all exist. Certainly. Part of the reincarnation world does not have this part of information. What a coincidence! The Zhongguo continent, the three-body world, and even the ancient world that I went to have a deep relationship with the civilization of the Earth. It seems that the different reincarnation worlds all take the Earth civilization as a node, and there have been changes. Could there be anything in it? Jiang Ye guessed in his heart. But these questions cannot yet be answered. Maybe wait until one day I can complete the 9th God of War. Maybe some of the information can be revealed. With the increase of source power, Jiang Ye's strength has been enhanced. His mind moved, and he opened the attribute panel of the reincarnation. Basic information. Name, Jiang Ye. Reincarnation level, 3. Halo, unlimited deduction, SSS, full level luck, SSS, Deo shelter. Exclusive talent, pupil of luck, A, thief, S, wheel of fortune, SS. Props, world selection card, S, leapfrog challenge card, SS, failure exemption card, SSS, reward double card, SSS. Reincarnation point, 3684000. Ability. The First World, 100-Year Martial Arts True Chi, A, Huang Tianji Daequan, A. Second World, Void Wormhole, S. Sky Mecha, A+, Analytical I, A. Third World, 1 million Spiritual Chi Empowerment, S+, 6 Paths of Reincarnation, SS. Chapter 116. See this panel. Jiang Ye couldn't help but nodded and said with a smile. Not bad. Although only the third generation. But there are already many S-level abilities. With the blessing of the God's domain space attribute, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation punch can even reach the SS end level. Symbolizes absolute destructive power. Basically, there is no level of enemy that cannot be dealt with one punch. If so, just a few more punches and you're done. For the next period of time, the only thing Jiang Ye had to do was to wait for Long Wuwei's application report, and then prepare to test his ability. The abilities tested by Long Wuwei must be very different from those in the college entrance examination. The equipment will be more professional, the attack power that needs to be carried will be higher, and the aspects that need to be evaluated will of course be more comprehensive. The former is faced with institutions of higher education, which are to dig out talents and train them. The latter, facing the battlefield, went out to kill the enemy and protect the country. The requirements are completely different. So, for the test of actual combat ability, this module will be more rigorous, and the test of flexible response will also be tested. During this period, Jiang Ye did not enter the Reincarnation Tower in a hurry, but chose to stay in the reincarnation world for a while longer. This time, since it is the challenge of 9 worlds to become a god, it must be fully prepared in all aspects. 3 days later, Jiang Ye received a letter. It is from Long Wuwei. There is a formal document to issue a notice. Congratulations to Jiang Ye for becoming the number 101,203 reserve member. Please go to Long Wuwei base on April 12 to report. April 12, that is today. Jiang Ye glanced at the time. This letter, no accident should be arranged by Xiaolong Wu. It should also be to let Jiang Ye go to Long Wuwei as soon as possible during June 20. ZIE. With the technology of the reincarnation world, where to go is a matter of teleportation. If it is an ordinary reincarnation, applying for the use of the teleportation array needs to go through a lot of complicated procedures. But Jiang Ye became a member of Imperial Academy. In the school, there was already a teleportation array built, which can be used by the students. With Jiang Ye's current status, he only needs to notify the higher UPS, and he will be eligible for teleportation immediately. After all, this is a document from Long Wuwei, no one dares to stop Jiang Ye. This is the convenience brought by joining Long Wuwei. Normally, only the high-level personnel of the university can obtain the qualifications to use the teleportation array so efficiently. Ordinary members still need to report, but it can be much faster than the general teleportation array, and there are discounts on expenses. Soon, after going through various registration procedures, Jiang Ye's figure boarded the teleportation array. With a burst of light curtain bursting out. Next second, his figure immediately appeared in a new area. Hi, may I ask if you are a reserve member from the Imperial Capital Academy Jiang Ye? At this moment, there was a young and beautiful girl in her early 18 years of age waiting beside her. When she saw the light curtain of the teleportation array coming from the Imperial Capital Academy, she immediately realized that the person who came was the reserve member arranged by Xiaolong Wu. That's right, it's me. Jiang Ye nodded, and secretly said in his heart, it seems that Zhenlong Wu has already made arrangements for me, which can save some procedures. Okay. Generally speaking, to become a reserve member, you need to undergo a supernatural test first. Fill in some simple information. Please follow me. Soon, Jiang Ye was brought into a hall. When he first came here, his eyes moved slightly. Immediately noticed that there seems to be a chaotic atmosphere here. Look. It seems to be from a very advanced reincarnation world. Even in the ancient world, after the dungeon is over, items related to chaos cannot be obtained. This test hall looks very unusual. Jiang Ye secretly sighed in his heart. Can only say. As expected of Long Wuwei, even if it is a test, it is much better than the college entrance examination. At least there won't be a situation where the test crystal is smashed by one's own punch. First, you need to confirm your basic information. For example, now the number of world layers you have conquered, the evaluation you have obtained, and the corresponding power system. The girl said to Aya while controlling the computer. 3 generations. The power system corresponds to the martial arts true Qi, fantasy spiritual Qi, and there is also a space-based ability. Jiang Ye replied. Wait, 3 generations. The girl couldn't help but widen her eyes, wondering if On's ears had misheard, and asked one more question. Are you sure it's the 3rd generation? Jiang Ye nodded and said, That's right, it is indeed the 3rd generation. The girl was a little embarrassed, and said with an apology on her face, Sorry, I didn't expect there to be only the 3rd generation. But, in terms of the qualifications for our Long Wuwei to apply for the preparation, at least 7A and grade evaluations are required. Just work. I know. Jiang Ye then explained, My evaluation is 3 SSS level evaluations, and according to Long Wuwei's requirements, it is probably 12A plus level evaluations. What? The girl's eyes widened, and her eyes were full of incredible colors. 3 SSS level evaluations? What kind of monster is this? She suddenly seemed to realize something, and said excitedly. Okay, I get it now. Are you Zhang Cheng's genius? The genius who received the SSS rating for the first time in the world? Wrong. You just said that you have received SSS level evaluation 3 times in a row, and each time is an SSS level evaluation. Can you teach me how to be so powerful? The girl looked carefully at Jiang Ye's appearance, and immediately felt a little familiar. Suddenly, it was associated with that peerless genius who appeared in Zhongcheng not long ago. Judging from the photos circulating on the internet, it seems that it is indeed me. The surrounding light is a bit dim. In addition, the girl's personality is relatively shy. When meeting strangers for the first time, her gaze is easy to avoid, and she dare not look directly into the other person's eyes. Naturally, she did not see Chu Jianzhai's face clearly. Faced with this series of questions, Jiang Ye couldn't help but smiled helplessly, and changed the subject. For the test, are there any other questions to ask? The girl came back to her senses and scratched her head in embarrassment, feeling a little embarrassed about own strength. Then, she turned on the computer, and the surrounding scene suddenly switched to a boundless void. The next step is to test the destructive power of the supernatural power. As long as you use all your strength to bombard this space, the system here will automatically analyze the damage value. Generally speaking, 10,000 combat power corresponds to A level. 50,000 combat power corresponds to A and level. 100,000 combat power corresponds to S and rank. 500,000 combat power corresponds to SS rank. 1 million combat power corresponds to SS and level. 10 million combat power corresponds to SSS rank. Although the level of combat power is divided in this way. However, based on the carrying capacity of this space, it can reach up to 5.5 million, so it can't bear it again. 10 million battle strength, which cannot be detected for the time being, is enough to destroy almost half of the island country. However, it is completely enough to detect general abilities. The girl explained the rules of the test in short words. Do not know why. When Jiang Ye heard the other party say totally enough, he suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. It seems that something is going to go wrong again. But with own 6 paths of reincarnation, it should be at most 3 to 4 million combat power. Is that the limit? To know. Jiang Ye's million spiritual qi can successfully push the 6 paths of reincarnation punch to the SS end level only after the blessing of God's domain space. Otherwise, the original strength of 6 paths of reincarnation should be SS level. Probably hovering around a million combat power. Even if it reaches SS+, it will probably be kept at around 2 million. I will restrain my strength a little, so it should be stable. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. After all, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation boxing is still very strong, it can be called the ultimate calendar area. Anyway, it's just a test, just take a look at the power and meet the conditions for entering Long Wuvai. Don't take it too seriously. As for the limit of the 6 paths of reincarnation boxing, what realm can it play? Jiang Ye didn't know either. After coming out of the Reincarnation Tower, he has no time to try the specific power of the 6 paths of reincarnation punch. This is the first time using it. In my mind, the operation method of the 6 paths of reincarnation punch emerged. Jiang Ye restrained the spiritual qi in his body. Subsequently, take a deep breath. Punch out. Boom. The terrifying violent sound once again echoed throughout the space. Alley. The whole space suddenly shattered. The computer screen goes off instantly. Suddenly, the lights in the entire testing hall were dimmed. Warn. The system bears the attack of overload. The power has been automatically cut off now. Activating emergency repair function. You put the system in this testing hall. It's all broken. The girl couldn't help but jumped up from her seat in shock, looking at Jiang Ye with a look of disbelief in her eyes. Etc. Doesn't this test hall mean that it should be able to withstand 5.5 million combat power? Only the top powerhouses who have reached half of the SSS level attack should be able to create this level of attack. Even Long Wuvai's top celestial list powerhouse may not be able to beat the South after the test. In front of him, a reserve member actually possesses such terrifying destructive power? What shocked the girl even more was that, to know, Jiang Ye is just a third reincarnation. Strictly speaking, the reincarnation of the third generation has basically just left the novice village, which belongs to the stage from dew bird to initiation. However, Jiang Ye is also the third reincarnation, and he has become a peak powerhouse. The same reincarnation of the third life, why the gap is so big? The girl is very young. At her age, she can work in Long Wuvai. It is conceivable that her aptitude is definitely much better than most reincarnated people. But she found that when she was the third reincarnation, her strength was comparable to that of the young man in front of her. In comparison, that is no different from a joke. Oh, I knew something was going to happen. Jiang Ye felt a little speechless in his heart. It seems something is wrong. I have clearly restrained the strength of the 6 paths of reincarnation punch. Moreover, logically speaking, this should be just an SS level ability. Even after the attribute increase of space of the gods, it shouldn't have such terrifying power, right? To know. Reaching more than 5 million combat power points, that is already a half-step SSS level powerhouse. It is almost capable of blowing down a city with one punch. However, is the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation boxing so outrageous? Even Jiang Ye didn't expect that 6 paths of reincarnation could smash the test hall together. The sound of the siren echoed throughout Long Wuvai. TRR. The senior officials of Long Wuvai came here immediately. What happened? A young man with sharp brows and starry eyes, wearing a white robe, who seemed to be only in his early 20s, came here quickly, and asked with a frown. The surrounding Long Wuvai came to check the situation one after another, worried that something had changed in the base. However, when other people saw the white-robed youth, they suddenly showed strange expressions. It turned out to be Bai Chen. That's one of the top 20 powerhouses in the heaven rankings. It is said that he is only in his early 20s, but he has already won dozens of S-level evaluations, and even received SS level evaluations. Moreover, Bai Chen has never used the number of failures in one attempt. He is simply a genius among geniuses. I didn't expect the movement here. Even Bai Chen was attracted. The girl saw Bai Chen for the first time, and immediately ran over, feeling surprised and pleasantly surprised. "Brother, why are you here?" "Big brother?" People around looked at the board with surprised eyes. It turns out that her identity is Bai Chen's little sister Bai Xiaoling. It is said that at a young age, he passed the test of Long Wuvai and became a very young reserve member. Here, both brother and sister have become legends in Long Wuvai. They are so talented. I just finished a task at hand, so I came back to see you. Bai Chen paused, then recovered his serious look. "No. I'm here to check on the warning sound." "What happened here? Why did the power supply system suddenly fail?" Bai Xiaoling felt a little embarrassed, and immediately told about Jiang Ye's test. "Are you that SSS level genius?" Bai Chen's eyes moved, and his eyes fell on Ye. As soon as this remark came out, Long Wuvai who was present showed a look of surprise in an instant, and collectively looked at Jiang Ye. "What? So he is that SSS genius Jiang Cheng? I've heard about this genius for a long time, but I didn't expect to see it today. Hey, is he here to participate in the preparation of Long Wuvai? It seems that the college entrance examination has just ended, and it's only been a few days. Didn't you get recruited by the Imperial Academy not long ago?" 0.1. Why did you enter Long Wuvai's reserve camp so quickly? The progress is too fast. The eyes of Long Wuvai present looking at Jiang Ye were suddenly full of surprise. At this moment, Bai Chen's gaze moved, and he said, "Is this test hall in a state of power failure because of your ability test?" Jiang Ye scratched his head and smiled. "It might be. I don't know." As soon as this statement came out, all the Long Wuvai present here looked at Jiang Ye with the same eyes as if they were looking at a monster. If I remember correctly, the maximum combat power value that the test hall can carry should be 5 million. That's already at the level of half-step SSS lethality. You know, with a combat power of more than 1 million, that's already SS end level. Could it be that Jiang Ye's strength is much stronger than SS+? This is too terrifying. Was it really him who broke it? Even if it is a strong man in the heaven list who can do this, there are not many, right? All the Long Wuvai showed expressions of astonishment, and were extremely surprised by this. To be able to do this, even some of the strongest in the heavenly ranking list will not be able to. Long Wuvai can only be called the top 50 powerhouses in the top 50 rankings. Almost every strong person on the celestial list is a reincarnation who can rank very high in the global ranking. Even if you look at the whole world, the supporters are almost equal to the reincarnators within the top 500. If Jiang Ye can pass through the test hall, it means that he has the strength of a strong man on the top of the list. Don't you mean? This reincarnated person who has not been awakened for a long time has become a top expert within the world's 500 in the blink of an eye in less than a month? Bai Chen's gaze moved slightly, and he said, "Use the attack just now, and use it on me." As soon as this statement came out, Long Wuvai was shocked. Bai Chen actually wanted to test Jiang Ye's attack for himself? Now there is a good show to watch. Chapter 117. Is this okay? Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback, then asked. After all, his punch just now couldn't even be detected in the testing hall. The power is suspected to have reached the half-step SSS level. If this attack falls on other people, what kind of consequences will it have? It is simply unimaginable. Bai Chen smiled slightly and said, "Don't underestimate the powerhouses in the Tianbang. I also blow up the stuff in the test hall from time to time. Those old men have stopped letting me use it. So, what do you have? Just use it with all your might." While speaking, Bai Chen carried a wave of confidence. It seemed that no matter what means Jiang Ye used, he couldn't threaten him. Jiang Ye couldn't help being surprised. He didn't expect that the other party turned out to be a genius. Bai Xiaoling, who tested himself, is also the little sister of the heavenly ranker. If that's the case, then I'm not going to be polite. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. Before, he was afraid that the testing hall would not be able to withstand the attack of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, so he did not use his full strength. But now, the opponent he is facing is the Heavenly One. Long Yuvai ranks around 20 top masters. Look around the world. Bai Chen's strength may be ranked in the top 100. Facing such a master, naturally there is no need to have any reservations, just go all out. This moment, Jiang Ye no longer hesitated, and opened all the attributes of the Shinai space. At that moment, a trace of divine power suddenly flowed out from the divine domain space and injected into Jiang Ye's body. There seemed to be hundreds of millions of volcano-like powers in his body, erupting in an instant. A terrifying aura emerged from Jiang Ye's body, turning into a wave of air and sweeping the audience. The burst of oppressive feeling was extremely strong. Millions of spiritual qi poured out, concentrating on the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The power condensed is twice as much as it was in the test hall. At this time, everyone felt an extreme pressure released from Jiang Ye's body. They all showed moved expressions, feeling extremely unbelievable. Wait, is this Jiang Ye's strength? Isn't the sense of coercion too strong? Oh my god! I can feel an extremely depressing atmosphere from 21 years away. If I remember correctly, Jiang Ye seems to be a reincarnation of the 3rd generation. How has his strength reached such a powerful realm? It's too scary. I thought Jiang Ye was just a first-class talent in the reincarnation world, but I didn't expect that the power in reality has reached such terrifying power. Nonsense, I seem to have obtained several SSS level evaluations in a row, otherwise it would be impossible for only the 3rd generation to be able to report to Long Yuvai as a reserve member. Bai Chen should be able to block Jiang Ye's move. It should be possible. After all, Bai Chen is a strong man on the list, and the means he used to block Jiang Ye's attack is not a problem at all. Don't forget, Bai Chen is also an existence that can blow up the test hall, so, logically speaking, it's no problem for him to test how powerful Jiang Ye's ability is. The people around felt the power emerging from Jiang Ye, they were all very surprised, and they started discussing one after another. At this time, Bai Chen frowned slightly, feeling that this attack by Jiang Ye was very unusual. Moreover, in addition to spiritual qi, there seems to be a different, transcendent attribute that is injected into this punch, giving it a feeling of owning, as if in the world of reincarnation, when facing the highest level of enemies, it will the feeling of being there. In the world of reincarnation, any ability obtained should be weakened, and it cannot burst out with 100% power. However, why did Jiang Ye feel so oppressive to himself? It's like facing the final boss in the dungeon world with the body of the real world. Bai Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Next second, a mirror-like light suddenly appeared around him. At that moment, Bai Chen showed a transcendent aura, his whole body seemed to become a mirror, capable of reflecting everything in the world. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but exclaimed. It turned out to be Bai Shijing. Bai Chen actually used such means, isn't it too scary? Damn it, that is Bai Chen's best absolute defense, able to resist any attack in the world. This is the current absolute defense of the reincarnation world, almost no one can break through Bai Shijing. Jiang Ye's attack is powerful enough to make Bai Chen use such methods as Bai Shijing. That's right, to get Bai Chen to use such a method to defend, some big names in the Tianbang are unable to do it. Jiang Ye is able to force Bai Chen to use unique skills, enough to blow for a year. 1 year? The layout is a bit small. If it were me, I'm afraid it wouldn't be a problem to brag about it for 10 years. Next second, Jiang Ye unleashed the 6 paths of reincarnation punch, and slammed heavily on the mirror around Bai Chen's body. The terrifying atmosphere instantly spread to the surroundings. The surrounding ground was cracked inch by inch, even the ground made of special materials by Long Wuvai, possessing extremely strong properties, could not withstand such a terrifying impact. The violent airwave centered on Jiang Ye and spread out like water ripples. Even the onlookers, who were 100 meters away, could feel this extremely strong force, like a gust of wind, as if it was going to blow everyone into the sky. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they were about to take a few steps back to avoid this terrifying aftermath. At this moment, Bai Xiaoling's hands changed, and mysterious runes suddenly flew around. That mysterious rune seems to contain mysterious and unpredictable power. After sorting and combining, it actually formed a formation, which sealed off the battlefield between Bai Chen and Jiang Ye. Have an impact on the surrounding. What a powerful attack! Bai Xiaoling's face changed slightly, she felt the rune power in her body was being consumed rapidly. That's because the aftermath impacted on the talisman formation, accelerating the disintegration of the formation. It is necessary to inject more rune power into the defensive array to maintain the formation from cracking. Even the aftermath has such terrifying power. No wonder this guy was able to completely paralyze the entire testing hall. I really don't know what kind of monster this is. The third generation has become outrageously like this. If it's the fourth or fifth world, wouldn't it be completely heaven-defying? Bai Xiaoling stuck out his tongue. Through this, he also felt how perverted Jiang Ye's strength is. That is definitely not a level that humans can reach. So close. This time, the person who resisted Jiang Ye's punch was his own big brother. Has the title of Absolute Defense. If it were any other strong man in the Tianbang, if he didn't dodge, he might have to lie in bed for at least 10 days and a half months before he could get up. Finally, the aftermath of this punch gradually ended. Click! With a burst of broken sound, a scene beyond everyone's expectations appeared. The mirror around Bai Chen's body unexpectedly started to crack slowly, and then exploded completely. When seeing this scene, everyone present was completely quiet, unable to breathe, and stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Brothers Bai Shijing. It turns out. Broken. Bai Xiaoling's mouth has been completely opened into an O shape, and the scene on the field is reflected in her eyes, wondering if she is dreaming. This move used by Bai Chen is absolute defense. There are almost no tricks that can defeat the highest defense used by Richen head-on. But now, Jiang Ye's punch unexpectedly just broke Bai Shijing. Completely exceeded everyone's expectations. After a while, there was a burst of voices on the field. Oh my god, Bai Chen's absolute defense was breached, isn't that kid too powerful? You call this a reserve member? A reserve member tested a supernatural ability, and even smashed the absolute defense of the strong in the Tianbang. What kind of monster is this? Damn it, are all the newcomers this year so fierce, it puts me under a lot of pressure. The beginning is the posture of the celestial list, it is almost invincible, okay. It's awesome. I never dreamed that there are reserve members who can break through Bai Chen's absolute defense. Jiang Ye is already invincible. This is the SSS-rated Fang Gu genius. Now I finally know how terrifying the gold content of the Eternal Genius is. The beginning is the top list, who can stand it? In the eyes of everyone present, looking at Jiang Ye is no different from looking at a monster at this moment. Break Bai Chen's absolute defense? Let me ask you, is there anyone here who can do this? To know. Some of the strong players in the Tianbang shook their heads and stopped fighting when they saw Bai Chen unleash absolute defense. When it comes to fighting, it's just a turtle shell, not to mention the waste of energy, why can't it explode? On the contrary, Bai Chen, who is inside the turtle, can come and get dirty at any time, and fights all kinds of aggrieved. This is where Bai Chen's capital as Tianbang 20 lies. B. Now, this strongest capital, placed in front of Jiang Ye, no longer exists. Clap clap. Suddenly there was a round of applause on the field. This voice comes from Bai Chen. His eyes fell on Jiang Ye, and he smiled and said, "This punch of yours is very special. It seems to have the power to collapse everything. No wonder it can paralyze the entire system of the big tester. To be precise, the power of your punch should correspond to a combat power between 2 million and 3 million. But it seems that there are some special properties that can shatter all defenses and cause matter to collapse. Probably has a similar attribute effect. Although the actual power is not as powerful as imagined, it can even temporarily shatter my Bai Shai Jing. But these attributes and their functions are not inferior to half-step SSS level abilities at all. Speaking of which, Bai Chen started again to condense a new Bai Shai Jing. It shows that Jiang Ye's punch did not really smash Bai Chen's absolute defense, but only reached the critical point of breaking. However, because of its special collapse attribute, Jiang Ye's punch can actually be regarded as It is 100% armor-piercing. Can break the absolute defense. Potential is greater than pure power, in fact, it is even higher. After all, the power can be improved in the late stage. But the special attribute given is a kind of talent, which cannot be acquired after tomorrow. I see. Suddenly, Jiang Ye realized. 6 paths of reincarnation boxing actually inherited the power of 6 paths. This punch down can make everything fall into samsara. Converted into a supernatural ability, it has the attribute of causing everything to collapse. But the attribute of samsara is even more terrifying than the space system. Not only space, but even concepts such as time and elements can collapse. Therefore, the attributes of the 6 paths of reincarnation boxing are even more powerful than the space system. Wait a minute. If I use the void wormhole to teleport to other people's side, and then strike 6 paths of reincarnation. That is the ultimate movement speed, coupled with the ultimate attack power. This effect is simply full. Jiang Ye secretly thought in his heart. Assessing the current own strength. And after the attribute of own divine domain space is improved, the distance that the void wormhole can release is much farther than before. Now, Jiang Ye's void wormhole can teleport to a distance of less than 5 kilometers. It can be said that half a small town away, you can hit the target with a samsara fist that can destroy everything. Used to strike key targets, that is simply an artifact. The people around saw Bai Chen reunited with Bai Shai Jing, and they were relieved. Fortunately, Jiang Ye was just able to crush absolute defense 423, but he couldn't hurt Richen. Yet, Bai Chen's absolute defense is still very powerful. Although it was only broken due to the collapsed attribute, it can be reassembled immediately. It shows that Jiang Ye's attack is not enough to completely penetrate Bai Chen's defense. But to reach the critical point of breakthrough absolute defense, there is already enough room for manipulation, and it poses a threat to Richen. That's right, even if it's other strong players in the heaven list, they can't even find this space. Jiang Ye is already strong enough. After all, Bai Chen is the top 20 player on the Tianbang list. This is considered to be in the front. If he can give Jiang Ye a second, then wouldn't he be the best at the beginning of the game? In any case, Jiang Ye's future potential is beyond my comparability. Everyone side beside them. No doubt. Jiang Ye's supernatural power has fully met the target, even far exceeding the requirements of the reserve members of Long Wuvai. Even Bai Chen's absolute defense can be crushed. If this is not passed, how can the others live? Number. Subsequent tests are unnecessary. This punch from Jiang Ye alone is enough to become a full member. The reserve members are probably just going through a process. What happened on the field quickly spread to Xiaolongwu. Jiang Ye conducted the test on the first day, and made such a big noise. Although Xiaolongwu had a lot of things in his hands, as long as it involved Jiang Ye, he would stop what he was doing and pay attention. But after watching the surveillance footage, Xiaolongwu couldn't help showing a look of surprise, and said, I didn't expect Jiang Ye's strength to have reached this level. It can break through Bai Kang's absolute defense. With this level of strength, it is enough to participate in the competition for the qualification of the next Tianbang. I originally wanted to reserve this spot for Xiarugzhu, but her strength is still too far behind Li Tian's list, so I'd better give up this training qualification and give it to Jiang Ye. If I remember correctly, Jiang Ye still has the black sword he gave him, but he didn't use it. And although the energies of the first and second worlds are not that strong, Jiang Ye showed terrifying control during the college entrance examination. Now, with sufficient power, Xiaolongwu has every reason to believe that Jiang Ye definitely has the qualifications to sprint to the top of the list. Therefore, originally, among the few recommended places in his hand, in addition to the other candidates for the heaven list, there was an extra spot for his own daughter to practice. Certainly. From Xiaolongwu's point of view, although Xiarugzhu's strength is not bad, she is far from the top of Li Tian's list by more than a little bit. It was also because that hairy girl had been clamoring for a challenge all day long, and Xiaolongwu felt a little helpless, so he agreed to the next qualification and asked Xiarugzhu to experience it. But now, there is a better candidate in front of On, and that is naturally Jiang Ye. As for the other places, they are already qualified, and Xiaolongwu will naturally not move. I can only take away my daughter's quota. Chapter 118. Sister, let's go. After Bai Chen put away the abilities on his body, he left with Bai Xiaoling. Jiang Ye, nice to meet you, I hope to see you again when I have time. Bai Xiaoling waved his hand towards Jiang Ye. Now, many people also gathered around Jiang Ye and chatted with him about various things. It's talking about Longwuvai's food and welfare, and it's talking about related developments. Naturally, Jiang Ye did not act too aloof, but warmly mingle with everyone around him. After all, in the future, everyone will be comrades in arms, fighting side by side. Of course we have to trust each other. And in Longwuvai, there is a strong sense of atmosphere, as if returning home. In the corridor, Bai Chen and Bai Xiaoling walked side by side. At this time, cough cough. A cough sounded suddenly. Bai Chen suddenly leaned over and spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother, what's wrong with you? Bai Xiaoling was startled as he watched from the side. Bai Chen smiled wryly, that kid's punch is actually a bit stronger than I thought. Bai Xiaoling was shocked immediately. Brother, didn't you just say that his move just happened to break your absolute defense, but it didn't hurt you? Sister, are you really stupid or pretending to be stupid? Bai Chen looked at Bai Xiaoling's simple expression, and said helplessly. Sister, I am a strong person in the Tianbang, but I was beaten up and vomited blood by a reserve member. Do you think I still want this face? Bai Xiaoling suddenly felt speechless. Turn out to be. My brother is going to make face suffer. Brother, you should be fine, right? Bai Xiaoling couldn't help but asked in a low voice. It felt like Bai Chen was coughing so much, as if he was going to die. No problem. It's just a little internal injury, use a little bit of healing skills, then it will be fine. But what I didn't expect was that guy's punch was so weird, my Bai Shijing couldn't even defend against it, and was directly pierced by the opponent. It seems that punch, although not very powerful, can make everything collapse. This kind of attribute is very terrible for my absolute defense. Seems to be able to restrain everything in the world. Speaking of which, Bai Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was the first time in this world that he saw an existence that could restrain his own. Brother, is Jiang Ye really that powerful? He seems to be just the third reincarnation. Bai Xiaoling exclaimed. Sister, you are still too young. Bai Chen sighed and said. The number of reincarnation towers is only second, the most important thing is to see what kind of abilities can be brought back. Sometimes, a special ability is enough to give the reincarnation a pivotal position. So, it is the most stupid to use the number of times to measure the strength of the reincarnation. You have to see what the other party has. As for Jiang Ye's consecutive SSS ratings, none of his abilities are simple. Having said that, Bai Chen's gaze towards his little sister suddenly became strange. Hey, sister, I think your age seems to be about the same as Jiang Ye, right? Bai Xiaoling's heart tightened, and he said, brother, what do you want to say? Bai Chen chuckled, I think Jiang Ye's looks are not bad, and he's a great person, so don't try to chase him. Ah, go away. Bai Xiaoling pushed Bai Chen, and his face became as red as an apple from embarrassment. Seeing his little sister being teased like this, Bai Chen couldn't help laughing happily, as if his injuries were completely healed. Okay, I'm a genius, how could I fall in love with me casually? Hey, old girl, didn't you say that you are talented before, and that only true geniuses can be worthy of yourself? Jiang Ye is not counted, he is not a genius, he is a monster. Okay, just kidding you. Bai Chen smiled inwardly. My little sister entered Longwuvai at such a young age, although she looks cute on the surface, she is actually very proud in her heart. After all, when any genius shows his talent for the first time, he will have a feeling of being overpowering. At this time, that would take a blow from a real genius. Only in this way can we understand the truth in this world that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. Xiaorugxiu is in a good mood today. Because the annual Tianbang ranking qualifying tournament is finally coming. She had been looking forward to this qualifying match for a long time. With my strength, I must be ranked within the top 50 of the list. Xiaorugxiu waved her small fists to cheer herself up, full of confidence. That is the idol she has admired for a long time. Since childhood, under Xiaolongyu's teaching, Xiaorugxiu has witnessed how terrifying the strong men in the Tianbang are. So, in her young heart, a seed was planted that must become a strong person in the heaven list. And every strong person in the Tianbang is an idol in her heart. At this time, a phone call came suddenly. It turned out to be Dad. Xiaorugxiu froze for a moment, then connected the phone. On the phone, immediately came Xiaolongyu's voice. Xiaoxiu, let me tell you something. What's up? In the next qualifying match of the Tianbang, your place will be given up. Why? When Xiaorugxiu heard the news, she froze in place, showing an expression of disbelief. Isn't it already agreed that there will be a position for me in this Tianbang qualifying competition? Faced with this point, Xiaolongyu also felt a little headache, but he thought of something, and quickly recovered his serious tone and said, I know you really want to participate in the qualifying competition, but now your strength is still a little bit worse. Originally, there is just one more quota in my hand, and I can give it to you. But now there is someone more suitable than you. So, I can't lose fairness and let you who are not strong enough to participate. Wait for next year, with your growth rate, next year should be almost the same. Hearing this, Xiaorugxiu was immediately unconvinced. But I have to admit, there was nothing wrong with what Xiaolongyu said. With Xiaorugxiu's strength, participating in the qualifying competition of the Tianbang, there is still a long way to go to the real top of the Tianbang. But thinking of waiting for so long, it turned out that he still couldn't participate in the Tianbang qualifying competition. Father, can't you get one more quota? Anyway, you are the general of Longwuvai, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? Xiaorugxiu said with anticipation once again. I should have told you that rules are rules, and even I can't break them. With my qualifications, I already have more qualifications than others. If there are more qualifications, it would be tantamount to using private power. Do you understand the consequences? Xiaolongyu's tone suddenly became much more serious. Okay, I get it. Xiaorugxiu hung up the phone. She paced back and forth in the room, suddenly remembered something, her eyes lit up, and then called Bai Xiaoling. "Little Ling, are you there? It's Axu, what's the matter? My position in the qualifying competition of the Heaven list was squeezed out by someone else, can you help me find out who that person is?" "Ah, this is not very good, although I am temporarily taking over the job of information database management, but the Tianbang qualification competition is not in my category." "Oh, what are you afraid of? Anyway, your brother is the leader of the Tianbang. It's not a bad thing to check the qualifying competition. Just look up the information for your brother, and help me by the way. I will treat you to dinner later." Xiaorugzhu offered all kinds of conditions, and she used a begging tone, which seemed very sincere. Bai Xiaoling sighed helplessly, there was nothing he could do with this good girlfriend. After all, she knows Xiaorugzhu's temper, even though she is a girl, she still has the kind of energy to not give up until she reaches her goal. Trur. Bai Xiaoling set off for the data center. When she unlocked the password and searched for relevant information with her authority, she was suddenly slightly startled. Of course it's him. Now, except for the few candidates who had already been confirmed by Xiaolongwu to participate in the qualifying competition, the rest of the name and picture are very familiar to Bai Xiaoling, and he recognized it at a glance. It's Jiang Ye. I didn't expect Jiang Ye to replace Xiaorugzhu. MJU4 NDA2 New Jersey A3 MTE1 Enskinye 1 OJE equals. Bai Xiaoling was a little surprised by this. Jiang Ye is just a reserve member. He actually directly won the challenge position of the Tianbang qualifiers. This has almost never happened in Longwuvai. But, reminiscent of the day when Jiang Ye smashed the absolute defense of his big brother with a punch, Bai Xiaoling immediately felt that he was indeed more qualified than Xiaorugzhu, and even some of the strongest in the list might not be able to block Jiang Ye's blow. Jingle bell. At this moment, the phone in Bai Xiaoling's pocket suddenly rang. After connecting, a real snowy voice came from inside. "Xiaoling, what's the matter with the information check? Hurry up. Why are you in such a hurry?" "Humph, someone actually made Dad take my place, of course you have to know who he is. I've convinced you." Bai Xiaoling sighed, not knowing what was going on, he could only look at Jiang Ye's photo on the computer. Briefly stated the information. "Hey, the person who replaced you is called Jiang Ye." "Ah." Xiaorugzhu was suddenly taken aback. "Jiang Ye? Never heard of it. Which barracks is he assigned? How many meritorious service has he obtained? How is his combat strength? Approximately how many lifetimes have you obtained, and what level has your rating reached?" Facing this barrage of problems, Bai Xiaoling felt a little helpless, paused, and then said, "According to the data, Jiang is ready to conceive." "What?" Bai Xiaoling was shocked again. She stammered, You said that a reserve member took my place." "Yes. How can this be?" Beep beep beep. The phone was hung up immediately. "Hello." Bai Xiaoling couldn't help shouting, "I haven't finished my words." She originally organized words in her mind, intending to tell the story of Jiang Ye smashing her own big brother's absolute defense that day. But who knew that Xiaorugzhu hung up the phone so hastily? Bai Xiaoling suddenly had a premonition, as if something was going to happen. She quickly called again. "Call back." Beep beep. "Sorry, the number you dialed is busy." Bai Xiaoling's heart skipped a beat. Oops. Seems like something bad is going to happen. If I had known that I would not have helped this favor, I feel like every minute has to be the rhythm of things. A recruit actually replaced my qualifications. Why? Xiaorugzhu immediately became angry. If one's strength is indeed not as good as the opponent's, then forget it. Unexpectedly, the person who replaced his qualifications was just a reserve member of Longwuvai. I have joined Longwuvai for almost a year, and the seniors who followed the army have earned thousands of merit points. However, Jiang Ye is a reserve member. What qualifications does he have to squeeze out the own quota? Thinking of this, Xiaorugzhu became more and more unconvinced, and immediately called her father. Beep beep. Sorry, the user you dialed is busy. Xiaolongwu has a lot to deal with every day, and there must be an important meeting to be held now. In most cases, no private calls can be made. Ah, I'm so mad. Xiaorugzhu felt her blood pressure suddenly rise, and in a fit of rage, she accidentally squeezed her phone and exploded it. This is just great. Have to buy again. However, Xiaorugzhu was no longer in the mood to care about the mobile phone, and walked out angrily. She desperately wants to find out who Jiang Ye really is. Preparatory camp. Bai Chen stood on the watchtower, watching the nearby scenery. Brother Bai, why do you have time to come to the preparatory camp for a walk? A figure appeared behind Richen. He was wearing an ancient-style robe with a saber tied around his waist. He looked like an ancient swordsman. Gu Qing, when he appeared here, everyone around him immediately cast their gazes. Like Bai Chen, Gu Qing is also a big shot in the Tianbang, ranking around 40, and he is a master of swordsmanship. The two strong men on the Tianbang actually appeared in the preparatory camp, which attracted everyone's attention. I finally came back. Of course I came to the preparatory camp to see my little sister. Bai Chen smiled. In fact, he wasn't telling the truth. Apart from being a sister controller himself, he was also very interested in Jiang Ye. After all, the ability used by Jiang Ye can actually break the absolute defense of own. This matter still makes Bai Chen very concerned. He found that he made some mistakes in judging the punch at that time. It seems that suddenly, own defense was breached. Haven't figured out what's going on. But Bai Chen didn't ask Jiang Ye, Li Zhao's, directly. The reason is very simple. As a leader in the Tianbang, he is still ranked around 20. If you can't even understand this point, wouldn't you be laughed out of your teeth? Cough cough, you can lose in a battle, and blood can flow, but you can't lose your face. You really are a sister-in-law. Gu Qing couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At this time, there was a shout from outside. Preparation camp, who is Jiang Ye? Come out. Everyone looked sideways. Suddenly found out. It turned out that the person who appeared at the door was actually He Shui. That is a popular figure in Longwuvai. As Xiaolongwu's daughter, Xiaorugzhu not only has a very high talent, but also has a particularly outstanding appearance. Standing in Longwuvai, like a princess holding the moon with stars. Soon someone surrounded him. A young man asked, Snow Maiden, what do you want from Jiang Ye? At this moment, Jiang Ye's name has spread throughout the entire recruit camp. In addition, Jiang Ye is not aloof, and takes the initiative to mingle with everyone. Almost everyone here knows Ting Ye. Seeing Rugzhu coming to the door so angrily. It's all speculation. Is there any story between these two people? Xiaorugzhu said angrily, Jiang Ye replaced my place in the qualifying competition of the Tianbang. I want to see what kind of geniuses came out of the preparatory camp. Connect to the Tianbang qualification hall. When it comes to the word genius, Xiaorugzhu deliberately strengthened her tone. In tone. Inexplicably with a sense of irony. However, upon hearing this, everyone present immediately realized what was going on. Strange looks immediately appeared on their faces. Jiang Ye's strength is obvious to all present. Even Bai Chen's absolute defense can be penetrated. Although he is a member of the reserve battalion, no one will treat Jiang Ye as a recruit, but as a leader of the Tianbang. As for Xiaorugzhu, as Xiaolongwu's daughter, of course no one would want to provoke Xi. Therefore, everyone turned their heads and pretended not to know anything. Chapter 119. The atmosphere suddenly became weird. Xiaorugzhu also noticed the sudden change in the atmosphere and felt a little at a loss. Coincidentally, she saw Bai Chen's figure, her eyes lit up, and she walked past the doctor immediately. Bai Chen, so you are here. Xiaorugzhu ran over in surprise. She and Bai Xiaoling are best friends, so a good relationship with Richen is naturally indispensable. Moreover, Xiaorugzhu has always admired the most, and that is the boss of the Tianbang. FFLX. When playing with Bai Xiaoling, he met Bai Chen by the way and became friends. Of course, as Xiaorugzhu is Xiaolongyu's daughter, Bai Chen naturally dare not neglect her. It can be said that it is the top circle of Longwuvai. Isn't this Axu? Why did you go to the preparatory camp to play? Bai Chen greeted him with a smile, as if Xiaorugzhu just pretended not to hear what she said. Hey, why do you look hurt? Xiaorugzhu's eyes moved slightly, and she saw the injury on Bai Chen's body. She used to stay in the medical army and has a high attainment in medical skills, so she could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Bai Chen. Ahem, recently I practiced duel with others, so I got hurt. But it's okay, it's not a serious injury. I've been feeling much better these days. Bai Chen coughed lightly, and found an excuse to prevaricate. When talking, he obviously felt a little guilty. Oh, so it is like this. Xiaorugzhu suddenly realized. Bai Chen has just returned from a mission. Now, the Tianbang qualifying tournament will start soon. Therefore, there must be some masters who will find Bai Chen to practice against each other and try their own strength. Unexpectedly, someone was able to hurt Bai Chen, who is known as the absolute defense. You must know that even if Bai Chen is performing S-level dangerous missions, he will rarely be injured. To be able to hurt Bai Chen, he must be a first-class expert. At least the strong ones on the list. Xiaorugzhu sighed. However, hearing Xiaorugzhu's words, the weirdness on Bai Chen's face became more intense. But Xiaorugzhu didn't seem to realize this, but directly cut to the point, saying, Bai Chen, do you know that a man from Jiang Ye came to the reserve camp recently? Can I not know this? Bai Chen couldn't help complaining in his heart. The wounds on my body were caused by being beaten. But the problem is that Jiang Ye, as a member of the preparatory camp, has successfully awakened as a reincarnator not long ago. As a leader of the Tianbang, how can I have the face to admit that I was injured by a member of the reserve battalion? Paused. Bai Chen asked, I seem to have heard that there is such a person in the reserve camp of 963, but do you have anything to do with him? Xiaorugzhu said angrily, of course, he has robbed me of my celestial list qualification. It was my father who said he would give it to me. Why did he suddenly give it to him? Having said that, Xiaorugzhu's emotions suddenly became agitated, and she said, the qualifying competition of the Tianbang should be for those who can. What kind of genius is there to snatch my position? DB. Jiang Ye's strength seems to be stronger than yours. Bai Chen felt helpless. Of course he knew Xiaorugzhu's strength very well, it was completely incomparable with this monster. After all, if Xiaorugzhu deployed Bai Shijing by herself, even if Xiaorugzhu fought for a year, she might not be able to shake Bai Chen's defense at all. Instead, Bai Shijing was smashed to pieces by Jiang Ye's punch. The gap between them is as big as the sky. After all, Xiaorugzhu is also Xiaolongyu's daughter. Everyone in Longwuvai knew that Xiaolongyu was a very fair person and would never do such a thing as favoritism. Therefore, when he saw that Jiang Ye was more suitable for this spot, the other spots in his hand had already been committed to a few seedlings who did have the qualifications of the heaven list and were very promising. Number B/. He could only take back the qualifying match that was originally planned for Xiaorugzhu to exercise and give it to Jiang Ye. This is indeed the best way to deal with it. Anyway, Xiaorugzhu is Xiaolongyu's daughter, even if Jiang Ye can qualify for the challenge, most people will still prefer their own daughter. Although Bai Chen has great respect for Xiaolongyu, he dare not say that he fully understands each other. The matter Xiaorugzhu was involved in was already related to Xiaolongyu's personal affairs. Where does Bai Chen dare to set foot in? This matter suddenly became a headache. Ahem, Axu, I heard that that person's strength is quite powerful. Or you can wait until next year. Bai Chen tried to smooth things over. Who knows? This sentence seems to have completely pd off Zhenrugzhu. She said angrily, what's the matter, am I not considered a genius? My father is Xiaolongyu. If he is not a genius better than me, why should he be given the qualifying position? I'd like to see, what kind of ability does that Jiang Ye have, that he can snatch my qualifying match from my father? Xiaorugzhu then turned around, looked at the people in the preparatory camp, and shouted. Who is Jiang Ye? Come out! There was a moment of silence. Everyone here didn't know how to deal with this matter. If I'm being honest, it seems to be counterproductive. Could it be that you really told Xiaorugzhu bluntly? You still don't want to fight Jiang Ye, he is a monster, you can't beat him. In this way, it will completely irritate Xiaorugzhu's belligerent heart, and she will have to fight to find out. But if it does come to blows. So. Jiang Ye's 6 paths of reincarnation boxing seems to be beyond the reach of ordinary people. With one punch, whether Xiaorugzhu's life can be saved is unknown. You know, even Bai Chen's absolute defense can't resist the 6 paths of reincarnation punch. With Xiaorugzhu's defensive power, I am afraid that if she punches down, the consequences will be very serious. If you are a militant in Longwuvai, if you are not convinced and come to a fight, if you are beaten badly, you will be beaten badly. The strength is not as good as others, and they still have to fight. Being educated is purely self-inflicted. But the point is, Xiaorugzhu is not an ordinary person, she is Xiaolongyu's daughter. If something goes wrong, who can bear the responsibility? Well, it seems that let me tell the truth. Bai Chen took a deep breath. Now, he no longer cared about this old face. If Xiaorugzhu doesn't tell the truth again, then she might go further and further down this extreme path. Compared with other people, Xiaorugzhu's own words are more convincing. But at this moment, drip drip, the entire Longwuvai base suddenly echoed with the sound of an alarm. Warn! Detection of number 13 area of Longwuvai, an attack of strange monsters appeared. Danger factor, A and level. All irrelevant members please stay away from area 13. Unknown strange creatures appeared, with unknown abilities, and 3 members have fallen into a coma. When this siren sounded, all the members of Longwuvai present stood up collectively. What happened? A strange creature appeared in area 13. Isn't this something that the guys from the Foundation came up with? Damn it, these lingering fellows can really do a lot of things. When Longwuvai present heard the siren, his expression was not particularly good-looking. The Foundation is a well-known evil organization in the West. It specializes in collecting various abilities of the other world, and the reincarnators in it are all required to have abilities such as weirdness, evil gods, and urban ghost stories. They are good at launching unsolvable weird creatures, creating ghost stories and legends, destroying human and social security, and posing a huge threat to all countries in the world. It is said that there are already many small countries on the southern road, and they have become strange places. It is from the handwriting of the Foundation. The United World Organization has issued several statements condemning the Foundation's actions. However, the Foundation is backed by Western countries, and it is obvious that there are huge forces in many countries behind it to support it, so that it can have today's momentum. The West and the East are separated from each other and have always been in conflict. The Foundation and Longwuvai are the first echelon forces in the Eastern and Western hemispheres with world influence. Therefore, there are not many conflicts over resources and various aspects. The Foundation's methods are very strange. It seems that it can release some strange creatures in the Dragon Kingdom, posing a threat. This time, Unexpectedly, there were even strange creatures in the base. Immediately attracted everyone's attention. Gu Qing and Bai Chen looked at each other, and immediately showed serious expressions. "We'll go and see right away," Gu Qing said in a deep voice. "Good." Bai Chen nodded. "They are the strongest in the heaven list, and if something happens to the base, of course they have to go to check it as soon as possible." At this moment, Xiaorugzhu suddenly stood up and said, "I'm going to take a look too." Bai Chen was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Axu, although I know that you are very anxious to become a strong person, the methods of the Foundation are not a joke, you should go back to a safe place." Xiaorugzhu shook her head and stretched out her right hand. A holy and soft light appeared in her hands. Xiaorugzhu said, "I recently conquered a reincarnation world, and obtained the power of the holy light technique, which can dispel evil spirits. Say no to leave will be effective for this strange creature. I know that my own status is different from others, but other than that, I am also a soldier of Long Wuvai. Long Wuvai has a basic rule, which is that professional people do professional things, and professional positions stay in professional positions. Long Wuvai's basic combat method is also to form combat teams according to the types of different fighters' abilities, so as to fight against the enemy in a targeted manner. Now, when I encounter strange creatures, I have this ability, how can I retreat to the rear?" Faced with these words, Bai Chen was silent for a moment, unable to find any reason to refute. Gu Qing smiled and said, "Okay, since Ah Shui has the ability and the heart, then just follow us." Bai Chen sighed, seeing that Gu Qing had said so, he had no choice but to agree. "Okay, then you come here, but be careful to ensure your own safety, and leave there immediately if necessary." X+3. With absolute defense, he looked at Xiaorugzhu and prevented her from getting hurt. Anyway, with him around, that weird creature shouldn't be able to hurt Xiaorugzhu. Good. Xiaorugzhu nodded. Subsequently, the three immediately rushed to the direction of Area 12. Preparatory Camp. Jiang Ye sat cross-legged in the room. After becoming Long Wuvai, more data permissions can be opened for him. During this period of time, in addition to building a good relationship with everyone in Long Wuvai, recording various abilities, and reporting information, he spends a lot of time almost every day, soaking in the data curry, collecting relevant intelligence information. As well as, after becoming Long Wuvai, he has to face international enemies. After all, as one of the top power organizations in the East, Long Wuvai must face very powerful opponents. As for Long Wuvai, the most powerful military institution in the Dragon Kingdom, some special training is required on a daily basis, and combat teams must be formed according to the combat troops. However, because Jiang Ye's ability is too special, there is no suitable training group for him yet. In addition, Xiaolong Wu meant that he didn't want Jiang Ye to go to the battlefield so soon at all, but stayed in the base first, grew into a top powerhouse, and then played a corresponding role, so that it would be of greater value. Therefore, Jiang Ye naturally relaxes in the base and has a lot of time to read all kinds of information about the reincarnation world. Anyway, Long Wuvai's cafeteria is open 24 hours a day, and all meals are free. Now, when Jiang Ye stayed in Long Wuvai, he was like a fairy. He had everything to eat and drink, as well as various entertainment activities and reading materials to satisfy his desire to read. At this time, the siren sound echoed throughout the base. The sound of the broadcast in the dormitory corridor is also broadcasting the strange threat in Area 12. Strange? Jiang Ye frowned slightly. Based on the information he collected, strangeness, often related to outer gods, is a force that is close to rules. In some worlds, it is impossible to kill spooky by conventional means. This existence is not life. Kind of like a rule. Weirdness can deal with weirdness. Or only by finding a way to solve this weirdness. When reading materials related to weirdness, Jiang Ye also paid special attention to these materials. The cunning other world is the world that is most likely to produce invading forces, and it can penetrate into various worlds and carry out invasions. If there will be a singularity in the future, so it is likely to have a very close relationship with this power. Jiang Ye suddenly noticed that in his first life, the Eastern Emperor he faced and the power he possessed might have something to do with the strangeness. Even with the power of earthly celestial at that time, it was difficult to deal with this weirdness. But Jiang Ye has the talent of the thief, directly stealing Dong Huang's thinking, thus ending the battle. Now it seems, it is very likely that he has not seen the strange power. It's just that it was only the first life at that time, and the strange power mastered by the Eastern Emperor couldn't be said to be that powerful. With Jiang Ye's strength, it is still very easy to go b. The strangeness that appeared this time, but even Long Wuwei's base can be invaded, the origin must be unusual. I have embarked on the path of becoming a god in the 9th lifetime. In the future world, I am afraid that there will often be anomalous points that destroy the entire world. Maybe, it's very likely that we will often encounter the power from the other world in the future. If you can solve the abnormal points, you can directly improve a score, which greatly increases the possibility of leading to SSS level evaluation. So, it is necessary for me to go to Area 12 to see where this weirdness comes from. Jiang Ye put down the database in his hand, his eyes moved slightly. Subsequently, according to the route in my mind, I quickly set off for the 12th area. At present, most of the routes leading to Area 12 have been blocked, and the people inside are being evacuated rapidly. However, these closed passages cannot organize the industry. Open the void wormhole. At this time, a deep and pitch-black door immediately appeared in front of Jiang Ye. Long Wuwei's base is huge. Every area has at least a few kilometers, or even tens of thousands of meters of Fang Yuan. As Jiang Ye unceasingly releases void wormholes, he crazily crosses the entire area. Not long after, his figure has appeared in Area 12. This is a huge warehouse, and many basic materials of Long Wuwei are stored here. Obviously, deliberately putting weird creatures here is to attack Long Wuwei's means of production. Chapter 120. Even if the members of Long Wuwei cannot be hurt. But if you are lucky enough to get involved with a large amount of production materials here, then the guarantee will not be a loss. Just a kilometer away, a shadow surrounded by black mist appeared in Jiang Ye's field of vision. The dark shadow stood in the very center of the warehouse's open field. Next second, the black shadow suddenly exuded a sinister aura, and black mist spewed out around it, and the ground that was infected by this attack turned into a strange black. Is this a strange creature? Jiang Ye stared at this figure, and couldn't help frowning, feeling a very distorted aura from this black figure. At this time, at the door, Long Wuwei came to support him one after another. Use holy light to bombard this monster. All kinds of holy light bombs swept from all directions and landed on the black shadow. However, He Ying's eyes fell on those Long Wuwei, and suddenly a strange smile broke on his face. Not good. The expressions of Long Wuwei present all changed. At this time, they noticed the strange lines under their feet, and they suddenly entangled. The body suddenly became stiff. As if gradually turning into a puppet, he lost control of his body. Not only that, in addition to the body gradually becoming stiff, even the thinking began to gradually freeze. Don't look at he. The last Long Wuwei who still retained his consciousness gritted his teeth word by word and let out a sound. Immediately afterwards, he also lost consciousness, standing in place like a statue, motionless. The scene looked very strange. Don't look at that weird. Meaning is, can't you just look at it directly? But why do I seem to have nothing to do with it? Jiang Ye thought to himself. At this time, he opened his analytical eyes, intending to use this special talent to see the origin of this black shadow. An information panel popped up in front of me. Strange double figure. Type, weird sealed item. 1-8041. Risk factor, S. Characteristic: 1. All the weird substitute figures will fall into a state of being controlled when they realize that you are watching its existence. 2. The weird stand-in figure will look around, and then control everything he sees. 3. When the nearby exploration is completed, the weird stand-in figure will explode, and all objects that are watched will belong to its world. It turned out to be a sealed item. Jiang Ye's expression was obviously more serious than before. Sealed item, this is the top-level strange item in the possession of the Foundation. Each item is made from the extraordinary characteristics dropped from the demigod-level mysterious item with a very high sequence. The risk factor is extremely high, far exceeding that of ordinary mysterious creatures. Generally speaking, if it reaches the level of the sealed item, it can almost be compared with the rules, and the effect is very terrifying. This time, I actually encountered a sealed item with sequence 1. Jiang Ye noticed the level of the sealed item, and his expression became serious again. The level sequence of the sealed item, from 3 to 0, the closer the sequence is to 0, the higher the level. A level 1 sealed artifact, with the danger factor of level S, can almost bring a devastating threat to an entire city. This time, the Foundation actually used the sealed item of sequence 1 to attack Long Wuivai's base. I'm afraid the purpose is not that simple. Jiang Ye frowned, and after analyzing the origin of the Daoist shadow with his analytical eyes, his expression became more serious. Even for a behemoth like the Foundation, the value of a level 1 sealed artifact is extremely precious, and it cannot be taken out casually. The strength of Long Wuivai, the face-level sealed item, has the means to deal with it. So, at the cost of spending a level 1 sealed item, the Foundation must want to obtain something. But what kind of things do you need to get back the price of sacrificing a level 1 sealed item? Jiang had no way of knowing this. At this time, the figures of Bai Chen and others rushed over. At this time, there are already 2 big names in the Tianbang in this place. They are Bai Chen and Gu Qing. After seeing these 2 people coming, Long Wei, who was nearby, was immediately affirmed. Since there are strong people in the Tianbang here, it should not be difficult to solve the problems that arise here. Unfortunately, there are already several combat sequences ahead, and they are controlled by the weirdness. Although he has not completely lost his vital signs, he is undoubtedly in a very dangerous situation. However, when the figures of Bai Chen and Gu Qing appeared here, their eyes fell on that black figure, and a dignified expression appeared on their faces. With their intuition, they instantly felt that the black shadow brought a very powerful sense of threat, even far surpassing some opponents they had faced before. At this time, Xiaorugzhu's eyes moved slightly, then she smiled and said, "It turns out to be a demon-like existence." "Exactly. Holy light art is my specialty. It's perfect for dealing with this demon." While talking, Xiaorugzhu condensed a holy light technique in her hand, and attacked that black shadow. Etc. Bai Chen and Gu Qing shouted almost at the same time. However, it's too late. When Xiaorugzhu's holy light technique was shot, it immediately turned into a day-like light curtain, which exploded on the black shadow in an instant. However, when the afterglow of the holy light bomb dissipated, the figure did not disappear, but still stood in place perfectly. "How can it be?" Xiaorugzhu couldn't help but exclaimed. "Unholy light technique, unexpectedly does not have any effect on this kind of demon? It shouldn't be. Shouldn't it be possible to instantly deal with this type of monster with the attainment of unholy light?" At this moment, the Daoist figure turned his head again, his eyes fell on Xiaorugzhu, and that extremely weird smile cracked on his face again. "Not good. My body, my consciousness. It seems to be disappearing." Xiaorugzhu's complexion changed slightly, and she noticed the abnormal state of her body, and bursts of cold sweat suddenly broke out on her body. She realized that there might be a big problem with her reckless attack this time. Everyone's faces turned slightly aside. A trace of panic flashed across Bai Chen's eyes, and he quickly turned on Bai Shijing to protect Xiaorugzhu's figure. But Bai Shijing seems to be useless against weird rules. Even though the smooth mirror surface has completely protected Xiaorugzhu's figure, her body is still unable to move, and her tendency to become rigid has not been alleviated. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in the ears of Gu Qing and Bai Chen, saying, "Avert your eyes and don't look directly at that guy behind." With the same words, Bai Chen and Gu Qing loudly reminded their companions behind them. Some Long Wuwei who had reacted immediately followed suit and turned their eyes away. Successfully avoided disaster. However, there are also a small number of Long Wuwei who didn't have time to react, and fell into the same state as Xiaorugzhu. Like a sculpture, standing in place, motionless. Damn it! It turned out to be a weird stand-in doll. This is a level 1 sealed artifact of the Foundation, how could it appear in this place? Bai Chen and Gu Qing saw the origin of this black shadow, and cursed secretly in their hearts. A level 1 sealed artifact requires a huge amount of resources to build, and it's not even much easier than cultivating a top expert in Long Wuwei. Any level 1 sealed item almost needs to use the Foundation's highest authority before it can be used. At present, the level 1 sealed items in the Foundation's hands don't even exceed 1 hand, while the level 0 sealed items are limited to legends and concepts. It can be seen from this. What a crazy thing to take out a level 1 sealed artifact. Bai Chen and Gu Qing were startled, they underestimated the opponent's strength, but what made them quite nervous was Xiaorugzhu is now in crisis. The weird stand-in doll has a self-destruct countdown. Once it starts to explode, everything noticed by the puppet will be attributed to its world. It is conceivable that the strangeness comes from the existence of the gods of Outland. Its world. It doesn't sound like a place where people can live. Therefore, as long as it is taken there, it is almost a dead end. Even if it is a strong man on the list, the chances of being able to come back alive are still extremely slim. What to do? With my power, that can't solve the weird double doll. Clearing this stuff is not something I'm good at. Bai Chen said in a deep voice. The way he practiced is more inclined to defense and backhand attack with supernatural powers. But to deal with weird, on the contrary, auxiliary type abilities will be more useful. Such as purification, sealing and other means. Even the ultimate physical attack is not very effective against weirdness. There's nothing I can do. Gu Qing couldn't help laughing bitterly. If I use the ultimate sword intent to kill everything, there is a chance to kill the guy. But there is one rule, don't look at it, be seen by it. Extreme swordsmanship requires a clear heart of the sword and concentration of willpower on the target in order to successfully launch it. Means it's impossible for me not to notice each other. The weird stand-in doll has a very key characteristic, it can't be noticed by it. It's one of the rules not to take the initiative to pay attention to the weird double doll. As long as you watch it, you will be controlled. It is best to have a long-range means. The effect of dealing with the weird double doll is better. If the old man Master Wanfu is here, he can use the sealing technique to seal this harmful thing. But eliminating this guy is still not my strong point. Speaking of which, Gu Qing's expression was rather helpless. It is also based on this that Long Wuwei is most troubled by the strangeness. This rule needs to be specifically deciphered in order to be effective. This means that only a small number of professional abilities can be used to paint strangely. Long Wuwei has always used combat teams as a unit to carry out missions around the world. Therefore, if there is such a thing as weird, it may not be possible to summon suitable means to deal with it at the fastest speed. It is extremely rare to be able to directly deal with strange abilities. This also made the Foundation the most troublesome opponent for Long Wuwei. In fact, looking around the world, there are hardly many organizations that can be compared with the Foundation, and Longwuvai is one of the few organizations that can split 50/50ths. At this time, Jiang Ye's eyes also fell on the body of the weird stand-in doll, and his mind moved slightly. If I'm far enough away, I won't be seen by the weird stand-in doll, after all, its field of vision is limited. But if you have a strong desire to destroy the opponent, or use an attack on the weird doll, it will be easy to be noticed by it. In addition, when the eyes of the weird stand-in doll look over, you must immediately avoid eye contact. Otherwise, if you look at each other with both eyes, the weird stand-in puppet will find that you are looking at it, and then start from feature one and become the other's puppet. Soon, Jiang Ye analyzed the characteristics of the weird dolls. At this time, the body of the weird stand-in doll suddenly turned around, and his gaze fell directly on Jiang Ye. Almost at that moment, Jiang Ye closed his eyes instantly. At the same time, the body immediately turned towards the rear. When he opened his eyes again, he tried to move his hands and feet, and found that there was no feeling of stiffness, so he couldn't help but take a long breath in his heart. Fortunately, my reaction speed is fast enough, and I didn't look directly into the eyes of the weird stand-in doll. As long as you understand the characteristics, then it is not very difficult to deal with this weird stand-in doll. The next thing to think about is, what kind of method can be used to destroy the weird double doll? Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Correct. Using the method of space transfer, transferring the weird stand-in doll to an uninhabited area may be able to solve the problem. In this way, sending them to the base of Longwuvai can at least minimize the loss. Certainly, the existence that has been watched before, even if the weird stand-in doll is transferred, the effect of the explosion still exists, and it will take away everything that has been watched before. Including people. FFLX. Be very careful when facing the weird stand-in dolls. At this time, the weird stand-in doll cracked a smile again. However, this smile looks like crying at the moment. At the same time, above the head of the weird stand-in puppet, a countdown timer suddenly appeared. 999, 998, 997. This countdown is being consumed rapidly in units of every second. The expressions of Bai Chen and Gu Qing changed suddenly. Oops, the weird stand-in doll is about to explode. With its explosive properties, within a range of 10,000 meters, everything including being watched will disappear instantly. The time given to us is less than 1,000 seconds. What should I do now? Everyone is aware of the unprecedented crisis of the situation. When the weird stand-in doll explodes, I am afraid that the relevant personnel who can solve it will not be able to rush back. Master Wanfu, who is ranked 35th in the Tianbang, can be said to be the best candidate to deal with this guy. But the problem is that Master Wanfu is currently completing his mission in the snowy mountains, and there is no teleportation array nearby. Even if the news is transmitted, he will not be able to teleport to the Longwuvai base within 1,000 seconds, and then conveniently send the weird stand-in even to solve it. At this time, the situation has become extremely urgent. It was about to burn, like ants on a hot pan. If she just gave up like this, then Rugzhu would just disappear. She is Xiaolongyu's daughter. If it is sacrificed like this, then who can bear this responsibility? If you insist on getting rid of the weird stand-in dolls, you must face the threat of an explosion. Even if it has not been watched, the explosion range of the weird stand-in puppet itself has reached Fang Yuan, including everything it is watching. Therefore, if the distance is too close, it will be waved when it explodes. Or, I'll go. Gu Qing gritted his teeth, ready to fight to the death and make a final attempt. No. Bai Chen held back the other party, and said in a deep voice, "You are a strong man on the list, if you die here with everyone, wouldn't it be a bigger loss? But now there is no choice." Gu Qing's gaze was firm, and he was already prepared to sacrifice himself. At this time, Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly, remembering that when he was running the 6 paths of reincarnation fist that day, there seemed to be a divine power injected into his fist. Unleash a different kind of power. Maybe 6 paths of reincarnation punch can do it. Chapter 121. Last time. When fighting against Bai Chen, Jiang Ye exerted all his strength and felt a force in the divine space injected into his body, erupting a completely different power. Now that I think about it, this power is very likely to be due to the fact that after I unlocked the SSS level world item, the ancient heaven court, God's domain space has an additional attribute of divine power. The attribute of divine power should be very unusual. No matter it is fused with any supernatural power, it can explode with completely different power. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. That day, after the battle, Jiang Ye practiced divine power control in private. He discovered that this power, if combined with the void wormhole, can extend the distance from the limit of 5,000 meters to 20,000 meters. Want to come? The reason why the 6 paths of reincarnation fist can break Bai Chen's absolute defense is probably related to the attribute of divine power. As long as the divine power is injected, the effect of the supernatural power will undergo a qualitative change, possessing extraordinary attributes. What's more, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist already contains the attribute of collapse. As long as it belongs to the existence within the 6 paths of reincarnation, it will be affected by the attribute of collapse if it bears the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. For now, whether the weird stand-in puppet on the field belongs to 6 paths of reincarnation is temporarily uncertain. After all, a level 1 sealed artifact is not a simple thing, and it is not so easy to deal with it. But what Jiang Ye really has confidence in is divine power. This kind of power that transcends all attributes, combined with the inherent collapse of the 6 paths of reincarnation punch, can even break Bai Chen's absolute defense. Moreover, unlike Gu Qing, he had to cross a physical distance to use the ultimate sword. Have a certain amount of space to move. But the consciousness of the weird stand-in doll is likely to be able to lock onto the ancient stomach that burst out the ultimate attack in an instant. Although he is a master of the Tian Bang, but the kendo system is used to pay the 990 a strange double doll, it is really the wrong profession. However, if Jiang Ye has a void wormhole, then this problem can be solved. Without looking directly at the weird stand-in doll, he can instantly use the void wormhole to send this deadly punch to the opponent's face. When the weird stand-in doll reacts, this punch, because it must have been hit. Try it. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. Next second, a door of nothingness opened in front of him. Then, start to run the divine power and focus on the 6 paths of reincarnation punch. This step requires extreme care. Jiang Ye is controlling multiple different powers at the same time. It is not only necessary to precisely control the opening of the void wormhole, but also perfectly hit the body of the weird stand-in doll. What's more, you have to concentrate your divine power on the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and unleash an extremely terrifying attack. All of this requires extremely fine control of energy and abilities to do it. But Jiang Ye has long been able to control these energies during his experience in the ancient world. Soon, a door to nothingness opens. Jiang Ye directly punched 6 paths of reincarnation. By now, cute doll. Beside, all Long Yuvai watched this scene on the field with vigilance. Looking at the countdown, it has dropped from more than 900 seconds to 500. Before you know it, half of the time has passed. There is not much time left for them. At this time, Long Yuvai's analysis team arrived here. A man in a white coat took out a monocle and looked at the black shadow on the field. Afterwards, he shook his head and said, "Leave directly." What? Bai Chen and Gu Qing turned their heads at the same time, looking at the man with the monocle. It was no different from looking at a madman. "Su Nian, are you not crazy? Xiaorugxiu should still be inside, that's Zhenlong Gu's daughter, Can you see death without saving her? What's more, there are still a lot of Long Wuivai's teammates in there, how can it be possible to just give up and give up? Su Nian's face was indifferent, and he still maintained his initial calmness, saying, "There is indeed a way to solve the weird stand-in doll, but the cost of losing it will be more than everything lost here. The enemy uses a weird stand-in doll, that is, they want us to use Holy Light Angel to resist. But Angel of Light is a demigod level item, and it will be an important means for our entire Long Wuivai to fight against the Foundation in the future. If you use it like this, in the future, in all Long Wuivai battles, we will be at a disadvantage facing the Foundation. As a level 1 sealed item, the weird stand-in doll is nothing more than a fixed point bomb. If you ignore it from the beginning, all this will not happen at all. But now, if you end up with a situation where you can only use Holy Light Angel to deal with it, it's just to solve the level 1 sealed item, and use the demigod level props. Do you think it's worth it?" Bai Chen and Gu Qing were silent for a moment. It was difficult to find a reason to refute each other. Su Nian is the calmest analyst in Long Wuivai. Certainly. This calmness also carried some alienation and indifference from the world. Without waiting for the two to speak, Su Nian continued, "Xiarugzhu is indeed a precious seedling, also Xiaolongyu's precious daughter. But for now, her value is still not comparable to Angel of Holy Light. Her potential is placed in the mid-level of Long Wuivai for the time being. Judging, apart from the identity of Xiaolongyu's daughter, her sacrifice can bring about greater strategic value, which is a soldier's duty. And I think General Xiaolongyu, as a selfless person, should also acquiesce in this kind of situation." Bai Chen shook his head and said, "You really have no feelings at all." Su Nian said lightly, "This is just my job as an analyst, but I am not a strategic commander. How to solve it depends on what you two Tianbang think." Gu Qing said in a deep voice, "Stand back, I'll deal with this thing, leave a few spaces to tie around, the moment I cut off the weird doll, you teleport Xiarugzhu and others away." Su Nian sighed, "The value of the strong in the Tianbang is more than all the people on the field combined." Gu Qing smiled and said, "Don't be worthless, Daddy didn't even say that I have any value. If at this critical moment, even the strongest in the list can't solve the problem, that's really worthless." Su Nian glanced slightly at the corner of his mouth, but he couldn't speak for nothing. I don't know if it was because his logic couldn't be refuted, or because he was touched by Gu Qing's thoughts. Gu Qing said lightly, "Bai Chen, take them away." Bai Chen took a deep look at Gu Qing and didn't say much. Countdown to distance. Only 200 seconds left. Time does seem to be running out. There is no other better choice than Gu Qing personally taking action now. In such a short period of time, if the news is passed to those who can handle it, and then let them rush over, the countdown is already over, and it is useless to come. At present, Gu Qing seems to be the only one who can solve this situation on the field. But even Gu Qing had to pay a very high price to be able to drag the weird stand-in doll into the water together. The atmosphere on the field became suddenly silent. The Foundation's method this time is actually going to pull a celestial being down? If this is the case, then this attack is too profitable. Now, Xiarugzhu's heart sank suddenly. Her current thinking has not completely stiffened, leaving a little bit of divine sense. Although you can't see what's going on around you, you can hear what's being said around you. When Xiarugzhu heard that Gu Qing said that she would sacrifice herself, if it wasn't because her body was so stiff that she couldn't even make a facial expression, she might have burst into tears. If it wasn't for the sake of owning, then Gu Qing probably wouldn't make the act of sacrificing owning. After all, there are not many battle sequences involved in the weird double dolls, just 2 or 3 troops, adding up to a dozen people. Such a loss is completely acceptable among Long Wuivai. But because Own was reckless and insisted on making a move, the situation became like this. Xiarugzhu wished to take out all the reincarnation points, exchange them for regret medicine, and reverse time and space. But unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. No matter how much reincarnation points are spent, what has already happened will not be changed no matter what. At this time, suddenly an astonishing change happened on the field. Boom! Right at this moment, a terrifying punching wind suddenly hit the field. Hit on the body of the weird stand-in doll. A terrifying sound erupted. What happened? What happened here? That punch is so terrifying, who made it? The pupils of Long Wuvai present all shrank slightly, feeling the power of that punch, although the range was not that big, but for some reason it gave everyone an illusion. It seems like these 10 punches can destroy an ancient star. Wait, this punch? Bai Chen was startled for a moment. He couldn't be more familiar with the breadth of this fist. Jiang Ye. Isn't this a member of the preparatory camp? To be able to come to Area 12, one should have obtained the right of passage to deal with the strange creatures here after obtaining permission. But why is Jiang Ye here? However, what makes Bai Chen even more nervous is the opponent is a weird substitute doll of the sealed item. It is definitely not that easy to deal with. But unexpectedly, the Long Wuvai who were controlled by Wei Wei suddenly felt their bodies relax, as if they had recovered. The rows of teammates standing like sculptures suddenly fell to the ground and gradually regained consciousness. He started to move his hands and feet on the spot, and looked around blankly, not knowing why he suddenly regained his ability to move. At the same time, Xiaorugxiu's vision began to recover, and she burst into tears. This cry echoed across the field. In the strange atmosphere that makes people feel, there is even more of a strange atmosphere. When the smoke cleared, the scene in front of me immediately surprised everyone present. I saw that the weird stand-in doll has been completely blown up. Collapsed to the ground. The black mist wrapped around the black shadow dissipated completely. There was only an empty doll left, with protruding eye sockets, a ferocious face, and a strange smile on its mouth, which seemed to be drawn with a pair of violent eyes. As if it was torn apart by hand, under the gaze, one can't help but feel a bit of creepiness. However, the current weird stand-in doll seems to have lost all its abilities. Like a discarded rag doll, it fell on the ground billowing with smoke and dust. The death countdown popping out from above. At this time, has also disappeared. It's over. Everyone couldn't help showing an unbelievable look. They never expected. The weird stand-in doll was dealt with just like that. It seems that there is no problem. At this moment, Jiang Ye's figure walked over from the side. You boy. Bai Chen's tone was both pleasant and unexpected, and he said with a smile, I didn't expect that it was you who took the initiative to solve this problem. Small. Jiang Ye smiled, and then resumed his serious expression. How did the weird stand-in doll come in? Could it be the space system? Bai Chen said, the Foundation has the means of offering sacrifices. By sacrificing a certain number of strange items, the strangeness will directly descend to a certain position. Even the defensive array of the space system can. Unstoppable. Of course, if they do this, they will have to bear a very high price. The result of the replacement may not necessarily be profitable. This time, for some unknown reason, all the level 1 sealed items were dropped. Fortunately, you made the move, otherwise we would have suffered serious losses this time. Gu Qing looked at Bai Chen, then at Jiang Ye, and said with a strange expression. Bai Chen, when did you meet such a big guy, who is so brave, and why didn't you introduce him to me? Bai Chen rolled his eyes and said, I told you about him long ago, but you are just a goldfish brain, that's the one I mentioned. Gu Qing suddenly realized, looking at Jiang Ye, his eyes were full of phoenix color. Oh, so you are. At this time, Xiaorugxiu's figure suddenly rushed over. Hold Jiang Ye's hand tightly. Benefactor, you are my benefactor. I can't thank you enough. My life is yours. Cough cough. Jiang Ye coughed lightly, and quickly interrupted, not so, not so. Xiaorugzhu was so excited, she was tearful, and her speech became incoherent. After a while, her mind gradually returned to calm, and she said with a wry smile. Blame me. If I'm not so impulsive, I don't know what kind of loss it will bring. Whoa, I was wrong. Bai Chen and Gu Qing looked at each other, and they couldn't help but wry smiles. This girl. Usually always frizzy. After this incident, you can finally mature a bit, right? Correct. Are you the boss of Tianbang? Why haven't I seen your face? Xiaorugzhu's 4.8 heart moved, and then asked. No, I'm just a reserve member. Jiang Ye explained. A member of the preparatory camp. Xiaorugzhu feels that everyone in On is going to be stupid. A member of the preparatory battalion actually took action to solve this tricky otherworld. Sure enough, Long Wuwei, Hidden Dragon, Crouching Tiger, even the reserve battalion can produce such a valuable genius. Since you are in the reserve camp, do you know someone named Jiang Ye? Xiaorugzhu's expression flickered, her brain circuit turned for some reason, and she suddenly thought of this question again. The Jiang Ye you mentioned seems to be me. Jiang Ye scratched his head and asked. Is there anything you want from me? Boom. In Xiaorugzhu's mind, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck her, and she froze in place. This person turned out to be Jiang Ye. Killed the weird stand-in doll with one punch? Also saved this disaster? If it is placed in Long Wuwei, at least tens of thousands of merit points can be obtained, right? No. This time, if Jiang Ye hadn't made a move, he would have even sacrificed a strong man in the Tianbang. If it is really converted into merit points, it is unreasonable not to give more than 100,000, or even hundreds of thousands. At this time, Bai Chen smiled wryly and said, the injury on my body is the injury I suffered when the opponent broke the absolute defense when testing this kid's ability. He looked at Jiang Ye, and his eyes became deeper. I didn't expect that the attribute covered by your punch is more powerful than I imagined, and even the weird doll can be killed in seconds. What? Bai Chen's injury, or Jiang Ye's? Xiaorugzhu felt like her whole brain was going to shut down. She never expected. The member of the preparatory battalion who replaced his identity is such a fierce person. Even Bai Chen's absolute defense can be broken. What level of monster is this? Chapter 122. So. What do you want from me? Jiang Ye asked again. I didn't seem to have seen this girl in the preparatory camp. Being so young, appearing in Long Wuwei, is about the same age as Bai Xiaoling. Must be a genius too, right? I ran to the preparatory camp specially to find myself. Did I have any intentions? That. I'm here to get your autograph. Xiaorugzhu pondered for a moment, then spoke. Oh. So this is Jiang Ye suddenly realized. He is also famous in the preparatory camp. Recently, many people have come to me to ask for autographs. Did not expect. His reputation has spread so far that even Long Wuwei in some official troops has become a fan of On. Seeing Xiaorugzhu appearing in this dangerous battlefield, and also getting to know Bai Chen and Gu Qing, she should be a genius. Thinking of myself as a fan of genius. Jiang Ye still felt very proud in his heart. In a good mood, he took out a card and signed a name. Handed it to Xiaorugzhu calmly and naturally. Xiaorugzhu was almost dumbfounded seeing this scene. How is this move so skillful? Moreover, which Long Wuwei always carries autograph cards with him, do you think you are a star? However, seeing Jiang Ye's proficient and natural movements, I am afraid that he was asked for his autograph and practiced. Generally speaking, Long Wuwei is an admirer of absolute strength, and only the truly strong can gain the admiration of everyone. To become a star in Long Wuwei, one must have sufficient strength. That's what popularity doesn't bring. For example, Bai Chen and Gu Qing, such strong players in the celestial ranking list may draw a large number of fans in the celestial ranking list. Of course, Xiaorugzhu's reputation in Longwuvai is also very high. b. The identity she showed was more like a princess than an idol in everyone's mind. For example, when many people see Xiaorugzhu, they will take the initiative to say hello and ask what they need in the past. Just like Zhongxing Penjiu, most of the things will be helped. But like Jiang Ye, a large crowd of 24 people flocked to sign, which rarely happened. Essentially speaking, it was because Xiaorugzhu's strength was insufficient, and she did not meet the conditions for being a strong player in the Tianbang. So, other Longwuvais only regard Xiaorugzhu as a noble figure, but they rarely treat Xiaorugzhu as an idol in their hearts. After this incident, Xiaorugzhu finally realized the gap between herself and Jiang Ye. He also understands why those Longwuvais did not immediately satisfy their unreasonable demands after hearing their unreasonable demands, but kept silent. Think here. Xiaorugzhu's face turned red from shame. If it were an ordinary Longwuvai, he would be ridiculed by the crowd in just a few minutes if he provoked a strong man at the Tianbang level like this. Jiang Ye. Su Nian's eyes fell on Jiang Ye, and there was a different light in his eyes. Extreme attack power and attributes, with the effect of collapse, even against level 1 sealed items, strange types of enemies, can play a very good effect. Your ability is indeed unique. No wonder it was able to break Bai Chen's absolute defense. The corners of Bai Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, "Mr. Su, can you stop which pot and carry which pot?" Su Nian glanced at Bai Chen, as if he didn't put this strong man in one's eyes, but looked at Jiang Ye's eyes, full of difference. As expected of the whole world, the strong man who broke the eternal record, the power displayed is indeed different. I look forward to your next performance. Today, I will record everything here and report it truthfully. Say it. Su Nian turned and left. He didn't say anything to Bai Chen and Gu King Duo. Although his strength is not listed in the heavenly ranking, it seems that he does not show much respect for the strong ones in the heavenly ranking. Jiang Ye walked to Bai Chen's side, looked at Su Nian with puzzled eyes, and said, "This person is..." Bai Chen rubbed the center of his brows with a headache, and said, "His name is Su Nian, and he is the recorder of Longwuvai. Have the 3 most powerful visions. The first kind of vision is called clairvoyance, which can see all the information in this world, including the world of reincarnation. The second vision is called the all-knowing eye. Once it falls into his vision, any essence of existence will be instantly analyzed. The third vision. At present, we only know that it is the eye of God. However, Su Nian's God's eye will not be opened casually. It is said that it is a very powerful means, but if it is used in the real world, it will require a very high price. Don't look at that guy's strength is not ranked high in the heaven list, but because he has the skill of God's eye, I am afraid that he will not be inferior to any master in the sky list. It's one of Longwuvai's trump cards. However, because of the previous 2 visions, Su Nian is the recorder and analyst, and has a very high authority. When the Tianbang is not around, he has the highest command. This guy is quite scary. Although he doesn't have too much combat power, he can tell how to formulate tactics against you at a glance, including the strong ones. So, not a simple guy. When Bai Chen introduced, his tone became unusually serious. It can be seen from this. Su Nian's identity is not ordinary either. Is that so? Jiang Ye nodded thoughtfully. Judging from the character of the other party, it is indeed a bit unreasonable. Now that everything here is reported truthfully. So, Xiaorugzhu is probably going to be miserable. What Longwuvai pays most attention to is to clearly distinguish between rewards and punishments. After doing such a thing, although the subsequent evil consequences have not been brewed, but with Xia Longwu's temper, I am afraid that some punishment will be imposed. In a few days. After receiving the situation, the high-level officials of Longwuvai immediately made the following judgments. Jiang Ye is the main contributor to defeating the weird double doll. Naturally, he was rewarded with 500,000 meritorious service. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present was extremely surprised. You know, this is 500,000 meritorious deeds, and the value is so high that it is almost unimaginable. As far as the current situation is concerned, it seems that most of the top players in the Tianbang only have contributions of about 500,000 meritorious service. For a small number of heavenly lists, meritorious service can reach more than 1 million. Don't you mean? Now Jiang Ye's meritorious service can already be compared with some Tianbang people. Of course, a high merit point does not necessarily mean that one can be on the list. After all, merits can be accumulated. Some reincarnators of the older generation, whose lifespan is high now, no longer perform missions, but when they were young, they may have accumulated millions of merits and became high level. Although he is not on the list, the achievements he has accumulated over the years are of course much higher than those of the general list. Only those who rank within the top 50 can be regarded as the strongest in the heaven list. Almost all of them were top players in their prime. So, it is reasonable that the accumulated meritorious service is not that high. But what everyone didn't expect was that, as a member of the reserve battalion, Jiang Ye actually got 500,000 merit points in the first battle. This is too exaggerated. Immediately after the announcement was released, it swept across the entire Longwuvai base in an instant, causing everyone to discuss it. Jiang Ye is too exaggerated. In this battle, he got 500,000 merit points. This is placed in the entire Longwuvai, it can be said to be a legend. It's outrageous. However, if you think about it carefully, if there is no Jiang Ye, then Gu Qing will have to confess to being there. Gu Qing is no ordinary strongman in the heavenly ranking list, the merit points he has gained have reached as much as 1 million. Yet, Jiang Ye solved the weird doll this time, which is equivalent to using his own ability to suppress all possible losses within a limited time, and he also exchanged for Xiarugzhu and Gu Qing. That's right, just an ancient Qingdu is worth millions of merit points, and the cost of cultivating a strong man in the heavenly list is simply unimaginable. Jiang Ye's punch is worth 500,000 merit points, which is reasonable. After all the Longwuvai knew about this matter, they all believed that 500,000 merit points were reasonable. Of course, many Longwuvai broke through important battles, and most of the merit points will be awarded to 100,000, or more than 100,000. It is rare to give as high as 500,000 merit points. Even if Gu Qing and Xiarugzhu are solved, under normal circumstances, the merit points that can be obtained are roughly hundreds of thousands to 200,000, which is relatively normal. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this time Zhenlongwu allocated so many merit points to Jiang Ye, and of course it was intentional to cultivate him. Jiang Ye's action not only saved Xiaolongwu's daughter, but also did not have to sacrifice Gu Qing. With this combination, the merit points obtained are obviously higher, but no one will have any opinions. Longwuvai regards the lives of comrades in arms as very important. And the strength of the strong in the Tianbang is already very strong. A person like Gu Qing who values love and righteousness will naturally be loved by everyone in Longwuvai. Jiang Ye saved Gu Qing with this action. Even if he gave higher merit points, most of the Longwuvai would support him. Oh my god, with this, Zhang Yaxi has become the strongest recruit in history. Recruit? They haven't left the reserve camp yet. Heaven-defying, before leaving the preparatory camp, it is already comparable to the strongest in the heaven list. Now, whether it is Jiang Ye's strength or the merit points he has obtained, they have all met the requirements of the Heavenly One. Damn it, do we want to witness the miracle of jumping directly from a recruit in the reserve battalion to a strong man on the list? It seems that there is no genius in history who can go directly from the reserve camp to the top of the list. It really hasn't appeared before. The strong in the Tianbang not only need merit points, but also need to be able to reach the top 50 in strength. I heard that there is already a place for Jiang Ye in the Tianbang qualifying competition this time. What? Is Jiang Ye ready to participate in the Tianbang qualification challenge? That's right. Xiarugzhu was replaced by Jiang Ye last time, so she went to the reserve camp to make a fuss. But I didn't expect that the person who rescued her later happened to be Jiang Ye. The girl is replaced now, and she should be willing. Xiarugzhu's talent is still good, but compared to Jiang Ye, it's far behind. Let's grow for a while. Now. Everyone was talking about Jiang Ye's Tianbang qualifying match. After all, the news that Bai Chen's absolute defense was breached has been completely spread. Now everyone recognizes that Jiang Ye's strength is definitely at the level of the Tianbang. B. Possessing the strength of the Tianbang does not mean that you can challenge successfully in the qualifications. After all, the top 100 or so powerhouses basically have the strength close to the heaven list. What needs to be tested is luck, strength, and comprehensive combat literacy. In addition to its own strength. It also depends on whether the opponent's ability has the effect of restraint. Sometimes, luck is also part of the celestial list. Maybe if you find a suitable opponent, then the qualification challenge exhibition will be a success. However, these lucks can only be successful under certain conditions of strength. Otherwise, no matter how lucky you are, but if it is the strength of an ordinary reincarnator, if you fight against the top powerhouses in the heaven list, it will be the rhythm of being killed in seconds. There is a huge gap in strength, and it cannot be made up by luck. If Jiang Ye can really accomplish the feat of going from the preparatory camp to the Tianbang, it will be considered a breakthrough in history. That's right. If such a strong person really appears, history will definitely be made. Long Yuvai present here has a positive attitude towards Jiang Ye. The emergence of such a genius can also drive everyone to work harder. For Xiarugzhu, it would be a bit miserable. Because of this recklessness. Naturally, he was locked up by his father Xiaolongwu. 583 But unusually, Xiarugzhu didn't resist anything this time, and seemed to accept the result. Perhaps. She also understood that the mistake this time was huge. If Bai Chen and the others hadn't reacted, even the two strong men in the Tianbang would have been arrested together. Suffering the punishment of confinement for half a year is naturally reasonable. There are only very simple vegetarian dishes to welcome every day. The merit points on his body were also wiped out, and his qualification as Long Yuvai was temporarily disqualified, so he had to start from the grassroots soldiers. Before. Xiarugzhu is considered to be an outstanding talent, and she graduated from the Imperial Capital Academy, so she was escorted to Long Yuvai. When participating in the battle, the old seniors in the army, because of Xiaolongwu's human relationship, naturally made it easy for Xiarugzhu to harvest some merit points. But now, Xiaolongwu feels that it is necessary to start with the most basic soldier for own daughter. Even if the talent is enough, it doesn't mean that he has rich combat experience, and his heart is far from calm enough. In the results of the reincarnation world, Xiarugzhu's highest score was A and did not reach S. Now, with Jiang Ye as a comparison, Xiaolongwu pondered for a moment, and realized that the state of mind is also very important for leaping to a higher score. If you keep your own daughter in a very safe cultivation environment, then her heart will never be able to transform into a real strong person. Therefore, made this decision. About the Tianbang qualifying tournament. Due to the incident of a level 1 sealed item. Therefore, the qualifying competition is temporarily cancelled and must be transferred to other places. If the Foundation's means can be determined to be valuable, it may even put everyone in a range, including the strong in the heaven list, into crisis. Therefore, the arrangements for the follow-up Tianbang qualifying tournament have been put on hold for the time being. Long Yuvai also felt that the original mechanism for selecting the strongest in the Tianbang might need to be improved. It is the most appropriate to select the truly stronger Tianbang powerhouse. So, Jiang Ye's recent affairs have become idle. Even if he has 500,000 merit points, he still doesn't have any important positions. Compared with Long Wuwei, who is busy and needs training, he is like a salted fish. After all, if one becomes a strong person in the Tianbang, then generally one will become a special combat unit that completes missions independently. Reaching this level of strength, you can't cooperate with your teammates anymore. One person is comparable to an army. Naturally, there must be more important strategic goals. A month later, all the dungeon data of Long Wuwei's permission release have been almost absorbed by Jiang Ye. At this time, a complete system has been formed in Jiang Ye's mind about the characteristics of various dungeons and the strategy direction simulated by infinite deduction. Now, in his brain, almost the most powerful dungeon strategy route in the entire reincarnation world is stored. Now, it's time to go to the copy of the fourth world. Chapter 123. The Tianbang qualifying competition has not yet been finalized. Long Wuwei seems to have gathered high-level experts. Prepare to make some improvements to the mechanism of the qualifying competition. Original. The Tianbang qualifying competition is held inside the Long Wuwei base. But since there is such an incident as a level 1 sealed item, it shows that the Foundation may have some special plans recently. By the time, if all the powerful people in the Tianbang are gathered here, the Foundation is likely to use some means to know. The strongest in the Tianbang can be said to be the top strength of Long Wuwei today, and there is no room for any loss. If there is an accident, it will be an unacceptable blow to the entire Dragon Kingdom. So, in the future, the competition venue for the qualifying tournament will be changed to another place, and a unified notice will be issued at that time. The specific rules, compared with previous years, should also be changed. During this time, Jiang Ye has nothing else to do. In the real world, his main goal is naturally to absorb all the knowledge of Long Wuwei's open authority. Create the most powerful strategy database in the entire reincarnation world. Now, in his mind, there are a large number of strategy routes. This is thanks to infinite deduction. Can make the most powerful database. A lot of Jiang Ye's information, if the brain can't remember it, just throw it into the data curry and it's over. The database is bound together with God's domain space. Even if you go to other reincarnation worlds, you can still use such a huge database. It can be said, compared with the last time I entered the reincarnation world. This time, Jiang Ye will go to the fourth world, and he will be more fully prepared. TRR. Through Long Wuwei's system, Jiang Ye uploaded his application qualifications for going to Reincarnation Tower. It didn't take long to get an approved reply. Jiang Ye has nothing else to do now, and compared with entering the third world, it has been more than a month. It's time to enter the copy of the fourth world. Take the elevator. Jiang Ye came to the Reincarnation Tower below. It is deserted here, and only a few daoist shadows exist here. Yo, you're here. A voice suddenly came from the side. Jiang Ye turned his head and found that it was Gu Qing who came here and said hello. Coincidentally, why are you here? Gu Qing smiled and said, hey, I haven't entered the reincarnation dungeon for a year. Originally I wanted to do more things for Long Wuwei. Speaking of which, Gu Qing's tone became a little serious, and said, after becoming a strong player in the Tianbang, I originally thought that with my current ability, I could already do a lot of things. Therefore, there is no rush to go to the reincarnation world to obtain higher abilities. But now, I find that own ability is still limited. It is still necessary to go to the reincarnation world to obtain more powerful abilities in order to protect the people around you and protect yourself. Jiang Ye was moved, and then asked, can I ask a question? How many lifetimes have you conquered? It's not a secret that can't be told. Gu Qing replied with a smile, the 20th generation. Jiang Ye was slightly startled. He didn't expect that Gu Qing had already reached such a late stage. 20th century, this should already be very high, right? Yes, the dungeons I've encountered now are all quite perverted. But won't it be risky for you to go in? Almost. Gu Qing paused, and then said, actually, reaching the 10th world or above is basically not an easy dungeon to pass. It's easy to encounter disasters and crises, and the living space will be much smaller than the previous copy. However, after adapting to this intensity, in fact, as long as the luck is not too bad, relying on the props in the reincarnation mall, you can find a way to deal with it. Although there is no guarantee to get a high score, it is still no problem to find a way to guarantee a pass. As long as the reincarnated don't lose too much, don't exchange randomly, and use the reincarnation points wisely, the balance of the strategy can basically be maintained. I didn't enter dungeons before, but I didn't have the confidence to get a higher rating. At the level of the Tian Bang, you can't get an A-level score, and the improvement you can get is very limited. Well, I thought so before. But now my attitude has changed a bit. Expanding different types of abilities actually makes it easier for me to deal with more different situations. So, I think I'm continuing to move forward into Reincarnation Tower now, with new goals and motivation. Speaking of which, there was a deep meaning in Gu Qing's eyes looking at Jiang Ye. In a sense, the reason why he chose to go deep into the Reincarnation Tower this time is actually because he saw something different from Jiang Ye. Therefore, Jiang Ye exists as his own, and is subtly influencing the top experts around him. Good luck, Wu Yun Long. Jiang Ye understood the other party's heart, smiled slightly, and sent his devout blessings. You too, come on. Get a few more SSS grades and come back. Become a strong man who can shake the world. Gu Qing raised the saber at his waist, cupped fist with both hands, and encouraged. As a master of Kendo celestial ranking, his sword is supreme in my heart. And Gu Qing's willingness to make friends with the sword means that he has placed Jiang Ye on an equal footing, and even his position in his heart is even higher than imagined. After all, if Jiang Ye hadn't made a move, then Gu Qing might really bet on owning everything to solve the threat of the weird stand-in doll. The two entered the Reincarnation Tower almost at the same time. At this time, a light curtain suddenly enveloped the two of them. Jiang Ye's figure once again appeared in the familiar Tower of Reincarnation. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of him. Test, you have the challenge qualification of 9 worlds to become a god. If you accept the challenge, you will temporarily be unable to use the Dungeon Selection card and Leapfrog Challenge card. If you give up 9 worlds to become a god, or if you fail, the item card can be restored. Do you want to continue to challenge 9 worlds to become god? Faced with this choice, Jiang Ye already had the answer in his heart, and chose yes without hesitation. The background information of the 4th world began to emerge in front of my eyes. The world of Samsara is coming. 4th world, Strange Era. World background, in 2030 AD, the Weird Era officially opened, and all human beings will fall into the Weird game. Remember, only the brave can be the winners of this game, and the losers will face a more terrible ending than death. Life template. Name, Jiang Ye. Age : Identity, Wanderer. Clear game, none. Characteristics, none. Strange value, 0. Halo, full level luck, SSS, unlimited deduction, SSS, Deo shelter, SSS, destiny samsara, A. Current rating, none. The ratio of the world's strange points to reincarnation points this time is 1000:1. After seeing the panel, Jiang Ye's eyes could not help but move slightly. This panel is a bit different than expected. There are no talents such as the roots of the martial arts world, and savvy. There are no attributes such as intelligence and creation in the science fiction world. There is no ancient world bloodline, constitution. On the contrary, there is only one clearance game, and there are characteristics. It seems the world is really different from the norm. Jiang Ye's mind moved slightly. Tra. The number of layers of this world that I have matched is more advanced than imagined. You have to pass some kind of test to superimpose your own strength step by step. Clear the game. I don't know what kind of game to clear. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. Features and weirdness values, the limit is none. Weird value. Since it is a numerical value, it may be the same as the proof value and achievement point. It can be converted into a reincarnation point according to the corresponding ratio. It's the same as the ancient world. The ratio is 1000 to 1. If you just look at the ratio of the fourth life, it doesn't seem to be much more difficult than the third life. But because it is a strange era, it is a strange type of world, so we must be more careful in dealing with it. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. By absorbing a lot of knowledge about the intelligence of the reincarnation copy. Generally speaking, weird the other world is different from the ancient world. Most of the obtained power systems are related to weirdness and are even more dangerous. The survival rate of ordinary people involved in weird incidents is so low that it is shocking. Once the choice becomes weird, it is easier to be involved in various time intervals. There used to be a well-known tricky other worlds law, just when you think everything ends, it's time for it to reappear. It is different from Xiangxia, fantasy, and other systems. Deceitful otherworld, the more you hide, the easier it is to fall into crisis. There is basically no existence of staying in one place, slowly becoming stronger, and then becoming an invincible existence in the world. So, although in terms of proportion, it seems to be almost at the same level as the ancient world, but in fact it will be more dangerous than imagined. However, I used the leapfrog challenge card before, and I have passed such a difficult copy of the ancient world. Strange era, the difficulty is the same, don't worry too much. Remember the tricky other world's survival rules, be proactive, act cautiously, and master everything. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. Compared with the ancient world, this time there is no S-level template, this should be a very common template. Judging from the above information, it is likely that the template that other world opens to each reincarnator. They are all similar, what kind of achievements can be achieved, everything depends on the own choice. B. In contrast, Jiang Ye has an extra SSS level aura of Day of Asylum, which is safer than other reincarnations. You are coming to the strange era. When the beep sounded again, Jiang Ye felt his own body, falling heavily towards a certain place. When I opened my eyes again, in front of him was an abandoned street. There is garbage all around. In the air, there was a foul smell. Jiang Ye stood up and looked at On's body. At this time, he was dressed like a hobo, a baggy sackcloth that seemed to have been hand-stitched. Several large holes were broken, and there were several traces of repaired lines on it. The wide cuffs and the exposed arms look very slender, looking like a 7 or 8-year-old child. Actually I'm 12 years old. Jiang Ye circulated the power of the martial arts true qi and injected it into his body in this life. Based on the bone age, he should be about 12 years old. However, due to stunting, compared with his peers, his stature is naturally much shorter. This feels like time travel. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. Compared with the previous 3 generations, it is different from the baby. This life actually started as a tramp. It doesn't start from 0 years old. However, what really caught Jiang Ye's attention? At this moment, in the panel he displayed, the age still showed 3 question marks, and there was no real age. Generally speaking, if it is a normal start, the age will be displayed. But in this world of a strange era, the reincarnations are actually ageless. Am I not human? Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, and began to doubt his own identity. He tries to remember. But discovery is not the same as time travel, there will be any memory left behind. It seems that this body has no memory at all, not only forgotten by myself, but also forgotten by the whole world. Identity is a homeless. No age, no memory. Only a body similar to that of a teenager. It's really strange. What is my identity in this life? Jiang Ye's eyes moved, and he began to talk to himself. This identity looks ordinary, but it doesn't seem to be very ordinary. After all, in the other world, all the rules are chaotic, even with a human appearance, but this week may be completely different. Gilyalu. The feeling of hunger came suddenly. Jiang Ye froze for a moment, then squatted down and stood up again. Although my identity may not be human, I still feel hungry. If you don't eat and drink water, you will still fall into death. In this kind of place, how should an ordinary person survive? Jiang Ye couldn't help thinking of this question in his heart. When in the three-body world, Jiang Ye's background is very good at the beginning, otherwise he will be invincible. Even in the Zhongguo continent, there are parents to take care of them. But now, it starts with a tramp. Even how to ingest food has become an unknown. Not to mention, since it is the world of strange era, it must be more difficult than imagined. Therefore, it may be a risky thing to obtain food. The only good thing that's pretty good is my halo is an A-level halo, perhaps 10 points better than other reincarnations. Jiang Ye's heart moved slightly. Think here. He opened the pupil of luck, planning to watch his current situation. But it turns out that the top of his head was a dull blackness. That is almost the worst aura of luck. Impossible. What does my aura say? That should also be an A-level halo. Why is there a black air luck? Jiang Ye frowned slightly, sensing that something might be wrong. Moreover, he combines the destiny in the panel Samsara, 0127030224 Phila 1904623110. Since it is Samsara, what is Samsara? Is it a game? Shook his head. Just thinking about it like this doesn't seem to have any results. Or see what you have. Jiang Ye looked down. Under On's body, there was a layer of coarse rugs used by homeless people. It was covered in all sorts of nasty mold and looked like it was picked out of a trash can. In fact, the environment here is no different from a garbage dump. Jiang Ye couldn't help showing a self-deprecating smile, shaking his head. Compared with previous lives, like the beginning of this life can be said to be rather miserable. When Jiang Ye lifted the bed underneath, he was suddenly taken aback for a moment. I saw a half-eaten piece of chocolate and a mobile phone placed under the bed. That's right. Cell phone. However, different from the various smartphones in the three-body world, this phone is a clamshell phone, which seems to come from very ancient craftsmanship. However, this mobile phone has been born with networking functions, which can connect to the network and edit text messages. Although the function is simple, it means that the technology of human civilization in this era has developed to a certain level. After Jiang Ye turned on his phone, suddenly punished. Bloody text floods the screen. Welcome to the Weird Era. Chapter 124. Lines of bloody text suddenly emerged from the screen. It was as bright red as if blood was about to seep out of the phone. Next second, on the screen full of bad marks, line after line of text appeared at this time, showing the rules of this game. Dear player, welcome to the strange era. Dungeon, City of Destiny. Difficulty, S. Rule: 1. In this city, don't believe everything you see easily, any everyday things that you suspect to know may bring a fatal blow. 2. When you talk to certain existences, it may bring the risk of death, and it may also bring extraordinary opportunities. 3. Remember, you are a human being. 4. Don't hurt any ordinary and kind people in this city, otherwise it will bring unimaginable consequences. Next second, the bloody text is converted into a file and stored in the information file on the phone. This phone looks weird too. Jiang Ye couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He noticed that the signal of this mobile phone is full, and the battery is also full. However, under the bed, there is no charger or the like. As a homeless person, of course, I couldn't find a place to recharge. Combined with the phrase any everyday things that seem to be known, it has already shown that this world is not as simple as imagined. It's possible that this phone is just part of the game. Not own belongings. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Continue to browse through the functions of the mobile phone. After all, this is the only way for him to contact the outside world and obtain more information about this world. Leaderboard. Jiang Ye's eyes moved, and he found that in the lower right corner of the screen, there is actually a leaderboard option. So, choose to open. Next second, the information inside was immediately presented in front of him. First place, Wu Guang, the number of game clearances reached 20. The first place, Wang Qi, the game clearance reaches 13. First place, Chen Sheng, the number of game clearances reached 10. At the same time, next to the leaderboard, there is also a forum window, which can be checked in. When Jiang Ye opened it, there were indeed various IDs and topics for posting. It is roughly divided into chat area, information exchange area, reward area, and exchange area. Among them, the talk area is about all kinds of stories. There are players in the water forum who will post all kinds of messy information on 000. It is difficult to judge whether it is true or false. The information exchange area, if there is any information you want to know, you can exchange it through this area, but it is still not fidelity, and there is a high possibility that information dealers will appear. The news of the monopoly may not be confirmed, so it is very likely to trap yourself in it. After all, it's a tricky other world. The identities of the other players are unknown, and they communicate through the internet. It's hard to guarantee the feasibility. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. The more valuable ones seem to be the reward area. Consume a certain amount of strange value, release a reward. Be able to obtain the information you want, or have any targets you want to assassinate, and the items you get, and post them to the bounty. There seems to be a special way to be able to trade. Certainly. Jiang Ye doesn't have a penny of weird value now, so naturally he can't issue a reward. The more valuable one seems to be the communication area. Open it and have a look. Discovery is a place like a group chat. On the small screen, new information is constantly rolling out, all of which are strange chance game players who are talking. Big Pineapple, this weird era is really evil. Daddy's food today is a cup of blood-red coffee. It tastes like drinking blood. I'm about to vomit. 1. Superior, you are considered good. I saw some players entered a shopping mall and found that there was no one in the mall, but the window was filled with delicious snacks. After eating them, they immediately announced that they had sent them. Cowardly god of death, whoa, this world is really scary, I want to go back and find my mother. Prophet, I don't know who made this game, it's a hell, the original good life has turned into this ghost. GG, a few months ago, I was still playing video games with Awei. I didn't expect this to start the game of the strange era. It's really scary. The little boy selling popsicles, it feels like this game is very dangerous. I remember that among the players who participated in the weird game, not one of the 10 players may be able to come back alive. Prophet, but if you don't participate in the weird game, you may not be able to obtain the supplies of life, let alone the capital to live in this world. Jack the Ripper, hey, maybe one day the entire area you live in will suddenly become a dungeon, and you want to participate even if you don't participate. Looking at the information above, Jiang Ye obtained a lot of valuable information, etc. This game seems to have a lot to do with the Earth, Sifa, again. It seems that a certain time point on the Earth is used as the dividing line again, and there has been a change. It's just that there have been problems in the Zhongguo continent since the beginning of the AD. But the follow-up three-body world and the ancient world, almost all entered the middle stage from the Earth civilization, and branches began to appear. Either it was attacked by aliens, or the ancient bronze coffin in the universe suddenly opened a road from the ancient Earth to the ancient road of the starry sky. Now here seems to be the golden age of Earth civilization, a branch line has appeared, and the world has entered a strange era. Just through a few simple words. Jiang Ye quickly analyzed the copy prototype of the strange era. And it is compared with other word types in the intelligence system of the reincarnated world. Generally speaking, the strange other world is more encountered in the West. The prototype is the Thulha myth, and then there are different variants. Because of the deeper relationship with Western culture, the reincarnated people will encounter strange other world, generally Westerners. That's why there are strange series of reincarnators appearing on a large scale in the West, thus forming the organization of the Foundation. However, the strange era that I came to is more like encountering the invasion of foreign gods, causing the originally safe world to fall into turmoil. This is really exciting. The main line of this dungeon is probably to solve the singularity directly. Jiang Ye quickly made an analysis in his heart, and clarified the main line of this dungeon. Compared with the Zhongguo continent and the ancient world, there are singularities that may destroy the world. In the strange era, the whole world is originally a huge singularity, and the singularity must be dealt with by uniting the power of the whole world. Therefore, clearing this game is almost the general direction of the SSS level. There seem to be countless branches of games in the Weird Era, and the number one player has even cleared more than 20 sub-games. If you want to get an SSS rating, you must not only find the correct path to clear the level, but also compete with other players for time. As well as, because of the existence of the forum, the information exchangeability in this world is very strong. Every competitor is a player, almost the same as myself, and cannot be treated as the original native. This game is really interesting. Moreover, I descended directly into an S-rank copy. It's going to be difficult at the beginning. Jiang Ye revealed an interesting expression. Looking at the language spoken by the player from the perspective of a reincarnated person, it seems that he has found the same kind of language. This time, it's not like a stand-alone copy, but like an online game. Gilyalu. At this moment, a hungry sound came from Jiang's head. Although he has used the martial arts true qi and the ancient spiritual qi to slightly improve this thin body. After getting rid of the diseases on his body, he has more powerful mobility than ordinary people, about twice that of adults. However, the improvement of physical fitness will also bring about an increase in hunger. Jiang Ye looked down at the chocolate in his hand. Suddenly, for some reason, he seemed to have an illusion. This black chocolate is so black that it turns red, so red that it looks like it's about to ooze blood. Jiang Ye suddenly remembered what a player mentioned in the forum. A player ate snacks from a roadside shop at random, and died of poison in the end. Explain that in the game of the strange era, even the food must be carefully selected. As for what to eat, this is obviously precious information. In the player communication area, Jiang Ye found that someone had asked this question. Unfortunately, there are not so many well-meaning people willing to answer this question. Valuable information generally needs to be paid correspondingly before it can be exchanged in the reward area. The reward area has a special function. If the player pays the strange value and chooses to exchange information, if the information given by the other party shows intentional fraud, or there is a large information deviation, then he will be warned by a red card and the strange value will be deducted. Punish. No one wants to bear a famous name and be unable to trade information with others for the rest of their lives. Also deduct a lot of spooky values. Therefore, the source of the bounty area is the most reliable. If you don't want to pay the weird value, the information exchange area can also exchange information, but there is no system for the reward area. As to the fidelity of the information, so It can only be judged by the player himself. I have analytical eyes, maybe I can see the origin of chocolate. Jiang Ye suddenly remembered that he was in the three-body world and had obtained this talent skill. Moreover, the eye of analysis and the pupil of luck are activated at the same time, and it seems that a new visual effect has been obtained. As his mind moves, the eyes of analysis are opened immediately. Mobile phone, unknown, a communication tool between players, an important item in this game, bound to the player, and cannot be lost. Chocolate, red. It comes from factory number 2 in the western suburbs of the City of Destiny. This unmanned factory produces a limited amount of chocolate. After eating it, it is said that it can become a part of that place. However, its value is very precious. Really? This thing can't be eaten casually. Jiang Ye frowned slightly. He combined the eye of analysis with the pupil of luck to see the special color status of items. Since entering the strange era, Jiang Ye combined these two perspectives and reset a bit. Green means the item is safe and can be used by humans normally. Red means that the item is dangerous and will do great damage. Blue, a relatively rare item that may have a good effect. Purple, valuable items, often can become special props for dungeon clearance. Glass color, an extremely precious item that can acquire mysterious and transcendent powers and increase the probability of clearing the instance. Gold, the special props related to the entire dungeon are extremely precious, and may become the key to reach the SSS level evaluation. See it with analytical eyes. It is not difficult to find that the chocolate has a red attribute, indicating that this item is dangerous. Absolutely not to eat indiscriminately. If there are certain reincarnators who use chocolate as a novice item, and eat it when they are hungry, I'm afraid it's game over. B. This chocolate seems to be not as simple as imagined. There are also some special information notes. From an unmanned factory. Since there is no one, it means that this factory is a dungeon, and there are only tricks in it. Western Suburbs, 25. It should be on the edge of the copy of this city. Since there were mission props related to this at the beginning, it means that this place should be an important place. Excellent value. Maybe I can do something with this chocolate. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. He leaned down again and searched under his own bunk. But nothing came of it. Make sure to search everything on your body. Jiang Ye started walking towards the outside of this dark alley. The moment I just walked out of the alley, the dazzling neon lights and street lamps on the street burst into a hazy halo, shining brightly and dazzlingly. It seems to form two completely different worlds with the deep alley behind. There are constant sounds of car horns coming from the side, pedestrians are in a hurry, there are many shops on both sides of the street, and the plaques with light circles on them say Yang's Barbecue Restaurant, Xiaolin Hairdressing. Very early 2000s vibe. Jiang Ye looked around the surrounding environment and secretly made a judgment on the world of this dungeon. It takes a certain amount of time to adapt to such a world after just returning from the ancient world. Suddenly, it seems to have returned to the time before time travel. At this time, several people walked past Jiang Ye on the side of the road. However, their eyes were empty and they walked on the road like machines. When Jiang Ye's eyes fell on these passers-by, their bodies trembled as if their hair had exploded, and then they looked over with vicious eyes, the expression on their faces. Things get weirder and weirder. So it's not human. Jiang Ye opened the pupil of luck, and found that above the heads of these people, the halo of luck was an endless deep darkness. There is no vitality at all. Generally speaking, even living people will not have such a halo of luck. At most it's just dark. But it's not so dark yet. Really. As expected of an S-rank dungeon. The entire dungeon, I don't know if I can find a living person other than me. Jiang Ye has seen the big world, so naturally he will not have any fluctuations in the few monsters, and quickly looks back. Those pedestrians who were about to blow their hair suddenly returned to normal, and began to walk like a normal person. But their eyes are still empty, as if they are just repeating the previous life mechanically, but they have no inner soul, just a shell. Jiang Ye tried a few more pedestrians on the side of the road to try. He found that as long as own attention, focus on other people, they will also be noticed. No matter looking behind the other party, or looking across several floors. As long as you concentrate, you will be discovered by the other party, and you will feel a look of hatred and killing intent. If you keep watching, the other party will take drastic actions, and even attract other existences on the street, and also cast vicious glances at Jiang Ye. Tisk tisk, this city is like a nightmare for ordinary people. After Jiang Ye made a round of attempts, he probably understood that as long as he didn't take the initiative to offend other weirdnesses, nothing particularly big would happen. Almost the entire city, there is not a single living person, it is all weird. I want to go on with my life in this situation. You must regard yourself as a part of this place, and refrain from paying special attention to other streams. As time goes by, I'm afraid I will really forget that I am still a living person. At this time, Jiang Ye passed an old man begging on the street. Her aura of luck. Purple. Chapter 125. Now. Under the electric pole next to the street, an old man in an old padded jacket and a thick sweater was curled up in a corner. Next to it is an iron fist. It contained several coins. The old woman looked at Jiang Ye with muddy eyes, and said hoarsely, "Can you give me some food? I can exchange things with you." Jiang Ye pondered for a moment. He can be sure that this old woman is different from the others in the dungeon. The halo of luck on the opponent's body is purple. And possess the ability to actively talk to yourself. However, Jiang Ye also did not forget the second paragraph in the rules. When you talk to certain beings, it may bring the risk of death, and it may also bring extraordinary opportunities. Death and crisis coexist. Explain that the next conversation with this old woman may bring benefits, but it may also face a crisis. Judging from the halo of luck above the opponent's head, it should still be on the good side. It's purple after all. If the ferocity may be higher. So, with Jiang Ye's pupil of luck, it is more likely to see a black halo of luck appear. What is the exchange item? Jiang Ye thought for a moment, and then planned to try to communicate with the other party. The ability to eat. The old woman replied in a hoarse voice. Ability to eat? Jiang Ye felt even more puzzled by this. Eating is the basic survival ability of living things. As long as there is a mouth and good digestive organs, it has the basic function of eating. But in this strange other world, everything cannot be measured by common sense. Tro. Even the ability to eat is not inherent in the strange era. So, the ability to eat is likely to be a prop, or a special ability. In that case, of course, there is enough reason to exchange. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, then took out the only chocolate in his pocket, and asked, "Can this be redeemed?" In the muddy eyes of the old woman, a brilliant light suddenly burst out, like a hunter in the jungle seeing his prey. But soon, that light was fleeting. She shook her head and said, "This piece of chocolate is too precious, I can't accept it." Is that so? Jiang Ye didn't expect the other party to give such an answer. Chocolate, it seems to be a more important prop and item than I imagined. Even the existence of the strange era dare not accept such items at will. In that way, the progress seems to be stuck here. Since chocolate can't be exchanged, then you can't use your mobile phone, right? What the old woman wants is something to eat, but the mobile phone can't eat. What's more, this is the basic item of the strange era, and its precious value will only be higher than that of chocolate. Of course it cannot be exchanged. But the old woman quickly said again. But for your piece of chocolate, you can go to the bacon cake shop opposite and exchange it with the boss. He'll pay you enough. I just need a piece of cake. The remaining 2 cakes can be used to fill your stomach after you gain the ability to eat. If you are not satisfied with this transaction later, you can try to collect the chocolate after you have gained enough ability. At this time, suddenly there was an angry curse from the side. What? Get away from this crazy old woman! On the left side of the road, a ferocious middle-aged man walked over with a wine bottle in his left hand and a face full of alcoholism. His jaw suddenly split open, as if his entire face was about to become a man-eating mouth. He quickly approached Jiang Ye. It seems that the other party is walking with the footsteps of normal people, but the speed is faster than expected. It was as if 3 steps and 2 steps had pulled Jiang Ye away 5 meters away. Jiang Ye quickly looked away, and went to the side of the road like a normal person. The drunken middle-aged man gradually recovered his normal expression, and the drunkenness on his face gradually disappeared. Sitting down beside the old woman, he cursed and said, "Is it really him, damn it? In the vegetable market next door, I chop meat there every day, but I still don't want to buy it. Daddy hasn't eaten meat for 3 days. Damn little BD." The voice of cursing continued until Jiang Ye crossed the road, and he could still hear it. He turned a few street corners, and under the dim neon lights at night, he saw a shop with bacon cake on the signboard. Inside the window, the dim and warm sunlight creates a warm atmosphere. Pieces of exquisite cakes, placed next to the counter, look exquisite. But there was no one around, and it seemed that no cake was sold in the shop. Including the shop owner, who seems to have gone to nowhere, as if it is an empty shop. As long as playful children run in, they can steal 10 pieces of cake. Looking around, there is no surveillance camera or other equipment installed in the store, and there is no waiter watching the store. Everything around seems to have created a perfect scene of theft. Jiang Ye pushed the door open and entered. The scene in the cake shop is also different from the usual one. Generally speaking, the price will be marked next to the cabinet. But next to these cakes, there is no price. It seems that they are simply placed here. It looks very fresh and has a feeling of whetting the appetite. But don't know why. The aroma of the cake is tangy, and the hunger in my belly is even stronger. At this time, his eyes fell on the cakes again, and he couldn't help but feel a strong appetite, as if he wanted to eat these cakes in one go. The workmanship of the cake is exquisite, the graffiti on the top has a children's atmosphere, and the cheese and chocolate are drawn into smiling faces. But the next second, these cakes fall in Jiang Ye's eyes. The more he looks at them, the more he looks like he is staring at the smiling face of a baby. There is a strange Lu feeling where illusion and reality are intertwined. "Who are you?" A voice suddenly came from behind Jiang Ye. He turned around, and saw a middle-aged man wearing a chef's robe appeared behind him 1 meter away, with a wide face and thick lips, standing quietly, with very gloomy eyes. Jiang Ye couldn't help feeling his heart beating faster at this moment. With his perception ability, he didn't even notice that the chef suddenly appeared behind On. To know. With the martial arts true qi and spiritual qi empowerment in his body, even the movement within 100 meters away from Fang Fang can be heard in his ears. But the chef seems to have appeared here out of thin air. Not even a sound came out. "What's the matter?" The chef's sullen voice came from his mouth again. Looking at his appearance, it seemed as if he was going to eat Jiang Ye in the next second. "Boss, how much is this cake per caddy?" Jiang Ye put on an indifferent attitude. He watched it with the pupil of luck, and found that the halo of luck above the chef's head was grey and black. There are some differences. Since it is grey, it proves that it is not completely weird. It is likely to operate according to the rules of this shop. As long as I don't violate the rules in the store, the other party can't do anything to me. From the chef, Jiang Ye sensed an aura that was more terrifying than the passers-by around him. If you really want to do something to yourself, then do it long ago. But now it seems that he is just ready to move, and has never been able to take a substantive step. Because of this, Jiang Xin has more confidence. When talking to certain beings, it only brings the risk of death, but it does not mean that death is guaranteed. and the risk of death may come from certain taboo rules. As long as you follow the rules in the cake shop, you can at least avoid the danger of death. Don't forget the tricky otherworld's rules of survival. Act with caution, for fear. If you lose your courage, you will find it difficult to move forward in this world full of dangers. The chef's fierce eyes became less intense, and a burst of laughter came out of his mouth, saying, "I didn't expect that someone would take a fancy to the old man's craftsmanship. In these years, there are not many people who are willing to buy cakes. But I'm sorry, these cakes are not for purchase, they can only be exchanged." "Change?" Jiang Ye noticed the sharp words. When the old woman communicated with herself, she also mentioned changing. Including on cell phones. Information and rewards all have to pay a certain price to get them. It seems that changing is the basic law of this world. What to exchange? Jiang Ye asked. "Hey, there are so many things." The chef looked at Jiang Ye, full of greed. "Your heart, your organs, your hair, your hands, your feet. Everything on you can be exchanged. The more valuable the part, the more things you can exchange for." The lights in the shop seemed to have dimmed. The greedy look in the chef's eyes became more and more intense, and the smile on his face gradually became distorted. In the dim light, he looked more permeable than usual. Jiang Ye's face remained unchanged, he stroked his chin and said, "It turns out that the more valuable the item, the more things that can be exchanged." Afterwards, he took out the chocolate in his pocket and asked with a smile, "Then I don't know if this thing is valuable enough." The moment the chocolate was taken out of Jiang Ye's hand, the chef's pupils dilated in an instant, his huge body was almost like a truck, and almost hit Jiang Ye's body. His copper bell-sized eyes were only a few feet away from Jiang Ye's face at this moment. However, the chef's attention was obviously not on Jiang Ye, but staring at the chocolate. His palm-sized hands were raised high, as if ready to give the chocolate to him at any time. "Come over." However, the chef has a strong desire, but he has never put it into action. It seems that he is restricted by some kind of rules. His greedy eyes gradually calmed down, and his eyes fell on Jiang Ye, but the strong desire did not disappear, and he asked excitedly with a trembling tone, "How do I get it replaced?" At this time, the chef's words no longer had the negligence and arrogance before, and became honest and honest. Jiang Ye smiled slightly and said, "It's very simple, follow the principle of equivalent exchange. How much is this piece of chocolate worth? Naturally, it must be exchanged with an equivalent bargaining chip. I think, as a businessman, you should know the true value of this chocolate. In fact, I don't know how much it is worth." Jiang Ye complained to himself in his heart. But, from the eyes of the chef, the value of this piece of chocolate is likely to be higher than what I imagined. First use a bluffing word to scold the other party, so as to set out the true value of the chocolate. If you can't make a set, at least you have to pretend that you know it well, and you will suffer a loss in the deal. 2. After the chef heard this sentence, he hesitated. After a while, there was a helpless wry smile on his face. I have no equivalent to exchange." The tone of his speech was like that of a child who made a mistake. But from the other side's eyes, it seems that swallowing this chocolate is of great benefit to him. This value is beyond imagination. Jiang Ye frowned secretly. "Is this transaction cancelled?" "BRT. I am faced with two choices. 1. Give full play to the full value of chocolate, exchange it at equal value, and find the right one. 2. Lose money for a while and make a transaction. Anyway, in the words of the old woman, if you are not satisfied with this transaction, you will have a chance after you get the ability to eat. Chocolate is recycled." Gilyalu. The feeling of hunger became stronger than before. Located in this cake shop, it seems that the speed of hunger becomes faster than the outside world. It seems that if you don't eat any more, you will starve to death in the next second. The old woman is a friendly NPC, and it's not easy to get this exchange opportunity. What's more, the strange era is full of dangers, and there must be many more terrifying existences than chefs. The old woman should have mentioned the existence of friendliness in the rules, so the cake shop she pointed out to me should be the safest one I can contact with my current strength. Place. In exchange for everything you want. If you completely follow the equivalent exchange, it means that I need to bear a more terrifying existence, and the risk of death is higher. Besides, the old lady said that if I exchange it with the chef, there is a chance to recycle this chocolate. If it's not exchanged with the cook, then there may be more possibilities. So, on the whole, it may not be a loss to make this choice for the time being. Jiang Ye combined all the information in his mind and analyzed the current situation at an extremely fast speed. In the end, it was concluded that chocolate should be exchanged with the cake shop owner. Certainly. Because the value of chocolate itself is very high. Therefore, what Jiang Ye wants to exchange is naturally unusual. Since you can't find an equivalent. So, it can also be exchanged with everything you own. Jiang Ye showed a sinister smile. It seems that at this moment, he exchanged his identity with the owner of the cake shop. You are the real weirdo. The cake shop owner hesitated for a moment, then said. I can use the entire cake shop, including the right to control my body in the future, to exchange with you. Make a deal. Jiang Ye nodded. Next second. When Jiang Ye handed over the chocolate. Suddenly, a strange feeling suddenly invaded the whole body. The whole bakery seems to come alive. Own body, seems to be connected to the whole cake shop, like a huge mouth, capable of swallowing everything inside. The cake shop owner lost control of the cake shop at this time. Even the clothes on the body have been swapped. At this time, the cake shop owner lost all his identity and became a homeless man. On the contrary, Jiang Ye's tattered outfit has become brand new at this moment, and he is wearing a chef's outfit impressively. It's just that this suit is more in line with his age and body type, as if it was specially made. This world is really amazing. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. However, when he shifted his gaze to the chef again, he found that the latter swallowed the whole chocolate into his mouth like a wolf. The chef's eyes suddenly burst into a strange light. And his clothes, in the blink of an eye, turned into a set of factory clothes, and the muscles on his body became stronger. Although the body shape has not changed much, but I don't know why, looking at the figure of the original cake shop owner, it seems like looking up at a titan. The chef's personality has changed drastically, like a machine. He walked quickly towards the western suburbs of the City of Destiny. Sure enough, this piece of chocolate cannot be swallowed casually. Certainly. For the aborigines of the crafty otherworld, swallowing chocolate has nothing to do with it. But if the player swallows it, I'm afraid it will completely become a part of this place. Chapter 126. You have acquired a new identity, the owner of the bacon cake shop. Evaluation, Nani. Strange value plus 5,000. Remember. When you get a new identity, you need to play well. If you violate the rules of playing, you will be punished. The higher the level of playing, the extra rewards of strange value will be obtained, and there is a chance to unlock new features. Hint, you better understand that you are acting. Next second. Jiang Ye found that the template information of his life has changed. Life template. Name, Jiang Ye. Age : Identity, owner of bacon cake shop. Clear game, none. Characteristics, none. Strange value, 5000. Halo, full level luck, SSS, unlimited deduction, SSS, Deo shelter, SSS, Destiny Samsara, A. Current rating, E. A new identity. Jiang Ye's heart moved slightly. His original identity was just a tramp. But After exchanging his identity with the chef, he now has a new identity, and naturally he is no longer the old tramp. However, no new features have been obtained yet. To put it simply, my current identity is the owner of the cake shop, which should be a relatively powerful and strange one. After obtaining the identity, he immediately possessed 5,000 weird points, which should be regarded as relatively powerful among ordinary weirdness. But it can't be considered too strong. After all, if it is a more powerful strange, it should have more powerful characteristics. The more powerful the strangeness is, then the more characteristics should be obtained. However, at least I now have an E-level evaluation, which is considered to be on the right track. Jiang Ye quickly analyzed the current situation in his mind. The next thing I have to do is to play the role of the owner of the cake shop. Only, it seems that April 17th still has to abide by the rules of acting. If you violate the rules, you will be punished. But if you play successfully, you will be rewarded. Interesting. It's a completely different game. Is it acting? The corners of Jiang Ye's mouth curled up slightly. According to other knowledge acquired in the reincarnation world, some of the tricks in the other world are different from those in the world of martial arts and fantasy. It is necessary to deeply play the role and digest the meaning of this profession before transitioning to the next first-level profession. The higher the occupation level, the more powerful the characteristics it possesses. But this weird era is played in the form of a game, which is more direct than professional play. It may be a direct access to new features, or rewards of strange value. I don't know what the rules of acting are. Jiang Ye whispered to himself, and then started wandering around the cake shop. After exchanging identities with the boss, the spooky bakery no longer looks scary. It's like home here. Every part of the cake shop is connected with Jiang Ye's body. As long as he moves his mind a little. Original. The dim light suddenly turned into warm light, illuminating the surroundings. It looks harmonious and warm. Jiang Ye walked around the cake shop for a while, and his eyes fell on the cake. Soon, the analytical eye popped up a prompt. Bacon cake, read a kind of cake made of meat, which must follow the principle of equivalent exchange before it can be swallowed. Of course, if you have the property of eating, you may be able to increase your body's strength through it. Still read. Jiang Ye couldn't help but take a deep breath. Really? Everything in the strange era cannot be deduced by common sense. Even if I become the owner of the cake shop, these cakes cannot be swallowed casually. Only through the principle of equivalent exchange can these cakes be swallowed, including shopkeepers. Moreover, the information shows that these cakes are made of meat. What kind of meat specifically? Then I don't know. Jiang Ye's gaze stayed on the cake again. For some reason, the smiling face drawn with cheese, chocolate, and condensed milk seems to be gradually distorted in vision, forming a baby's face, with distorted facial features. It seems to be laughing, and it seems to be crying. Tisk tisk. Just like the unscrupulous boss of a restaurant. I don't even eat the things I make, I just sell them. Everything is business. Jiang Ye mocked in his heart. I don't know if it's an illusion. When this idea emerged in his mind, it seemed that part of the role of the bakery owner had been digested. Wandering around the store, Jiang Ye passed through the screen of the back kitchen and came to the dim baking room. The oval incandescent lamp above the head was turned on, and the dim light with a trace of pale color illuminated everything here. On the clean iron countertop, there are Western-style pastry baking machines, and a freezer is placed on the left side of the entrance. Jiang Ye opened the freezer and found that it was empty. Looks like it's out of stock recently. I don't know how the boss was originally, he didn't even prepare any ingredients. Now the trouble is my turn. How should I get the ingredients? Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel puzzled. Since there are no ingredients, how should it be baked into a cake? Judging by the rules of Weird Age. If you want to become a cake shop owner, you should have a different path from an ordinary chef. At this moment, Jiang Ye noticed a notice board pasted at the door. In crooked red fonts, there are rules one by one written on it. 1. Put fresh ingredients with seasonings and place them in the baking machine. Each ingredient must be baked for about 5 minutes. The more ingredients you have, the more time you need for baking. Note, the interval before and after baking should not exceed 1 minute, otherwise you will get a devil ingredient if you fail to bake. 2. If there are not enough ingredients, please go to Yong'an Vegetable Market to buy fresh meat and store it in the freezer for making cakes. 3. There will be children visiting the cake shop at any time. If it is a little girl, there is a high probability that they will exchange candies for cakes. If it is a little boy, there is a high probability that they are here to make trouble. When encountering a troublesome child, after the capture is successful under conclusive evidence, you can choose to use it to make ingredients, or you can choose to make the other party pay an equivalent price as compensation. 4. When the cake shop is unable to turn over funds and the ingredients are scarce, you can consider catching the troublesome little boy and the thief who sneaked into the cake shop to make fresh ingredients. 5. As the level of the cake shop increases, there may be special customers, please be careful. As expected of a strange era. This is really enough to drop the san value. Jiang Ye took a deep breath in his heart. Really? Everything in this world is not normal. No wonder these cakes can't be messed with. Need to be exchanged according to special rules. Jiang Ye noticed a detail. In the world of strange era, the principle of equivalent exchange is especially emphasized. Even if you are eating, you still have to abide by this principle. The meat quality of this cake is very special, so naturally it cannot be swallowed casually. Either have corresponding characteristics. Either follow the principle of equivalent exchange. A special guest. Jiang Ye noticed the 5th rule, and also pointed out that the cake shop may encounter special guests at any time. It's kind of interesting. It seems that acting as the owner of the cake shop temporarily is the best choice for me. The starting point is not very high, it is suitable for novices, and they can advance and retreat freely. Moreover, after having special guests, the cake shop can continue to be upgraded, with a good upper limit. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. Subsequently, he found 3 cardboard boxes from the counter and packed 3 big cakes. Don't forget, you can also use the cake in your hand to exchange the ability to eat with the old lady you met on the roadside. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a feature too. As long as you have the ability to eat, then these cakes should also change from inedible to edible. ***. If the problem of eating is solved, the living space will be greatly improved. Although this cake shop is quite weird, at least it is my home in this life. Jiang Ye said with emotion in his heart. Finally, On is no longer a homeless man, but has a warm cake shop. Looking at the cakes next to the counter that looked like baby faces, Jiang Ye smiled contentedly. Then, after packing the 3 big cakes, they walked out of the store. I will usher in the first takeaway order from the cake shop. Midnight, 3 in the morning. The wind in the street seems to have become a little bit more piercing. But for some reason, the pedestrians on the street seem to be more than before. Seems like it's midnight. The city really came alive. People are everywhere. Unless you're walking with your eyes closed. If not, you will definitely set your sights on other people to attract attention. But Jiang Ye found that when he once again set his sights on the other weird bodies, he didn't even arouse their anger. Pedestrians around are passing by indifferently, walking their own way from each other. Even if you notice Jiang Ye's eyes. But the vast majority of people showed a look of fear, and instead retreated a few steps back. Is it because my identity has changed? Jiang Ye whispered to himself in his heart. Before, when own identity was still a homeless man, no matter who he looked at, he would get disgusted and spurned eyes. But after becoming the owner of the cake shop, some people, after noticing On's gaze, will actively lower their heads. As if shy. Certainly. Most of them ignored Jiang Ye's eyes, as if they didn't have any communication with each other. Only a small number of people look at Jiang Ye with a condescending meaning, as if their status is superior to others. Most of these people wear bright clothes. Walking with the wind, the temperament is transcendent. Just like a successful person in the upper class of society. Crazy otherworld also has classes. If a person is not awesome, he can even step on the trick. This world is so real. Jiang Ye sighed in his heart. After passing a few street corners. At this time, the familiar telegraph pole appeared in front of Jiang Ye again. The figure of the old woman still didn't move, curled up in the corner, but her eyes were half closed, as if she was about to fall asleep. The other party should be a friendly existence. Jiang Ye thinks of everything he has done in the cake shop, and temporarily divides the identity of the old woman into a kind existence. At least, judging from my own experience of encountering a bacon cake shop, the risk I took was not great, but the reward was very high. So, this old woman really didn't entrap herself. At this time, the old woman dozed off slightly, opened her eyes fell on Jiang Ye, and said in a weak voice. "Young man, do you have something to eat? I brought 3 large cakes." Jiang Ye put the cake box aside. Seeing that the old woman had difficulty moving and eating, he opened the box on his own initiative and carefully fed it into her mouth. The old woman did not refuse, chewing the cake carefully. Original. The bleak look gradually returned to the blush, and it seemed that the vitality in the body had been restored, and it became energetic again. "Thank you. Good people will definitely be rewarded," the old woman said in a grateful tone. Subsequently, she took out a beating black heart from her waist, and said, "This is in return for you. It is a heart with a sincere love of food, which can accept most food. If it is made into a cake, it will have a stronger eating ability than ordinary people." "Hee, old lady, I don't have anything left on me. If I can eat a few bites of cake before I die, that's enough." Jiang Ye's eyes fell on this black heart. At this time, the analytical eye immediately obtained relevant information. Gourmet heart, Lu Li. It has the characteristics of a gourmet. As a real foodie, you should eat everything. This love of food allows you to eat any food without paying the price. If it is made into delicious food and swallowed, it will get a more powerful effect. It turned out to be a glazed prop. There was a hint of joy in Jiang Ye's eyes. That's right. Glass-colored props, related to mysterious and transcendent power, are the key props for clearing the dungeon. Talk to the old lady, you've found the right person. At this time, suddenly there was a voice of cursing. "Damn it! Put that thing down! Stupid old woman, how dare you give this kind of thing to outsiders? I kill you!" The drunkard with a ferocious face suddenly rushed towards her at a fast pace. Immediately afterwards, his entire face began to split open, as if turning into a huge abyss, about to swallow everything. His speed was faster than expected, as if in a blink of an eye, he had already arrived 5 meters away from Jiang Bei. At this moment, the figure of the old woman wrestled with the other party suddenly. "You scum! I gave birth to you, raised you for decades, and only thought about that little thing. I didn't even give my old woman something to eat before I died. I've raised you for nothing." Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment, ready to step forward to help. When the old woman turned back to 2.6, her face had become extremely ferocious, like a drunkard, everything was cracked. However, she made a sound and stopped Jiang Ye from approaching. "Young man, leave here, you can't interfere with everything here yet. When you acquire the characteristics of that heart, maybe there will be a turning point." Hee. "Anyway, old lady, I don't have much time, so I will teach this unworthy son a lesson." Jiang Ye was silent for a moment, then turned and left with gourmet heart. That's right, he did feel a threat from the drunkard. With the status of a chef, it seems that it is not enough to compete with the alcoholic. If you want to survive in this world, being able to obtain more characteristics is the key. Jiang Ye secretly said in his heart. He ignored the battle on the field, but quickly returned to the bacon cake shop. The lights in the shop seemed to have dimmed a bit, and the previously warm atmosphere gradually became gloomy. However, Jiang Ye ignored all of this, and quickly put the heart of a gourmet into the baking room. Add cheese. Add starch. Add chocolate. It should be about. Jiang Ye followed the process of making the cake next to him, and put all the placed materials into the plate. Then, into the baking machine. 5 minutes of silent meditation. Although there is no clock next to him, Jiang Ye's control of the time is much more accurate than ordinary people. Wait until 5 minutes later. Ding! Jiang Ye pressed the stop button at the fastest speed. The baking oven stopped running suddenly. A fresh cake, the way to success. At this time, Jiang Ye's cell phone suddenly received a text message. Ding! Congratulations on making a gourmet cake.